Chapter 8, in which we leave for France in spring of 1971, and I rent Nelcott, a house on the Riviera. Mick gets married in Saint-Tropez. We set up our mobile truck to record Exile on Main Street and settle into a prolific nighttime recording schedule. We motorboat to Italy for breakfast in the Mandrax. I hit my stride on the 5-string guitar. Graham Parsons comes, and Mick gets possessive. I insulate myself with drugs. We get busted. I hang out for the last time with Graham in L.A. and get badly hooked on second-rate dope. I flee to Switzerland with Anita for a cure, undergo cold turkey horrors, and compose Angie while recovering. When I first saw Nelcott, I thought that I could probably handle a spell of exile. It was the most amazing house, right at the base of Cap Ferrat, looking out over Villefranche Bay. It had been built around the 1890s by an English banker with a large garden, a little overgrown behind the great iron gates. The proportions were superb. If you felt a little ragged in the morning, you could walk through this glittering chateau and feel restored. It was like a hall of mirrors, with 20-foot ceilings and marble columns, grand staircases. I'd wake up thinking, this is my house? Or about bloody time someone's got it right. This was the grandeur we felt we deserved after the shabbiness of Britain. And since we'd committed ourselves to living abroad, how hard really was it to sit in Nelcott? We'd been on the road forever, and Nelcott was a lot better than the Holiday Inn. I think everybody felt a sense of liberation compared to what had been going on in England. It was never our intention to record at Nelcott. We were going to look around for studios in Nice or Cannes, even though the logistics were a little daunting. Charlie Watts had taken a house miles away in the Vaucluse, several hours' drive. Bill Wyman was up in the hills near Grasse. He was soon hanging out with Marc Chagall, of all people. The most unlikely couple I can think of. Bill Wyman and Marc Chagall. Neighbours popped round for a cup of Bill's terrible tea. Mick lived first in the Biblos Hotel in Saint-Tropez while he waited for his wedding day, then rented a house belonging to Prince Renier's uncle, and then a house owned by someone called Madame Tolstoy. Talk about falling in with the cultural Euro-trash, or they with the white trash. They at least welcomed us with open arms. One of the features of Nelcott was a little staircase down to a jetty to which I soon attached the Mandrax II, a very powerful 20-foot motorboat, a Riva, built of mahogany, the creme de la creme of Italian speedboats. Mandrax was an anagram of its original name. All I had to do was knock off a couple of letters and move a couple around. It was irresistible to call it that. I bought it off a guy, renamed it, and set off. No skipper's license or pilot's license. There wasn't even the formal, "Have you ever been on the water before?" Now I'm told you have to take exams to drive a boat in the Mediterranean. It required the companionship of Bobby Keys, not long coming, Graham Parsons, and others to put the Mandrax to the test on the glassy Mediterranean, to strike out for the Riviera and adventure. But this was later. First, there was the matter of Mick's wedding to Bianca, his Nicaraguan fiancée, which came up in May, 4 weeks after our arrival. Marianne had gone from his life in 1970, the previous year, and into the beginning of a lost decade. Mick arranged what he saw as a quiet wedding, for which he chose Saint-Tropez at the height of the season. No journalists stayed at home. In these pre-security days, the couple and the guests wrestled their way through the streets against photographers and tourists. from the church to the mayor's office. Hand-to-hand combat, like trying to get to the bar in a rowdy club. I slid off, leaving Bobby Keys, who was a close friend of Mick's in those days, to act as assistant best man or whatever. Roger Vadim was best man. Bobby's role is mentioned here because Bianca's bridesmaid was the very pretty Nathalie Delon, a strange wife of the French movie star Alain Delon, and Bobby took a great and dangerous fancy to her. She and Delon had been in the center of a scandal that had embroiled the French Prime Minister Georges Pompidou and his wife, as well as the crime underworld from Marseille to Paris. Delon's Yugoslav bodyguard, with whom Natalie had had a brief affair, had been shot, his body found in a garbage dump on the outskirts of Paris. No one was ever convicted of killing him. Delon had left Natalie and taken up with the actress Mireille Darc. It was a big mess and wrapped in considerable danger. Behind Delon and Natalie were powerful figures from the Marseille milieu a few miles down the road, as well as a band of Yugoslav toughs. There was clearly a lot of bad feeling and some major political blackmail flying about. Natalie herself had had the wheels loosened on her car. Not a great moment, maybe, to become her new beau. Bobby, knowing nothing of all this, developed an instant fascination with Natalie and blew his heart out at the party that night to attract her attention. He couldn't take his eyes off her. He went back to London before returning to work on the music at Nell Cut. And when he got back, Natalie was still there, staying with Bianca. What happened then? Well, they're both still alive as I write, but I'm not sure why. Weeks would pass before that trouble became real. When I slid off at the wedding, it was towards a cubicle in the John of the Biblos, and I'm taking a leak, and in the next cubicle I hear sniffing. Keep it down, I say, or break it out. And a voice comes back, want some? And that's how I met Brad Klein, who became a great friend of mine. His forte was transshipment, rerouting dope from here to there. He was a very well-educated, clean-cut-looking boy and used this persona to brass his way through. He did get into dealing coke later and got more involved than he should have, but when I met him, it was the smoke. Brad's dead now. It's the usual old story. If you're dealing in this shit, don't dabble in it. He dabbled, and he always wanted to stay in the game a little longer. But on that day of our meeting, Brad and I went off together to hang and left the wedding to itself. I only got to know the qualities of Bianca later on. Mick never wants me to talk to his women. They end up crying on my shoulder because they found out that he has once again philandered. What am I gonna do? Well, it's a long ride to the airport, honey. Let me think about it. The tears that have been on this shoulder, from Jerry Hall, from Bianca, from Marianne, Chrissy Shrimpton, they've ruined so many shirts of mine. And they ask me what to do. How the hell do I know? I don't fucking. I had Jerry Hall come to me one day with this note from some other chick that was written backwards. Really good code, Mick. I'll be your mistress forever. And all you had to do was hold it up to a mirror to read it. Oh, what a bastard that guy is. And I'm in the most unlikely role of consoler. Uncle Keith. It's a side a lot of people don't connect with me. At first I thought Bianca was just some bimbo. She was also quite aloof for a while, which didn't endear her to anybody around us. But as I got to know her, I discovered that she's bright, and what really impressed me later on, a strong lady. She became a mouthpiece for Amnesty International and a sort of roving ambassador for her own human rights organization, which is some achievement. Very pretty and everything like that, but a very forceful character. No wonder Mick couldn't handle it. The only drawback was that she was never one for a joke. I'm still trying to think of something to make her laugh. If she'd had a sense of humor, I'd have married her. Mick's taking up with Bianca did coincide with our leaving England, so there was a definite schism in place already, a fault line. Bianca brought with her a whole load of baggage and society that Mick got into that nobody was at all interested in, and I've no doubt Bianca by now is no longer interested in either. Even then, I had nothing against her personally. It was just the effect of her and her milieu on Mick that I didn't like. It distanced him from the rest of the band, and Mick's always looking to separate himself from the band. Mick would disappear for 2 weeks on vacation. He would commute from Paris. Bianca was pregnant, and their daughter Jade was born in the fall when Bianca was in Paris. Bianca didn't like Nelcott life, and I don't blame her. So Mick was torn. In those early days at Nelcott, we'd do our promenades down by the harbours, or to the Café Albert in Villefranche, where Anita would drink her pastis. We were obviously conspicuous in those parts, but we were also pretty hardened and unworried by what people thought. Violence happens when you least expect it, though. Spanish Tony, who came down early on, saved my life a couple of times, either literally or not, and in the town of Beaulieu, on one of those outings near Nelcott, he saved my hide. I had an E-type Jag that I drove down to Beaulieu Harbour with Marlon and Tony aboard, imparting what was pointed out to us by what appeared to be 2 harbour officials as the wrong place. One came across and said, "Ici," beckoning me and Tony into the harbour office. So Tony and I wandered over, leaving Marlon in the car for what we imagined would be a couple of minutes, and we could see him. Tony smelled it before I did. 2 French fishermen, older guys. One had his back to us. He was locking the door, and Tony looked at me. He just said, "Watch my back." He moved like a flash, shoved a chair into my hand, jumped on the table with another chair, and tore into them, splinters everywhere. These guys were whined out of their heads. They'd had a big lunch, some of it still on the table. I just trod on the neck of one of them while Tony did the other one in. Then Tony came back for my one. He was scared shitless. So Tony gave him another smack around the head. "Let's get out of here." Kicked the door open. It was over in a matter of seconds. They're on the floor moaning and whining, claret everywhere, broken furniture. The last thing they were expecting was an assault. They were big sailors, no pussyfooting, and they were going to fuck around with us, slap us about. They were planning to have some fun with the long hairs. Marlon's sitting in the Jaguar. "Where you been, Dad?" "Don't worry about it. Vroom, vroom. Let's go." What moves from Spanish Tony? It was a ballet. It was his finest moment. That day, Douglas Fairbanks had nothing on him. It was the swiftest move that I've seen happen, and I've seen a few. I took a lot of leaves out of Tony's book that day. When you smell that trouble coming, act. Don't wait for it to start. 3 days later, cops turned up at the house. They had warrants on me only because Tony wasn't known and had gone back to England by now. A whole lot of rigmarole went down with examining magistrates, but by the time we got to the 2nd or 3rd level, they realized that these guys didn't have a leg to stand on. When the facts came out that they'd intimidated us, that I'd had a child in the car, that there was no reason for us to be hauled into the office in the first place, suddenly, miraculously, the charges wafted away. I've no doubt it cost me a bit of money with a lawyer, But in the end, these guys chose not to get up in court and say they'd been done in their own office by two insane Englishmen. I was not totally clean when I got to Nelcott, but there's a difference between being not clean and being hooked. Hooked is when you're not going to do anything until you get your hands on the stuff. All your energy goes into that. I brought a small maintenance dose with me, but as far as I was concerned, I just cleaned up. Sometime in May, not that long after our arrival, we went to a go-kart track in Cannes, where my car flipped over on me and rushed me 50 yards down the tarmac on my back, stripping off my skin like bark. I scraped it almost to the bone, and this when I was just about to make a record. All I needed. I was advised by the doctor, "This is going to be very painful, monsieur. The wound must be kept clean. I'll send a nurse to you every day to dress it and check it." There arrived each morning a male nurse who had been a frontline medic for the French army. He'd been at Dien Bien Phu, the last stand of the French army in Indochina. He'd been in Algeria. He'd seen plentiful blood, and his style was accordingly robust. Little wizened guy, hard as nails. He gave me a shot of morphine each day, and I needed morphine badly. Each time, after he fixed me, he would throw the syringe as a dart, always at the same spot, at a painting right in the eye. Then, of course, the treatment stopped. But now I'm on the morphine because of this wound, just when I'd cleaned up off the dope. So, first things first, I need some shit. Fat Jack was our cook, who now doubled as the heroin dealer. He was the Marseille connection. He had a bunch of sidekicks, this team of cowboys, who he decided were safer on the payroll than off it, who were good at running errands. Jacques emerged because I said, "Who knows how to get some shit around here?" He was young, he was fat, and he was sweaty, and one day he went to Marseille on the train, and he brought back this lovely little bag of white powder and this huge supply, almost the size of a cement bag, of lactose, which was the cut. And he explained to me, in his bad English and my even worse French, he had to write it down, mix 97% lactose with 3% heroin. This heroin was pure. Normally when you bought it, it was pre-mixed, but this stuff you had to mix very precisely. Even at these proportions, it was incredibly powerful. And so I'd be in the bathroom with these scales going 97 to 3. I was scrupulous in my weighing out. You had to be careful. The old lady was taking it, and a couple of other people. 96 to 4, and you could croak on it. One hit of it pure, and boom, goodbye. There were obvious advantages to buying in such quantity. The price was not phenomenal. It was coming straight from Marseille to Villefranche, just down the road. There were no transport costs, just Jacques' train ticket. The more times you have to score, the more things are likely to screw up. But you also have to really try not to overdo it, because the bigger the score, the more people are interested. Just get enough to get settled for a couple of months, so you don't have to go out and scrabble around for it. This bag, however, never seemed to disappear. Well, once we finish this bag, we can straighten out. Let's put it this way. It lasted from June to November, and we still left some behind. I had to trust the orders that came with it, and they must have been correct, because every time I tried it, it was perfectly fine, and no one complained. I posted the formula on the wall so I wouldn't forget it. 97 to 3. Of course, I thought of writing a song with that title, but then I thought, There's no point advertising myself. I would be up there half the afternoon getting it right. I had these great old scales, big brass things, very, very fine, and this big scoop for the lactose, 97 grams. Put that aside, and then you take a little spoon out of the heroin bag, 3 grams. Then you put the two together and mix them up. You've got to shake it. I remember being up there often, so I didn't ever mix a lot together at once. I would do a couple of days' worth, or a little more. We looked at studios in Cannes and elsewhere, reckoned up how much money the French were going to suck out of us. Nelcott had a large basement, and we had our own mobile studio. The Mighty Mobile, as we called it, was a truck with 8-track recording machines that Stu had helped put together. We thought of it quite separately from any plan to move to France. It was the only independent mobile recording unit around. We didn't realize when we put it together how rare it was. Soon we were renting it out to the BBC and ITV because they only had one apiece. It was another one of those beautiful, graceful, fortuitous things that happened to the Stones. So one day in June, it trundled through the gates and we parked it outside the front door and plugged in. I've never done any different since. When you've got the equipment and the right guys, you don't need anything else in terms of studios. Only Mick still thinks you have to take things into real recording studios to really make a real record. He got proved totally wrong on our latest, at the time of writing, album, A Bigger Bang, especially because we did it all in his little chateau in France. We had got the stuff worked up, and he said, now we'll take it into a real recording studio. And Don Was and I looked at each other, and Charlie looked at me. Fuck this shit. We've already got it down right here. Why do you want to spring for all that bread? So you can say it was cut in so-and-so studio, the glass wall, and the control room? We ain't going nowhere, pal. So, finally, he relented. The basement in Elcott was big enough, but it was divided into a series of bunkers. Not a great deal of ventilation, hence ventilator blues. The weirdest thing was trying to find out where you'd left the saxophone player. Bobby Keys and Jim Price moved around to where they could get their sound right, mostly standing with their backs to the wall at the end of a narrow corridor, where Dominic Tarlay took one of his pictures of them with microphone cables snaking away around a corner. Eventually, we ended up painting the microphone cable to the horn section yellow. If you wanted to talk to the horns, you followed the yellow cable until you found them. You wouldn't know where the hell you were. It was an enormous house. Sometimes Charlie would be in a room, and I'd have to tramp a quarter of a mile to find him. But considering that it was basically a dungeon, it was fun to work there. All the characteristics of that basement were discovered by the other guys. For the first week or so, we didn't know where Charlie was set up because he'd be trying different cubicles every night. Jimmy Miller encouraged him to try down the end of the corridor, but Charlie said, I'm half a mile down that damn road. It's too far away. I need to be closer. So we had to check out every little cubicle. You didn't want to add electronic echo unless you had to. You wanted natural echo, and down there you found some really weird ones. I played guitar in a room with tiles, turning the amp round and pointing it at the corner of the room to see what got picked up on the microphone. I remember doing that for Rocks Off, maybe Rip This Joint. But as weird as it was to record there, especially at the beginning, by the time we were into it, within a week or two, it was totally natural. There was no talk amongst the band or with Jimmy Miller or the engineer Andy Johns. What a weird way to make a record. No, we've got it. All we've got to do is persevere. We would record from late in the afternoon until 5 or 6 in the morning, and suddenly the dawn comes up, and I've got this boat. Go down the steps through the cave to the dockside. Let's take Mandrex to Italy for breakfast. We just jump in, Bobby Keys, me, Mick, whoever was up for it. Most days we would go down to Menton, an Italian town just inside France by some quirk of treaty-making, or just beyond it to Italy proper. No passport, right past Monte Carlo as the sun's coming up with music ringing in our ears. Take a cassette player and play something we've done. Play that second mix. Just pull up at the wharf and have a nice Italian breakfast. We like the way the Italians cook their eggs and the bread. And with the fact that you had actually crossed a border and nobody knew shit or did shit about it, it was an extra sense of freedom. We play the mix to the Italians, see what they thought. If we hit the fishermen at the right time, we could get red snapper straight off the boats and take it home for lunch. We'd pull into Monte Carlo for lunch, have a chat with either Onassis' lot or Niarchos's, who had the big yachts there. You could almost see the guns point at each other. That's why we called it Exile on Main Street. When we first came up with the title, it worked in American terms because everybody's got a main street, but our main street was the Riviera Strip, and we were exiles, so it rang perfectly true and said everything we needed. The whole Mediterranean coast was an ancient connection of its own, a kind of main street without borders. I've hung in Marseille, and it was all it was cracked up to be, and I've no doubt it still is. It's like the capital of a country that embraces the Spanish coast, the North African coast, the whole Mediterranean coast. It's basically a country all its own until a few miles inland. Everybody that lives on the coast, fishermen, sailors, smugglers, belongs to an independent community, including the Greeks, the Turks, the Egyptians, the Tunisians, the Libyans, the Moroccans, the Algerians, and the Jews. It's an old connection that can't be broken by borders and countries. We'd piss about. We'd go to Antibes. We used to go to Saint-Tropez to score all the bitches. This boat could kick through. It had a big engine. And the Mediterranean, when it's smooth, is a quick ride. The summer of '71 was one of those Mediterranean summers where every day was perfect. You hardly needed to know any navigation. You just followed the coastline. I never had charts. Anita refused ever to board this boat on the grounds of my lack of familiarity with the submerged rocks. She would wait and watch for the distress flares as we ran out of petrol. I just figured if they could get an aircraft carrier into the damn bay, I should be able to navigate it. The only bit I did check out was the landing, the dockside. Land is always the dangerous thing for a boat. The only time I thought about the actual art of boatmanship was docking. Otherwise, it was a laugh. Villefranche Harbor is very deep and was a big hang for the American Navy. And one day, suddenly, there was this huge aircraft carrier in the middle of the bay. The Navy on a courtesy call. They did all the flag waving around the Mediterranean during the summer, and as we were pulling away from our dock, we got this whiff of marijuana on a large scale, blowing out the portholes, out of their brains. I had Bobby Keys with me, so we went to have breakfast, and when we came back, we circled around the aircraft carrier, and there were all these sailors there who were glad they weren't in Vietnam. and I was in my little Mandrax, and we sniffed. "Oh, hi, guys. I smell..." And they threw us a bag of weed, and in exchange, we told them which were the best whorehouses in town. Cocoa Bar, the Brass Ring was a good one. When the fleet was in, all these damn dark streets in Villefranche would suddenly burst with lighting as if it were Las Vegas. It's the Café Dakota or the Nevada Bar. They put anything that sounded American on it. The Texan Hang. The streets of Villefranche would come alive with neon and fairy lights. All the bitches from Nice would come in, and Monte Carlo, all the whores from Cannes. The crew of an aircraft carrier is 2,000-odd men, randy and ready to serve. It was enough to attract the whole South Coast. Otherwise, when they weren't in town, Villefranche was dead as a doornail. It's amazing that the music we made down in that basement is still going, given that the record wasn't even that highly rated when it first came out. The outtakes of Exile on Main Street were released as part of a reissue in 2010. The music was recorded in 1971, nearly 40 years ago as I write. If I had been listening to music that was 40 years old in 1971, I would have been listening to stuff that was barely recordable. Maybe some early Louis Armstrong, Jelly Roll Morton. I suppose a world war in between changes the perception. Rocks Off, Happy, Ventilator Blues, Tumbling Dice, all down the line. That's 5-string, open tuning to the max. I was starting to really fix my trademark. I wrote all that stuff within a few days. Suddenly, with the 5-string, songs were just dripping off my fingers. My first real exercise on 5-string was Honky Tonk Women, a couple of years before. At that time, it was, oh, this is interesting. There was Brown Sugar, too, which came out the month we quit England. By the time we got to working on Exile, I was really starting to find all these other moves and how to make minor chords and suspended chords. I discovered that the 5-string becomes very interesting when you limit room to open your room to maneuver drastically, especially if you place the capo up on the 5th or the 7th fret. But also it gives a certain ring, a certain resonance that can't be obtained really any other way. But it's when to use it and when not to overdo it. If it's Mick's song to start with, I won't start it off with 5-string. I'll start on a regular tuning and just learn it or feel my way around it, classico style. And then if Charlie ups the rhythm a little bit or gives it a different feel, I'll say, let me put this to 5-string for a moment and just see how that alters the structure of the thing. Obviously, doing that simplifies the sound in that you're limiting yourself to a set thing. But if you find the right one, like Start Me Up, it creates the song. I've heard millions of bands try and play Start Me Up with regular tuning. It just won't work, pal. We brought a lot of stuff to Nelcott that had been incubating for a while. I would farm out the title or the idea. This is called All Down the Line, Mick. I hear it coming all down the line. Off you go. I was coming up with a couple of new songs a day, and one would work and one wouldn't. Mick kept up with the writing at this phenomenal pace. Very canny rock and roll lyrics, with those catchy phrases and repetitions. All Down the Line came directly out of Brown Sugar, which Mick wrote. Most of what I had to do was to come up with riffs and ideas that would turn Mick on, to write songs he could handle. They had to be good records, but translatable to being played on stage. I was the butcher, cutting the meat. And sometimes he didn't like it. He didn't like Rip This Joint. It was too fast. I think we might have popped it once since then, but Rip This Joint, in terms of beats per minute, is something like a world record. Maybe Little Richard had done something faster, but in any case, nobody was looking to beat the world record. Some of the titles of the songs we wrote that never made it onto the album are bizarre. Head in the Toilet Blues, Leather Jackets, Windmill, I Was Just a Country Boy, Dancing in the Light, that must have been one of Mick's, Bent Green Needles, Labour Pains, Pomme de Terre. Well, we were in France at the time. We wrote Torn and Frayed, which is not often played and has some topical interest. Joe's Got a Cough sounds kind of rough. Yeah, and the codeine to fix it. Doctor prescribes, drugstore supplies. Who's going to help him to kick it? Apart from Sister Morphine and a few odd references to coke, we never really wrote songs about drugs. They would only crop up in songs as they did in life, here and there. There were always rumors and folklore about songs, who they were written for, what they were really about. Flash was supposed to be about heroin, and I see the connotation, the reference to Jack, but Jumping Jack Flash has nothing to do with heroin. The myths go deep, though. Whatever you write, somebody is going to interpret in some other way, see codes buried in the lyrics. That's why you have conspiracy theories. Somebody croaked, oh my God, who they're going to blame this one on, when the guy just keeled over. The lifeblood of good conspiracies is that you'll never find out. The lack of evidence keeps them fresh. No one's ever going to find out if I had my blood changed or not. The story is well beyond the reach of evidence, or, if it never happened, my denials. But then, listen on, I've stood back for many years from honestly addressing that burning topic. Tumbling dice may have had something to do with the gambling den that Nell Cott turned into. There were card games and roulette wheels, Monte Carlos around the corner. Bobby Keys and Cats did go down there once or twice. We did play dice. I credit Mick with tumbling dice, but the song had to make the transition from its earlier form, which was a song called Good Time Women. You might have all of the music, a great riff, but sometimes the subject matter is missing. It only takes one guy sitting around a room saying, throwing craps last night, for a song to be born. Got to roll me. Songs are strange things. Little notes like that. If they stick, they stick. With most of the songs I've ever written, quite honestly, I felt there's an enormous gap here waiting to be filled. This song should have been written hundreds of years ago. How did nobody pick up on that little space? Half the time, you're looking for gaps that other people haven't done. And you say, I don't believe they've missed that fucking hole. It's so obvious. It was there staring you in the face. I pick out the holes. I realize now that Exile was made under very chaotic circumstances and with innovative ways of recording, but those seem to be the least of the problems. The most pressing problem was, do we have songs? And do we get the sound? Anything else that went on was peripheral. You can hear a load of my outtakes ending, oh well, run out, that's the story so far. But you'd be surprised when you put right on the ball and you've got to do something and everybody's looking at you going, okay, what's gonna happen? You put yourself up there on the firing line. Give me a blindfold and a last cigarette, and let's go. And you'd be surprised how much comes out of you before you die, especially when you're fooling the rest of the band, who think you know exactly what you're going to do, and you know you're blind as a bat and have no idea. But you're just going to trust yourself. Something's going to come. You come out with one line, throw in a guitar line, and then another line's got to come out. This is where supposedly your talent lies. It's not in trying to meticulously work out how to build a Spitfire. Maybe I would crash out, if I crashed out at all, around 10 in the morning, get up around 4 in the afternoon, subject to the usual variations. Nobody's going to arrive until sunset anyway. So then I had a couple of hours to think about or play back what we did last night so I could pick it up where we left off. Or, if we had it already, it was a matter of what to do when the guys arrived a little later. And you sometimes start to panic when you realize you have nothing to offer them. It's always that feeling when these guys are expecting material as if it comes from the gods, whereas the reality is it comes from Mick and me. When you see the documentary on Exile, it gives an impression of jamming away spontaneously for hours in the bunker until we've got something, until we're ready to go for a take, as if we're trusting to incoming from the ether. That's the way it's been portrayed, and some of it might have happened that way, but ask Mick. He and I would look at each other. What do we give them today? What ammo do we put in today, baby? Because we know everybody's going to go along with this as long as there's a song, there's something to play. We might have occasionally lapsed and decided to overdub something we did yesterday, but basically Mick and I both felt it was our duty to come up with a new song, a new riff, a new idea, or two, preferably. We were prolific. We felt then that it was impossible that we couldn't come up with something every day or every 2 days. That was what we did. And even if it was the bare bones of a riff, it was something to go on. And then while they're trying to get the sound on it, or we're trying to shape the riff, the song would fall into place of its own volition. Once you're on a roll with the first few chords, the first idea of the rhythm, you can figure out other things like doesn't need a bridge in the middle later. It was living on a knife edge as far as that's concerned. There was no preparation. But that's not the point. That's rock and roll. The idea is to make the bare bones of a riff, snap the drums in, and see what happens. And it was the immediacy of it that, in retrospect, made it even more interesting. There was no time for too much reflection, for plowing the field twice. It goes like this, and see what comes out. And this is when you realize that with a good band, you only really need a little sparkle of an idea, and before the evening's over, it will be a beautiful thing. We did dry up. Casino Boogie came out of when Mick and I had just about run ourselves ragged. Mick's looking at me, and I go, I don't know. And it came to my mind, the old Bill Burroughs cut-up method. Let's rip headlines out of newspapers and pages out of a book, and then throw them on the floor and see what comes up. Hey, we're obviously in no mood to write a song in the usual fashion, so let's use somebody else's method. And it worked on Casino Boogie. I'm surprised we haven't used it since, quite honestly. But at that time, it was desperation. One phrase bounces off another, and suddenly it makes sense, even though they're totally disconnected, but they have the same feel about them, which is a fair definition of writing a rock or pop lyric anyway. Grotesque music, $1 million sad, got no tactics, got no time on hand. Left shoe shuffle, right shoe muffle, sinking in the sand. Fade out freedom, steaming heat on, watch that hat in black, finger twitching, got no time on hand. I remember being a little dismayed that Charlie had decided to live 3 hours away. I would have loved to have Charlie around the corner so I could call him and say, "Got an idea, can you pop by?" But the way Charlie wanted to live, and where he wanted to live, was in fact about 130 miles away, in the Vaucluse, above Aix-en-Provence. So he would come down from Monday till Friday. So then I had him there, but I could have used a little more. And Mick was a lot of the time in Paris. The only thing I was afraid of on exile was that, with people living so far away, it would break their concentration. And once I got them there, I wanted them for the duration. I'd never lived on top of the work before, but once I was, I said, "Damn it, the rest of you better get used to it. Fuck it. I'm doing it, and I've committed my house to it. If I can do it, you can all get a little closer." To Charlie, it was an absolute no-no. He has an artistic temperament. It's just uncool for him to live down on the Côte d'Azur in summer. Too much society going on and too much blah, blah. I can understand, totally. Charlie's the kind of guy that would go down in winter when it's horrible and empty. He found where he wanted to live, and it certainly wasn't on the coast. And it certainly wasn't Cannes, Nice, Juan-les-Pins, Cap Ferrat, or Monte Carlo. Charlie cringes from places like that. One sublime example of a song winging in from the ether is Happy. We did that in an afternoon, in only 4 hours, cut and done. At noon, it had never existed. At 4 o'clock, it was on tape. It was no Rolling Stones record. It's got the name on it, but it was actually Jimmy Miller on drums, Bobby Keys on baritone, and that was basically it. And then I overdubbed bass and guitar. We were just waiting for everybody to turn up for the real sessions for the rest of the night, and we thought, we're here. Let's see if we can come up with something. I'd written it that day. We got something going, we were rocking, everything was set up, and so he said, "Well, let's start to work it down, and then we'll probably hit it with the guys later." I decided to go on the 5-string with the slide, and then suddenly, there it was. Just like that. By the time they got there, we had it. Once you have something, you just let it fly. Well, I never kept a dollar past sunset. I always burned a hole in my pants. Never made a school mama happy. Never blew the second chance. Oh no, I need a love to keep me happy. It just came, tripping off the tongue then and there. When you're writing this shit, you've got to put your face in front of the microphone, spit it out. Something will come. I wrote the verses of Happy, but I don't know where they came from. Never got a lift out of Learjet. When I can fly way back home, it was just alliteration. Just trying to set up a story. There has to be some thin plot line. Although, in a lot of my songs, well, you'd be very hard-pressed to find it. But here, you're broke, and it's evening. And you want to go out, but you ain't got shit. I'm busted before I start. I need a love to keep me happy. Because if it's real love, it will be free. Don't have to pay for it. I need a love to keep me happy. Because I've spent the fucking money, and I have none left. And it's night time, and I'm looking to have a good time, but I ain't got shit. So, I need love to keep me happy. Baby, baby, won't you keep me happy? I'd have been happier if more came like Happy. It goes like this. Great songs write themselves. You're just being led by the nose or the ears. The skill is not to interfere with it too much. Ignore intelligence. Ignore everything. Just follow it where it takes you. You really have no say in it, and then suddenly, there it is. Oh, I know how this goes. And you can't believe it because you think that nothing comes like that. You think, where did I steal this from? No, that's original. Well, about as original as I can get. And you realize that songs write themselves. You're just the conveyor. Not to say that I haven't labored. Some of them had us on our knees. Some are about 35 years old, and I've not quite finished them yet. You can write the song, but that's not the whole deal. The thing is, what kind of sound, what tempo, what key, and is everybody really into it? Tumbling Dice took a few days to get right. I remember working on that intro for several afternoons. When you're listening to music, you can tell how much calculation has gone into it and how much is free flow. You can't do the free flow all the time, and it's really a matter of how much calculation and how little you can put into it, rather than the other way round. Well, I've got to tame this beast one way or another, but how to tame it? Gently, or give it a beating? I'll fuck you up. I'll take you twice the speed I wrote you. You have this sort of relationship with the songs. You talk to the fuckers. You ain't finished till you're finished, okay? All that sort of shit. No, you weren't supposed to go there, or sometimes you're apologizing. I'm sorry about that. No, that was certainly not the way to go. Ah, they're funny things. They're babies. But a song should come from the heart. I never had to think about it. I just pick up the guitar or go to the piano and let the stuff come to me. Something would arrive, incoming, and if it didn't, I'd play somebody else's songs. And I've never really had to get to the point of saying, I'm now going to write a song. I've never ever done that. When I first knew I could do it, I wondered if I could do another one. And then I found they were rolling off my fingers like pearls. I never had any difficulty in writing songs. It was a sheer pleasure, and a wonderful gift that I didn't know I had. It amazes me. Sometime in July, Graham Parsons came to Nelcott with Gretchen, his young bride-to-be. He was already working on the songs for his first solo record, GP. I'd been hanging with him for a couple of years by then, and I just had the feeling that this man was about to come out with something remarkable. In fact, he changed the face of country music, and he wasn't around long enough to find out. He recorded his first masterpieces with Emmylou Harris a year later, with Streets of Baltimore, A Song for You, That's All It Took, We'll Sweep Out the Ashes in the Morning. Whenever we were together, we played. We played all the time. We'd write stuff. We'd work together in the afternoons, sing Everly Brothers songs. It's hard to describe how deeply Graham loved his music. It was all he lived for. And not just his own music, but music in general. He'd be like me. Wake up with George Jones, roll over, and wake up again to Mozart. I absorbed so much from Graham. That Bakersfield way of turning melodies and also lyrics different from the sweetness of Nashville. The tradition of Merle Haggard and Buck Owens. The blue-collar lyrics from the immigrant world of the farms and oil wells of California. At least that's where it had its origins in the 50s and 60s. That country influence came through in the Stones. You can hear it in Dead Flowers, Torn and Frayed, Sweet Virginia, and Wild Horses, which we gave to Graham to put on the Flying Burrito Brothers record, Burrito Deluxe, before we put it out ourselves. We had plans, or at least great expectations, Graham and I. You work with somebody that good, and you think, we've got years, man. No rush. Where's the fire? We can put some really good stuff together, and you expect it to evolve. Once we get over the next cold turkey, we'll really come out with some good shit. We thought we had all the time in the world. Mick resented Graham Parsons. It took me a long time to discover that people around me were much more conscious of this than I was. They describe how he made life uncomfortable for Graham, hitting on Gretchen to put pressure on him, making it plain he wasn't welcome. Stanley Booth remembers Mick being like a tarantula around Graham. That I was writing and playing with somebody else seemed to him to be a betrayal, though he could never put it in those terms. And it never occurred to me at the time. I'm just expanding my club. I'm getting around, meeting people. But it didn't stop Mick from sitting around and playing and singing with Graham. That's all you wanted to do around Graham. It would just be song after song after song. Graham and Gretchen left under some bad feeling. Although it must be said that Graham wasn't in great physical shape. I really don't remember the circumstances of his departure clearly. I'd insulated myself against the dramas of the crowded household. I've no doubt, in retrospect, that Mick was very jealous of me having other male friends. And I've no doubt that that was more of a difficulty than women or anything else. It took me a long time to realize that any male friend I had would automatically get the cold shoulder, or at least a suspicious reception, from Mick. Any guys I got close to would tell me, sooner or later, I don't think Mick likes me. Mick and I were very tight friends, and we'd been through a lot, but there is a weird possessiveness about him. It was only a vague aura to me, but other people pointed it out. Mick doesn't want me to have any friends except him. Maybe his exclusivity is bound up with his own siege mentality. Or maybe he thinks he's trying to protect me. What does that arsehole want from Keith? But quite honestly, I can't put my finger on it. People he thought were getting close to me, he would preempt them, or try to, as if they were girlfriends rather than just friends. But back then with Graham, was Mick feeling excluded? It wouldn't have occurred to me at the time. Everybody was moving around, meeting different people, and experiencing things. And I don't know if Mick would even agree with this, but I have the feeling that Mick thought that I belonged to him, and I didn't feel like that at all. It's taken me years to even think about that idea, because I love the man dearly. I'm still his mate, but he makes it very difficult to be his friend. Most guys I know are arseholes. I have some great arsehole friends, but that's not the point. Friendship's got nothing to do with that. It's, can you hang? Can you talk about this without any feeling of distance between you? Friendship is a diminishing of distance between people. That's what friendship is. And to me, it's one of the most important things in the world. Mick doesn't like to trust anybody. I'll trust you until you prove you're not trustworthy. And maybe that's the major difference between us. I can't really think of any other way to put it. I think it's something to do with just being Mick Jagger and the way he's had to deal with being Mick Jagger. He can't stop being Mick Jagger all the time. Maybe it's his mother in him. Bobby Keys was installed in an apartment not far from Nelcott. where one day he caused a disturbance by throwing his furniture out the window in a moment of Texan self-expression. But he was soon tamed into French customs by the beautiful Nathalie Delon. She was staying with Bianca up the road after the wedding. It all seemed very recent to Bobby when I asked him to recall what happened when they got to know each other. I don't know why she was still there. Maybe she was dodging bullets. Mick had a house north of Nice where he and Bianca stayed, and I would ride out on my newly purchased motorcycle to see Natalie. Mick and I went down to get motorcycles at the same time. He got the 500 or 450 or whatever the hell it was, and then I saw the 750, which had 7 cylinders, 4 fucking tailpipes. Give me that 4-pipe one, man. I need 4 tailpipes because I got a French movie star I want to sit back here. We would melt the Côte d'Azur, screaming up and down the Moyen Corniche between Nice and Monaco on that motorcycle, with Natalie and just a little bit of nothing, like a couple of Kleenex. Me with a yard of hard and a keg full of gas. I mean, rock and roll, good God almighty, can it get any better? We'd just take off and drive into the interior, the little French villages, a bottle of wine, a sandwich, while Natalie taught me some French. Those are the things that stay with you your whole life, going on those back country roads in France. It was just such a wonderful match. She was very funny in a quiet sort of way, and also we used to smack each other in the butt with a syringe, just a little touch. It was like being in an adult Disneyland. She was a beauty. She stole my heart. I still love her. How can you not? It should be added that Bobby was married at the time, though not for long, to one of his many wives, and this wife was staying at their apartment while Bobby was out romancing Natalie. Bobby must have broken some marital record by staying out 4 nights in a row while everybody's telling his wife where he was. But the romance came to an abrupt end some months later when Natalie told Bobby it was over and told him never to call or try and get in touch. Bobby's heart was broken. He'd never had such a rejection, with no explanation from someone he'd been so close to. He carried the mystery around for decades, until recently, a journalist who had been close to the case explained to Bobby that it would have been too dangerous for Natalie and Bobby to have walked out publicly. Her son, Anthony, was protected by bodyguards. Natalie, too, had police protection. Nobody was sure who had killed the bodyguard Natalie had slept with. She had since been systematically harassed by his Yugoslav buddies. Bobby remembered that she had mentioned something about the danger, but he hadn't listened. If Natalie had had affection for Bobby, she wouldn't have prolonged their romance, was the explanation Bobby got. When Bobby heard this, he considered it a revelation. He was staying in my house, and when he came down to breakfast the next day, he was feeling good. All grateful now to Natalie for saving his life, and glad she hadn't told him the real circumstances at the time. Otherwise, he would have taken the unwise position of, "Who are these goddamn frog motherfuckers? I'm from Texas. I'll fucking eat 'em for dinner," as he put it, which wouldn't have worked. Bobby lived to blow his heart out on many more brown sugars, though he continued to live dangerously, as will be seen. How was all that music produced? 2 songs a day, written on a heroin habit, on what appeared to be a high energy? For all of its downsides, I'd never recommend it to anybody. Heroin does have its uses. Junk really is a great leveler in many ways. Once you're on that stuff, it doesn't matter what comes your way. You can handle it. It was the business of trying to get the whole Rolling Stones operation into this one house in the south of France. We had a record to cut, knew that if we failed, then the English would have won. And this house, this Bedouin encampment, contained anywhere from 20 to 30 people at a time, which never bothered me, because I have the gift of not being bothered, or because I was focusing, with assistance, on the music. It did bother Anita. It drove her up the wall. She was one of the few people who spoke French and German to the Austrian housekeeper. So she became the bouncer, getting rid of people sleeping under beds and overstaying their welcome. There were tensions, no doubt, and paranoia. I have heard her accounts of her nightmare spell as doorkeeper, and there were, of course, a lot of drugs. There were many people to feed, and one day some holy men in orange robes came to visit and sat at the table with us, and within 2 seconds, diving for the food, they'd cleaned us out, eaten everything. In terms of staff relations, Anita was reduced to going into the kitchen and making throat-cutting gestures. She felt very threatened by the cowboys who surrounded us. Fat Jacques lived round the corner in the cookhouse, which was separated from the main building. One day, we heard this enormous explosion, big, dull thud. We were all sitting around the great dining room, and suddenly, there at the entrance is Jacques, with his hair singed and soot over his face like a comic book illustration. He's blown up the kitchen, left the gas on too long before lighting it. He announces that there is no dinner. It has, literally, he says, gone through the roof. The smack helped my siege mentality. It was my wall against all of that daily stuff, because rather than deal with it, I shut it out to concentrate on what I wanted to do. You could go out and about totally insulated. Without it, in certain cases, you wouldn't have walked into that room at that time to deal with something. With it, you could go in there, brazen it off, and be very smooth, and then go back and get the guitar out and finish what it was you were doing. It made everything possible. Whereas straight, I don't know. There were too many things going on. While you're insulated like this, you live in a world where other people go round with the sun and the moon. They wake up, go to sleep. If you break that cycle, and you've been up for 4, 5 days, your perception of these people who have just got up, who have crashed out, is very distant. You've been working, writing songs, transferring tape to tape, and these people come in and they've been to bed and everything. They've even eaten stuff. Meanwhile, you're sitting at this desk with a guitar and this pen and paper. Where the fuck you been? It got to the point where I'd be thinking, how can I help these poor people who have to sleep every day? For me, there's no such thing as time when I'm into recording. Time changes. I only realize that time's come into it when the people around me are dropping. Otherwise, I go on and on. 9 days was my record. Obviously, eventually, you hit the deck, but that perception of time, Einstein's pretty right. It's all relative. It's not only to the high quality of the drugs I had that I attribute my survival. I was very meticulous about how much I took. I'd never put more in to get a little higher. That's where most people fuck up on drugs. It's the greed involved that never really affected me. People think once they've got this high, if they take some more, they're going to get a little higher. There's no such thing, especially with cocaine. One line of good coke, and you should be popped all night. But no, within 10 minutes, they're going to take another one, and then another one. That's crazy, because you're not going to get any higher. Maybe that's a measure of control, and maybe I'm rare in that respect. Maybe there I have an advantage. I was a taskmaster, especially in those days. I was a maniac for not letting up. If I've got the idea, and if it's right, it has to be put down now. I might lose it in 5 minutes. Sometimes I found it was better if I turned up and appeared pissed off without anybody knowing why. I'd get more out of them. It made them go, wow, he's weird. He's gone a bit eccentric or cantankerous. But at the end of the day, what I was looking for in a track or in a song came to fruition. It was a trick I only pulled if I thought it necessary. Also, it gave me 40 minutes in the John to shoot up while they considered what I'd said. I suppose the schedule was rather strange. It became known as Keith time, which in Bill Wyman's case made him a little cranky. Not that he said anything. At first we were going to start at 2 p.m., but that never happened. So he said we'd start at 6 p.m., which usually meant around 1 a.m. Charlie didn't seem to mind. Bill was particularly sensitive to it. I can understand that. I'd be famous. I'd go down to the John, and I'd be thinking about the song, and I'd take a shot, and 45 minutes later I'm still sitting there trying to work out what I'm doing. I should have said, hey, take some time off, I'm thinking about this. That's what I didn't do. It was rude of me, thoughtless. My saying, I'll just go and put Marlin to bed, was, it appears, the signal for my disappearance for several hours. A story is told by Andy Johns of Mick and Jimmy Miller and him standing at the bottom of the stairs going, who's going to wake him up? I've had enough of this. I'm not fucking going up there. Why don't you do it, Andy? I'm just little Andy. Come on, you guys, I can't be dealing with this. All I can say is, it got worse in the later 70s on tour, when Marlin became the only one permitted to wake me up. But it worked. Somehow. Let Andy, the tireless engineer and the mighty mobile, give a testimonial. We were working on Rocks Off, and everyone else had left. Keith said, play that back for me, Andy. And it was 4 or 5 in the morning, and he went to sleep while the playback was on, and I thought, great, I can get out of here. So I went all the way back to this villa that Keith had been kind enough to rent for me and Jim Price. Just getting asleep, and ring, 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 ring. Where the fuck are you? I've got this great idea. It was a half-hour drive. Oh, sorry, Keith. I'll be right back. So I jumped in the car, went back, and he played this other Telecaster part, which is why the 2-guitar interchange happens on Rocks Off, which is still stunning to me. And he just went right through it in one take. Bang, done. And I'm so glad that it went that way. Then the circus left, and I was there in Nelcott with Anita and Marlin and a few skeleton crew into the late autumn, when the clouds roll in and it gets stormy and grey and the colours change, and then into the winter, which was pretty miserable, especially when you remember the summer. It also became menacing. The Brigade des Stupéfiants, as the drug squad was called, was on our back, gathering evidence, collecting statements from the usual suspects about the admittedly heavy activity at Nelcott, not just mine and the Cowboys, but that of all the other consumers of stupéfiants in the group. They had been snooping and spying, and it wasn't that difficult. In October, we were burgled, and my guitars, a great many of them were stolen. We would have fled, but the French authorities wouldn't let us go. We were told we were officially under investigation on a number of heavy charges, and we'd have to go to a hearing in Nice in front of an investigating magistrate, when all the gossip and accusations from disgruntled or police-pressured informants at Nelcott would be aired. We were in some bad trouble. There was no habeas corpus in France to speak of. The state had total power. We could be locked up for months while the investigations took place, if the judge thought the evidence was strong enough, and maybe if he didn't. And this is where the, at that time, fledgling structure created by our manager, Prince Rupert Lowenstein, came into play. Later on, he would set up a global network of lawyers, of top-ranking legal gunslingers to protect us. For now, he managed to acquire the services of a lawyer called Jean-Michel Pellissier. You couldn't have reached higher. He had been a lawyer for de Gaulle, and he had just been named as cabinet advisor to Prime Minister Jacques Chaban-Delmas, who was his bosom friend. Furthermore, our mouthpiece was also the legal advisor to the mayor of the Antibes region. And if that wasn't enough, the gifted Mr. Michel Pellissier was a friend of the prefect of the region, who was in charge of the police. Nice one, Rupert. The hearing took place in Nice, with Rupert interpreting for us. I remember after it was over, Rupert describing as terrifying the stuff that the police were leveling at us. But it was also very comic. It was, in fact, hilarious. A Peter Sellers French comedy, a movie in which a detective was solemnly and slowly typing while the judge got everything radically wrong. He was convinced that we were running a huge ring of prostitutes, that dope was being bought and sold by sinister people with German accents and this English guitarist. He wants to know whether you know a Mr. Alphonse Gurini or whatever. Never heard of him. Non, il ne le connaît pas. Whoever was grassing us up had had to dress up the information with ludicrous exaggerations and inventions to oblige the gendarmerie. So what came out was nothing but false information. Lowenstein had to point out that no, this was a man trying to buy things, not sell them, and the crooks were trying to work out how they could charge him double or treble the rate. In the meantime, the wheels of Michel Pellissier were turning, so instead of the prospect of being in jail, even for a few years, a real possibility, Anita and I got one of several skin-of-teeth legal agreements that I've received in my time. It was decreed that we should leave French territory until I was allowed back. But I had to keep renting Nelcott as some kind of bond at $2,400 a week. It had reached the papers that the Stones were under investigation for dealing heroin, which began a whole long saga. The cat, as it were, was out of the bag. Aha! A heroin problem in the group, and in the music industry at large. It came with the standard slanders such as Anita peddling heroin to minors. Many witches' tales went into circulation about bad things going on at Nelcott. The story wasn't over in France. We went to L.A., but in our absence, in the middle of December, the police raided Nelcott and found what they were looking for, though it took them a full year to bring charges and a warrant for the arrest of Anita and me. When it came, they found us guilty of drug possession, fined us, and banned us from entering France for 2 years. All those peddling charges had been dropped, and finally I could stop paying the rent on Nell Cott, tearing up $1,000 bills. What we brought to LA from France was only the raw material for Exile, the real bare bones, no overdubs. On almost each song we'd said, we've got to put a chorus on here, we've got to put some chicks in there, we need extra percussion on that. We were already planning ahead without noting it down, so LA was basically to put the flesh on. For 4 or 5 months in LA in early 1972, we mixed and overdubbed Exile on Main Street. I remember sitting in the parking lot of Tower Records or Gold Star Studios, or driving up and down Sunset, listening at precisely the moment when our favorite DJ was teed up to play an unreleased track so that we could judge the mix. How did it sound on radio? Was it a single? We did it with Tumbling Dice, All Down the Line, and many others. Called up a DJ at KRLA and sent him a dub. Fingers burning from the last cut, and we'd just take the car out and listen to it. Wolfman Jack or one of several other DJs in LA would put it on, and we'd have a guy standing over him to take it back again. Exile on Main Street had a slow start. It was the kiss of death to make double albums, according to the law of record companies and their anxieties about pricing and distribution and all that. The fact that we stuck to it, saying, look, that's what it is, that's what we've done here, and if it takes 2 albums, that's what we're going to do, was a bold move, and totally against all business advice. At first, it seemed that they'd been proven right. But then it just kept going and going and getting bigger and bigger, and it always had incredible reviews. And anyway, if you don't make bold moves, you don't get fucking anywhere. You've got to push the limits. We felt we'd been sent down to France to do something, and we'd done it, and they might as well have it all. When that finished, Anita and I lived in Stone Canyon, and I hooked back up with Graham for the last time I saw him. Stone Canyon was nice, but there was still the dope to get. There's a photograph of Graham on his Harley motorcycle, me on the back wearing Biggles glasses, and we're off to score. Hey, Graham, where are we going? Through the cracks of the city. He'd take me to places in L.A. I never knew existed. In fact, a lot of the dealers I remember going to were chicks, female junkies, FJs as they were known in the trade. Once or twice it was a guy, but otherwise, Graham's connections were female. He thought they were cooler than guys as far as dealing dope and being available. Got the shit, but I ain't got a fix. Oh, I know a chick. He had a few bitches living up at the Riot House, the Continental Hyatt House on Sunset. Very popular with bands, cheap, and you could park your bus. And there'd be some very pretty chick, total junkie, who'd lend you her needle. This was before the days of worrying about AIDS. Wasn't around then. This was when Graham met Emmylou Harris, saw her sing for the first time, though it was over a year before he recorded his great duets with her. Mind you, I'll bet it didn't start out as an idea to vocalize. He was a randy son of a bitch. Otherwise, the bad news was the dearth of any high-grade smack anywhere on the West Coast. We were reduced to Mexican shoe scrapings, MSS as we used to call it. This is really street shit, brown. Came over from Mexico. It looked like shoe scrapings, and sometimes it was. And sometimes you'd have to do a test on it. You burn a little in a spoon first, just to see whether it liquefied or not, and smell it. There's a definite smell to it when you burn it. And you didn't mind if the smell you got was the smell of the cut, because old heroin, street heroin, was cut with lactose. But this stuff was thick. Sometimes you could hardly push it through the needle. It was a pretty low life. I never usually let it get to where I'd be left without clean shit. And street dope, that's where I drew the line. I decided to quit. This is not the stuff. This is not where it's at. All it's doing is keeping the motor going. One day, you wake up, and there's been a change of plans. You've got to go somewhere unexpected, and you realize that the first thing you think about is, okay, how do I handle the dope? The first thing on the list isn't your underwear, isn't your guitar. It's, how do I hook up? Do I carry it with me and tempt fate? Or do I have phone numbers where I'm going, where I know that it's definitely there? Around now, with a tour coming up, was the first time it really hit me. I'd reached the end of the rope. I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of nowhere with no stuff. That was the biggest fear. I'd rather clean up before I went on the road. It's bad enough cleaning up by yourself, but the idea of putting the whole tour on the line because I couldn't make it was too much, even for me. My visa had run out for America, so I had to get out of there anyway. It was also time for Anita and me to leave LA. She was pregnant with Angela. It was time to clean up, girl. I don't think Anita was particularly hooked. She didn't need it at the time, and obviously our robust Angela proves there was no serious health risk. Anita would have a hit now and again. It was me that was hooked big time. It was pretty dire. We lived on the edge. But I don't think Anita or I had any doubt that we could pull this off. It was just a matter of doing it. I can't remember any sense of fear or apprehension about quitting. It was just, this is what has to be done, and has to be done now. We couldn't do it in England or France because I couldn't go into either of those countries. So Switzerland became our destination. I loaded well up before we got on the plane because I would go straight in a cold turkey by the time I arrived, with no provisions for supplies in Switzerland. In fact, it was pretty bad. There was confusion when we got there. I don't remember it, but I was taken in an ambulance from the hotel to the clinic. June Shelley, who had looked after all our affairs at Nilcott and was overseeing this episode as well, wrote in her memoir that she thought I was going to die in the ambulance. I looked like it anyway. I have no recollection of that. I was just being pushed around from pillar to post. Get me to the joint, let's cut it out and go through the shit. Dope me up so I can sleep through as much of 72 hours of hell as possible. I was being cleaned up by a Dr. Denver in a clinic in Vevey. He was American. He looked Swiss, close-shaven and rimless glasses, Himmler-esque. He spoke with a Midwestern twang. In actual fact, Dr. Denver's treatment was useless for me. Dodgy little bugger, too. I'd have rather cleaned up with Smitty, Bill Burroughs' nurse, that hairy old matron. But Dr. Denver was the only one that spoke English. There was nothing I could do about it. You have a guy in cold turkey, you've got him where you want him. I can't imagine what other people think cold turkey is like. It is fucking awful. On the scale of things, it's better than having your leg blown off in the trenches. It's better than starving to death. But you don't want to go there. The whole body just sort of turns itself inside out and rejects itself for 3 days. You know in 3 days it's going to calm down. It's going to be the longest 3 days you've spent in your life. And you wonder why you're doing this to yourself when you could be living a perfectly normal, fucking rich rock star life. And there you are, puking and climbing walls. Why do you do that to yourself? I don't know. I still don't know. Your skin crawling, your guts churning. You can't stop your limbs from jerking and moving about. And you're throwing up and shitting at the same time. And shit's coming out your nose and your eyes. And the first time that happens for real, that's when a reasonable man says, I'm hooked. But even that doesn't stop a reasonable man from going back on it. While I was in the clinic, Anita was down the road having our daughter, Angela. Once I came out of the usual trauma, I had a guitar with me, and I wrote Angie in an afternoon, sitting in bed, because I could finally move my fingers and put them in the right place again. And I didn't feel like I had to shit the bed or climb the walls or feel manic anymore. I just went, Angie, Angie. It was not about any particular person. It was a name, like, oh, Diana. I didn't know Angela was going to be called Angela when I wrote Angie. In those days, you didn't know what sex the thing was going to be until it popped out. In fact, Anita named her Dandelion. She was only given the added name Angela because she was born in a Catholic hospital, where they insisted that a proper name be added. As soon as Angela grew up a little bit, she said, never again do you call me Dandy. Chapter 9. We embark on the great tour of 1972. Dr. Bill opens his medicine bag and Hugh Hefner has us to stay. I meet Freddie Sessler. We move to Switzerland, then to Jamaica. Bobby Keys and I get in trouble on the road and are saved by Hawaii's Pineapple King. I buy a house in Jamaica. Anita is jailed there and expelled. Graham Parsons dies, and I am put on the most likely to list. Ronnie Wood joins the band. The Stones' big, ugly 1972 tour started on June 3rd. You can see how a sensitive person like Keith might need medication, but none of this stuff cheered me up. I hoped for better things. The idealism of the 1969 tour had ended in disaster. The cynicism of the 1972 tour included Truman Capote, Terry Southern, would have included William S. Burroughs if the Saturday Review had come up with Bill's Prize, Princess Lee Radswell, and Robert Frank. Featured sideshows on the tour involved a traveling physician, hordes of dealers and groupies, big sex and dope scenes. I could describe for you in intimate detail the public desecrations and orgies I witnessed and participated in on this tour. But once you've seen sufficient fettuccine on flocked velvet, hot urine pooling on deep carpets, and tidal waves of spewing sex organs, they seem to run together, so to speak. Seen one, you've seen 'em all. The variations are trivial. Stanley Booth. Keith, standing in the shadows. I have never been on anything like this. I have been on trips with extraordinary people before, but they were always directed outward. This totally excludes the outside world. To never get out, to never know what city you're in? I cannot get used to it. Robert Frank, photographer and director. Cocksucker Blues. The 72 tour was known by other names. The Cocaine and Tequila Sunrise Tour, or the STP, Stones Touring Party. It was mythologized along the lines of Stanley Booth's list of excesses above. Personally, I never saw anything like this. Stanley must have been exaggerating, or he was a very innocent boy. It was the case, nevertheless, that by this time we couldn't get a reservation in any hotel above a Holiday Inn. It was the beginning of the booking of whole hotel floors, with no one else allowed up, so that some of us, like me, could get privacy and security. It was the only way we could have a degree of certainty that when we decided to party, we could control the situation, or at least get some warning if there was trouble. The whole entourage had exploded in terms of numbers of roadies and technicians, and of hangers-on and groupies. For the first time, we travelled in our own hired plane, with a lapping tongue painted on. We had become a pirate nation, moving on a huge scale under our own flag, with lawyers, clowns, attendants. For the guys running the operation, there was maybe one battered typewriter and hotel or street phones to run a North American tour through 30 cities. A feat of organization on the part of our new tour manager, Peter Rudge, a 4-star general among the anarchists. We never missed a show, though we came near it. The guy that opened for us in almost every city was Stevie Wonder, and he was barely 22. I remember stories about Stevie when we were on tours in Europe with his great band. They'd say, "The motherfucker can see." We walk into a brand new hotel, he picks up his keys, heads straight for the elevator. I found out later that he'd memorized the plan of a Four Seasons hotel. 5 steps up here, 2 steps to the elevator. It was no big deal to him. He only did it to fuck them up. The band was rocking on that tour. Better to hear an impression from another resident writer, Robert Greenfield. There were so many writers on that tour, it had become like a political campaign in terms of coverage. Our old friend Stanley Booth retired, disgusted by the new mob of socialites and famous authors who had diluted the once pure patch, the ballrooms and smelly bordellos, and dressing rooms filled with parasites. But we played on. In Norfolk and Charlotte and Knoxville, the set seems to fly from beginning to end, the musicians completely locked into one another and on time, like a championship team in its finest, most fluid moments. But only people who listen, like Ian Stewart, and the Stones themselves and their supporting musicians, are aware of the magic that's going down. Everyone else is either worrying about logistics or trying to find a way to get off. The traveling physician mentioned by Stanley we'll call Dr. Bill, the Burroughsian ring. His speciality was billed as emergency medicine. Mick, who was getting appropriately nervous about people trying to get at him, there were threats, there were freaks fixated on him. People would walk up and hit him. The angels wanted him dead, wanted a doctor around who could keep him alive if he got shot on stage. Dr. Bill was there, however, primarily for the pussy. And being quite a young, good-looking doctor, he got plenty. He printed these cards, Dr. Bill, as it were, physician of the Rolling Stones. He would scout the audience before we went on and give out 20 or 30 of those cards to the most foxy, beautiful girls, even if they were with a guy. He wrote on the back the name of our hotel and the suite number to call, and even girls with guys would go home and come back. They'd give this to the guard, and Dr. Bill knew that out of the 6 or 7 girls who would come, there were 1 or 2 who he could get by saying he would introduce them to us. He was into getting laid every night, and he also had this case of every kind of substance, Demerol, anything you wanted. He could write scripts in every city. We used to send chicks to his room and take his medicine bag. There would be a line waiting in the room with a waste bag of syringes while he was giving out the Demerol. In Chicago, there was an acute shortage of hotel rooms to add to our problem of unpopularity with booking clerks. There was a hardware convention, a McDonald's convention, a furniture convention. The lobbies were full of name badges. So Hugh Hefner thought it would be a laugh to invite some of us to stay in the Playboy Mansion. I think he regretted it. Hugh Hefner, what a nut. We've worked the lowest pimps to the highest being Hefner, a pimp nonetheless. He threw the place open for the Stones, and we were there for over a week, and it's all plunges in the sauna and the bunnies, and basically it's a whorehouse, which I really don't like. The memory, however, is very, very hazy. I know we did have some fun there. I know we ripped it up. Hefner had been shot at just before our visit, and the place resembled the state house of some Caribbean dictatorship with heavily armed security everywhere. But Bobby and I avoided that, and the tourists who had come to watch us playing in the Playboy Mansion, and retreated into our own entertainment. We had the doc there, and we gave one of the bunnies for him. The deal was, we get free dibs on your bag, and you can have Debbie. I felt the script had been written. Play it to the hilt. Bobby and I played it a little far when we set fire to the bathroom. Well, we didn't. The dope did. Not our fault. Bobby and I were just sitting in the John. Comfortable, nice John. Sitting on the floor, and we've got the doc's bag, and we're just smorgasbording. I wonder what these do. Bong! And at a certain point, talk about hazy or foggy, Bobby says, "It's smoky in here." And I'm looking at Bobby and can't see him. And the drapes are smoldering away. Everything was just about to go off big time, to the point where I can't see him. He's disappeared in this fog. Yes, I guess it is a bit smoky in here. It was a really delayed reaction. And then suddenly, a flurry at the door, and the fire alarms start going. Beep, beep, beep. What's that noise, Bob? I don't know. Should we open the window? Someone shouts through the door, "Are you all right?" "Oh, yeah, we're fucking great, man." So he just turns away, and we don't know exactly what to do. Maybe if we're quiet and walk out and we pay for the reconstruction. And then a little later, there was a thumping on the door. Waiters and guys in black suits bringing buckets of water. They get the door open, and we're sitting on the floor, our pupils very pinned. I said, "We could have done that ourselves. How dare you bust in on our private affair?" Hugh decamped soon after that and moved to L.A. Hefner recorded in his little black book from a memo dated 6/28/72. For your information, the following is a list of damage that resulted from the visit of the Rolling Stones. The white rug in the red and blue room bathroom was burnt and needed to be replaced. The toilet seat was also burnt and had to be replaced. 2 bath mats and 4 towels were also burnt. Red room chair and couch are stained, possibly to the point of needing reupholstering. Red Room bedspread is badly stained. We are hoping it will come out in cleaning. Some of my most outrageous nights, I can only believe, actually happened because of corroborating evidence. No wonder I'm famous for partying. The ultimate party, if it's any good, you can't remember it. You get these brief vignettes of what you did. Oh, you don't remember shooting a gun? Pull up the carpet, look at those holes, man. I feel a bit of shame and embarrassment. You can't remember that? When you got your dick out, swinging from the chandelier, anybody up for grabs, wrap it in a £5 note? Nope, don't remember a thing about it. It's very hard to explain all that excessive partying. You didn't say, okay, we're going to have a party tonight. It just happened. It was a search for oblivion, I suppose, though not intentionally. Being in a band, you're cooped up a lot, and the more famous you get, the more of a prison you find yourself in. The convolutions you go through just to not be you for a few hours. I can improvise when I'm unconscious. This is one of my amazing tricks, apparently. I try and stay in contact with the Keith Richards I know, but I do know there's another one that lurks occasionally about. Some of the best stories about me relate to when I'm not actually there, or at least not consciously so. I'm obviously operating because I've had it corroborated by too many people, but I can reach a point, especially on cocaine after a few days, where I just crack, where I think I'm totally crashed out and asleep, but in actual fact, I'm doing things that are quite outrageous. This is called pushing the envelope, but nobody showed me how big the envelope is. There is a certain point where suddenly everything cuts off because you've been pushing it too far. But it's just too much fun, and you're writing songs, and then there's some bitches, and you go to that rock and roll thing, and loads of friends are coming by and refueling you, and there is a point where the switch does go off, and you still keep moving. It's like another generator kicks in, but the memory and the mind have totally gone. My friend Freddie Sessler would have been a mine of information about this. God rest his soul. Chandeliers do produce one memory, which might be classed as a close shave. I wrote it in a notebook under the heading, A Celestial Shotgun. A lady, nameless, whom I was entertaining, was so grateful she insisted on entertaining me. She stripped naked and leaped up and grasped the huge chandelier, then proceeded to perform some very athletic convolutions as the light beams dazzled around the room. It was very entertaining. Then, with the nimbleness of an acrobat, she let go and landed on the couch beside me. At that moment, the chandelier detached itself from its moorings and shattered on the floor. We both huddled together under a blast of crystal, laughing hysterically as it rained down on us. Then it got even more entertaining. We had some sport with Truman Capote, author of In Cold Blood, one of the group of mixed society friends who had attached themselves to the tour and who included Princess Lee Radziwill, Princess Radish to us, as Truman was just Truby. He was on assignment from some high-paying magazine, so he was ostensibly working. Truby said something bitchy and whiny backstage. He was being an old fart, actually complaining about the noise. It was just some snide, queeny remark, and sometimes I don't give a damn. Other times, it just gets up my nose. This happened after a show, and I was already on cloud 9. Motherfucker needed a lesson. I mean, this snooty New York attitude, you're in Dallas. It got a little raucous. I remember back at the hotel kicking Truman's door. I'd splattered it with ketchup I'd picked up off a trolley. "Come out, you old queen. What you doing round here? You want cold blood? You're on the road now, Truby. Come and say it out here in the corridor." Taken out of context, it sounds like I'm some right sort of Johnny Rotten, but I must have been provoked. What was hilarious was how Truman, for some unknown reason, took a shine to Bobby. Truman was on the Johnny Carson show at the end of his little stint with the Stones, and Johnny asked him, "What do you think about all this rock and roll hoopla and bizarre stuff you've been doing?" "Oh, yes, I've been on the road with the Rolling Stones." And Bobby is watching this on TV, of course. Johnny said, "Well, tell us some of your experiences. Who did you meet?" "Oh, I met this delightful young man from Texas." And Bobby's going, "No, don't do it." And Bobby's phone started ringing immediately from the Texas League of Gentlemen. "Ah, you and Truman, huh?" I remember the gig in Boston on July 19th, 1972, for 2 reasons. The first was the motorcade the Boston police provided to get us to the stadium when their buddies in Rhode Island had wanted to lock us up. We'd landed in Providence from Canada, and while they were searching all the baggage, I was sleeping on the fender of a fire truck, one of those nice, curved, old-fashioned ones with the mudguards. I felt a sudden explosion of heat, a flashbulb right in my face, and I just leaped up and grabbed the camera. Fuck off! Kicked the photographer, and I got arrested. And Mick and Bobby Keys and Marshall Chess demanded to be arrested with me. I've got to give that to Mick. But in Boston that day, the Puerto Ricans got pissed off in their section of town, and they were kicking up shit. And the mayor of Boston was saying, "You let those fuckers go right now, because I've got to deal with this riot, and don't give me a Rolling Stones riot on the same day." And so we were sprung, and these cops escorted us to Boston post-haste, with outriders and civic fanfare. The other big event that day was the knock on my hotel room door that led to my facing Freddie Sessler for the first time. I don't know how he got there, but back then, everybody would come to my room. It doesn't happen anymore. I couldn't stand the pace. But in this case, I wasn't busy at the moment, and he looked intriguing. Jewish to the max, dressed in ridiculous clothes. What a character. "I've got something you'll like," he said. And he pulled out this full ounce with a still unbroken seal of pure Merc cocaine. The real deal. "This is a gift. I love your music. This is the stuff that when you open it, it almost flies out the bottle. Swoosh." And I liked my cocaine off and on up until then. But apart from the cocaine you got from junkies in England, it was street shit. You never knew if it was amphetamine. And from now, once a month, Freddie would deliver a full ounce of pure cocaine. No money changed hands. Freddie never wanted to be labeled as a supplier. He wasn't a dealer you could call up and ask, "Hey, Fred, you got any?" It was beyond that. Freddie and I just hit it off. He was an incredible character. He was 20 years older than me. His history, even by the average experience of any Jew who lived through the Nazi invasion of Poland, was a story of horror and almost miraculous survival. Only 3 of the 54 of his relatives in Poland survived. A story not unlike that of the young Roman Polanski, having to fend for himself and evade the Nazis, who had taken the rest of his relations to the camps. I didn't find out the details of this for a while, but in the meantime, Freddie quickly became a fixture on tour. He took on the role of my second dad for 10 or 15 years after that, probably without realizing it. I recognized something in Freddie almost immediately. He was a pirate and an adventurer and an outsider, though at the same time, one with extraordinarily good contacts. He was incredibly funny, sharp as a razor, with all the experience behind it. He'd made a fortune about 5 times over, blown it each time and made it again. The first one out of pencils. He said, "What gets shorter every time you use it?" He made a fortune out of office supplies. And then he got another idea, flying round New York in a holding pattern for an hour, looking at all the buildings and the lights. Whoever supplies those light bulbs is making a fucking fortune. 2 weeks later, it's him. Very simple ideas. Some others were not so simple or successful. Snake venom for curing multiple sclerosis. He put a lot of money into the doomed amphicar, that amphibious vehicle that was described in one review as the car that may revolutionize drowning. It never quite made it. Dan Aykroyd has one, but who apart from him needs a car that can cross rivers when you've got bridges? Freddie was like a Leonardo of sorts, but running these businesses, forget about it. The minute it worked, he was bored to death and he'd blow it. Of course, Mick didn't take to Freddie, nor did a lot of other people. He was too loose a cannon. Graham probably drove a bigger wedge between Mick and me than Freddie did because that was music. But Mick despised Freddie. He only put up with him because to annoy Freddie would be to annoy me. I think Freddie and Mick did have a couple of good times together, but they were rare. Freddie would do things for Mick and not even let me know, put him in touch with this whore or this bitch. He would grease Mick's path. Mick would get in touch with Freddie when he wanted something, and Freddie would oblige. People would knock Freddie, say he was crude, insulting, vulgar, and why not? You could think anything you wanted of him, but Freddie was one of the best men I ever met. Totally horrible, revolting, absolutely over the top, stupid at times, but solid. I can't think of another bloke that was solid all the way. I was stupid in those days, and over the top too. I dare Freddie to be more outrageous than he really wanted to be, which was my fault. But I knew there was a thing in the man. He didn't care. He didn't give a shit. He thought he died at 15. I'm dead anyway, even if I'm still alive. Everything else from here on is gravy, even if it's shit. Let's make the shit into gravy if we can. And that's the way I took Freddie's basic fuck it attitude. 15 was when he watched his grandfather, the most revered figure in his life, and his uncle being tortured and then shot by 2 Nazi officers in broad daylight in the main square of their town, while he held on to his terrified grandmother. His grandfather was selected for this horrifying punishment because he was the leader of the Jewish community in the area. Then Freddie too was picked up, and that was the last he saw of any member of his family then living in Poland. All were taken off to the camps. Freddie left an autobiographical manuscript dedicated to me, which is embarrassing because the other dedicatee is Jacob Goldstein, the grandfather whom he watched being murdered. The horrors are described, but it's also a fascinating story of survival, very Pasternak in subject matter, and It explains what made this man I came to be so close to. He tells first, for example, of a well-off middle-class Jewish family in Krakow in 1939, going to their summer home outside the town with its stables and barns, smokehouses and mowed lawns, and a gypsy woman comes across the poppy fields and says, "I'll read your fortune, cross my palm with silver," and all of that. And she predicts doom for the entire family, except specifically 3 members, 2 of them absent from Poland, the third being Freddie, who she says will go east to Siberia. The Germans came in September 1939. Freddie was sent to a labor camp in Poland, a hastily organized prison from which he escaped. He spent several weeks running at night and hiding in the frozen forest, stealing from farmhouses, heading eastward to the Russian-occupied sector of Poland. He crossed a frozen river at night with bullets landing around him and ran straight into the arms of the Red Army. These were the days of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, but anything was better than Germans. Freddie was sent to a Siberian gulag, as the fortune teller had predicted. Freddie was 16. The plot of unremitting punishment and desperation is something like Candide, as are the descriptions of the Siberian conditions that Freddie managed to survive. In later life, Freddie would wake up screaming with nightmares about it. He and the few of his Polish fellow prisoners who were still alive were released when Germany invaded Russia. With thousands of released prisoners from other camps, Freddie started out to reach the railhead, a distance of 100 miles or so. Only 300 made it. Freddie joined the Polish army in Tashkent, contracted typhoid, got discharged, and joined the Polish Navy in 1942. His job was watching radar for long hours. The ship's doctor introduced him to pharmaceutical cocaine. After that, things began to get a little better. Fred's brother Sigi, the only other surviving member of his family of 7 children, was in Paris at the Sorbonne when the Germans invaded Poland. He joined the Polish army and later managed to get to England. Freddie joined him in London after the war. Sigi became a famous club owner and restaurateur, co-owner of Les Ambassadeurs, which quickly became a hangout for 4-star generals and Hollywood stars who came to entertain U.S. troops. When he opened Sigi's club in Charles Street, Mayfair in 1950, he'd become personal friends with the likes of Frank Sinatra, Ronald Reagan, and Bing Crosby. It became the hangout of Princess Margaret, the Aga Khan, and the like. So Sigi, and by proxy Freddie, who knew Sinatra and Marilyn Monroe, were very well connected. It served Freddie well on at least 2 occasions I know of. Once, when he was coming through a New York airport, and was arrested for some gear in his briefcase, and they were going to put him away, and somehow they didn't. The whole incident disappeared. And much later, in 1999, on the No Security tour, he was arrested for possession in Las Vegas, taken to the cells, the whole caboodle. Freddie made 1 call. This was witnessed by Jim Callahan, my muscle at the time, and 3 hours later, he had a letter of apology from the mayor's office, and the gear and the money were handed back. When I met Freddie, he had his hair extension center in New York, inspired by his own woven hair attachments. Cocaine and Quaaludes were his favorite drugs, and he had access to the very best of them. a scheme in Miami to treat obesity with appetite suppressants and quaaludes, which turned into the Miami Venom Institute to treat degenerative diseases with snake venom, was closed down by the FDA. Freddie moved it to Jamaica, where he came seriously a cropper with the government. Freddie actually owned drugstores, and he owned doctors, too. He had them strategically positioned across New York, and they would write prescriptions to his drugstores. He bought a stationery business and set up this tired old doctor with a script pad, and during any 1 week, there was $20,000 worth of pharmaceuticals coming in and going out of Freddie's various businesses. He never sold recreational drugs, but he did like to give his friends the same access he had. He liked to relieve them, he said, from getting it on the street. It gave him great satisfaction to contribute to someone's pleasure or to the greater glory of rock and roll. Freddie's costumes were terrible. He would wear cowboy boots with a leisure suit tucked into them. How do you like this? Pretty cool, eh? Silk fucking jacket and little hipster pants with a great big arse sticking out the back. Freddie's sense of fashion was absolutely unbelievable. It was Polish. He would have these girlfriends, and they would deliberately dress him up ridiculously and say, "You look great." A Hawaiian shirt and a brown nudie suit tucked into some cowboy boots, and they'd put a bowler hat on him. But Freddie didn't give a damn. He knew what was going on. He was always trawling for young girls and groupies down in the lobby. Sometimes he disgusted and revolted me. 3 what looked like underage chicks in the room. Freddie, get them out. We're not going there, baby. One time in Chicago, there was a big party in my room, and loads of bimbos, Freddie's groupies. They'd been there for 12 hours, and I was getting sick of it. And I kept telling them to go, and they wouldn't. I wanted to clear the room, and no one would listen to me. Get the fuck out. For 5 minutes, I tried. So boom! I fired a shot through the floor. Ronnie and Chrissy, his first wife, were also there, so I knew that there was nobody down in their room, which is directly below mine. And that cleared the room in a cloud of dust and skirts and bras. What amazed me was after that, I was stuffing the shooter, waiting for security to come up or the cops, and nothing fucking happened. The times guns have gone off in hotel rooms, and never, ever has security or cops or anybody arrived. Not in America, at least. I have to say I was using guns too much, but I was pretty out of it at the time. I gave them up when I got clean. A lot of people didn't like Freddie. Management hated him. This guy's bad for Keith. People like Peter Rudge, the manager, and Bill Carter, the lawyer, saw Freddie as a big risk. But Freddie wasn't just getting high and bent on self-gratification. He had the weird, beautiful vision of, let's be who we are, it doesn't matter. Freddie was part of the 60s thing in a way, and he had that fearlessness. Let's just break the boundaries. Who are we to bow to every goddamn cop, every accepted social correctness? Which has got even worse. Freddie would have hated it now. It was just, scratch the surface, let's see what's underneath these people. And mostly you'd find there's very little substantial conviction behind them. If you just take them on, they crumble. Freddie and I knew what we had to offer each other. Freddie offered me protection. He had a way of filtering people out of the traveling gang. I can understand people seen Freddie Sessler as a threat. First off, he was very close to me, which meant he couldn't be reined in that easily. And that was basically 90% of the barrier. Then, I always heard the stories of how Freddie was ripping me off, scalping tickets and so on. So fucking what? Compared to the spirit and the friendship? Go ahead, pal, scalp as much as you fucking like. Switzerland was my base for the next 4 years or so. I couldn't live in France for legal reasons or in Britain for tax reasons. In 1972, we moved up to Villa, in the hills above Montreux, east of Lake Geneva. A very small and secluded place. You could ski, I did ski, right up to the back door. The place was found for me by Claude Nobbs, a mate of mine who started at Montreux Jazz Festival. I made other connections. Sandro Sursock became a solid friend. He was the godson of the Aga Khan, a lovely bloke. There was another one called Tibor, whose father was connected to the Czechoslovakian embassy. A typical goddamn Slav, randy little bastard. He lives in San Diego now and raises dogs. Sandro and he were friends. They waited around the exit of the local girls' college, and they'd take their pick. They were rolling in it, and we'd all roar around in cars, in my case, an E-Type Jag. I made a statement at that time in an interview that is worth recording here. Up until the mid-1970s, Mick and I were inseparable. We made every decision for the group. We'd get together and kick things around, write all our songs. But once we were split up, I started going my way, which was the downhill road to Dopesville, and Mick ascended to Jetland. We were dealing with a load of problems that built up, being who we were and what the 60s had been. Mick would come and visit me occasionally in Switzerland and talk about economic restructuring. We're sitting around half the time talking about tax lawyers, the intricacies of Dutch tax laws vis-a-vis the English tax law and the French tax law. All of these tax thieves were snapping at our heels. I was trying to wish it away. Mick was a bit more practical on that point. The decisions we make now will affect blah, blah, blah. Mick picked up the slack. I picked up the smack. The cures didn't always stick through the periods off the road when I wasn't working. Anita had cleaned up when she was pregnant, but the minute she had the baby, she was straight back on it. More. At least we could be on the road together with the children when we took off for Jamaica to cut goat's head soup in November 1972. I had first gone to Jamaica for a few days off at a place called Frenchman's Cove in 1969. You could hear the rhythm going round. Free reggae, rock steady, and ska. In that particular area, you're not very close to the population. You're all white guys there, isolated from local culture unless you really want to go out and look for it. I met a few nice guys. I was listening to a lot of Otis Redding at the time, and had guys coming up saying, "That's so fine." I discovered that in Jamaica, they were getting 2 radio stations from the US that could reach that far with a very clear signal. One was out of Nashville, which played country music, obviously, and the other one was from New Orleans, which also had an incredibly powerful beam. And when I came back to Jamaica at the end of 1972, I realized that what they'd been doing was listening to these two stations and stacking them together. Listen to Send Me the Pillow That You Dream On, the reggae version that came out then by the Bleachers. The rhythm section is New Orleans. The voice and song are Nashville. You had basically the rockabilly, the black and the white stuck together in an amazing fashion. The melodies of one with the beat of the other. It was that same mixture of white and black that brought you rock and roll. And I said, well, blimey, I'm halfway there. Jamaica in those days was not the Jamaica it is now. By 1972, the place was blooming. The Wailers were signed to Island Records. Marley was just sprouting his locks. Jimmy Cliff was in the cinemas with The Harder They Come. In St. Anne's Bay, the audiences shot the screen as the titles rolled in a familiar to me surge of rebellious glee. The screen was already perforated, perhaps from spaghetti westerns, which were the rage in those times. Plenty of gunmen in Kingston. The town was rife with an exotic form of energy, a very hot feeling, much of which was coming from the infamous Byron Lee's dynamic sounds. It was built like a fortress, with a white picket fence outside, as it appears in the film. The track, The Harder They Come, was cut by Jimmy Cliff in the same room we used to record some of Goat's Head Soup, with the same engineer, Mikey Chung. A great 4-track studio. They knew where the drums were exactly right, and to prove it, bang, bang, they nailed down the stool. We were all shacked up at the Terra Nova Hotel, which used to be Chris Blackwell's family residence in Kingston. Neither Mick nor I could get visas to the United States at that moment, which partly explains why we were in Jamaica. We went to the American Embassy in Kingston. The ambassador was one of Nixon's boys, and he obviously had his orders, and also he hated our guts. And we were just trying to get a visa. The minute we walked in, we knew that we weren't going to get it. But even so, we had to listen to this guy's stream of venom, people like you. We got a lecture. Mick and I were looking at each other. Have we not heard this before? We discovered later from the visa negotiations that Bill Carter had conducted on our behalf that what they had in the files was very primitive. A few tabloid cuttings, a couple of screaming headlines, a story of us pissing against a wall. The ambassador pretended to go through the papers, talked of heroin, rubbed it all in. Goat's Head Soup, meanwhile, took some cranking up. Despite dynamic sounds and the fervour of the moment, I think Mick and I were a little bit dried up after Exile. And we had just been on the road in the US, and then here comes another album. After Exile, such a beautifully set-up list of songs that all seemed to go together. It was difficult for us to get that tightness again. We hadn't been in the studio for a year, but we had some good ideas. Coming Down Again, Angie, Starfucker, Heartbreaker. I enjoyed making it. Our way of doing things changed while we were recording it, and slowly I became more and more Jamaican, to the point where I didn't leave. There were some downsides. By now, Jimmy Miller's on the stuff too. So is Andy Johns. And I'm watching this happen and I'm, oh, fuck. You're supposed to do as I say, not as I do. I was still on the dope myself, of course. Of coming down again, I said not long ago that I wouldn't have written it without heroin. I don't know if it was about dope. It was just a mournful song. And you look for that melancholy in yourself. I'm obviously looking for great grooves, great riffs, rock and roll. But there's the other side of the coin that still wants to go where As Tears Go By came from. And by then, I'd worked a lot in the country field, especially with Graham Parsons. And that high, lonesome melancholy has a certain pull on the heartstrings. You want to see if you can tug 'em a little harder. Some people think Coming Down Again is about me stealing Anita. But by then, that's all water under the fucking bridge. You get highs and lows. I would have been most of the time very, very up. But when it got low, it got very, very low. I remember joy and happiness and a lot of hard work. But when shit did hit the fan, it always hit it very solidly. You get exhausted. You get busted. For a long stretch, I was either on trial or had a case pending, or we were going through visa problems. That was always the backdrop. It was sheer pleasure to get in the studio and lose yourself. Forget about it for a few hours. You knew when it was over, you were going to be facing some shit one way or another. Once the recording was over, having decided to stay in Jamaica, Anita, Marlon, Angie and I moved to the north coast, to Mamey Bay, between Ocho Rios and St. Anne's Bay. We ran out of dope. Cold turkey in paradise, par for the course. If you're gonna clean up, there are worse places. Still, it was only slightly warmer turkey. Nevertheless, all things must pass, and before long we began to act as human beings again, and then met some of the Rasta brethren of the coast. First, one guy, Chubbs, Richard Williams on the birth certificate. He was one of those full of brass, full-on guys you met on the beach. He was selling coconuts, rum, and anything else he'd get flug off. And he used to take the children out in his boat. As usual, it was, hey man, any chance for some bush? So it started from there. Then I met Derrelin and Byron and Spokesy, who was later killed in a motorcycle accident. They worked the tourists in Mamey Bay and lived mostly in Steer Town. And slowly, they all sort of gravitated around, and we started to talk music. Warren Williamson, Iron Lion Jackie, Vincent Ellis. Neville, Milton Becker, the dreadlock man who still lives in my house in Jamaica. There was Tony, Winston Blackskull Thomas, and Loxley Whitlock. Loxy, who was the leader, so to speak, the boss man. They called him Loxy because he had a severe attack of dreadlocks. Loxley could have been a first-class cricketer. He was a wicked batsman. I had a picture of him somewhere at the crease. He was invited to join the Jamaican top team, but he refused to cut his locks off. The only one who actually made a profession of music was Justin Hines, the king of ska, late lamented. A beautiful singer. Sam Cooke reincarnated. One of his biggest records, called Carry Go, Bring Come, Justin Hines and the Dominoes, was a huge hit in Jamaica in 1963. In the few years before he died in 2005, he recorded albums with his band, the Jamaica All-Stars, and he was still very much one of the brethren of Steertown, a fearsome place just inland into which I never would have ventured. Let's say I wouldn't have been welcome there. Before I knew them, I was eased in gently via Chubbs, and eventually I was allowed to go up to the Covenant, which is what they used to call their movable gathering. Come to the Covenant. You're welcome, brother. I mean, Jesus Christ, I don't know how important this is in their terms, but if I'm asked to go, I'll go. Quite honestly, you couldn't see a thing. The place would be covered in smoke. They used to smoke the chalice, a coconut with a huge earthenware jar on top, and about half a pound of weed in it, and a rubber pipe coming out the end. It was a question of who could smoke more than anybody else. The daring chaps would fill the coconut with white rum like a hubbly-bubbly and smoke it through the rum. You set the earthenware container ablaze, bursting into flames with clouds of smoke. Fire burn, jar wonderful. Who was I to defy local custom? Okay, I'll try and hang in here. This is powerful weed. Funnily enough, I never flaked out. That's why I think I impressed them. I was a smoker for quite a few years before that, but never that amount. It was just like a dare in a way, you know, watch Whitey fall to the floor. And I was telling myself, not gonna go to the floor, not gonna go to the floor. I stood up and stayed with them. Mind you, I fell to the floor later when I got out of there. It seemed the whole population of Steertown was musicians whose music consisted of beautifully reworked hymns chanted by voices and drums. I was in heaven. They used to sing in unison. There was no concept of singing harmonies, and they played no instruments except these drums, a very powerful sound. Just drums and voices. The words and the chants were already a century old or more, old hymns and psalms that they would rewrite to suit their tastes. But the actual melodies were straight out of the church, and many churches in Jamaica use drums as well. They go all night for it. Hypnotic, trance, relentless beat. And they'd keep coming out with more and more songs. Some of them cutting-edge songs, too. The drums belonged to Loxley, with a bass drum that could be so loud it was believed it could kill you, like a massive stun grenade. In fact, there were many witnesses to the story of a cop who unwisely ventured into a house in Steertown, and Loxley looked at him. They were in a small room, and said, "Fire, burn," meaning hit the drum, giving others warning to protect their ears. Then he hit the bass drum, and the cop fell unconscious, was stripped of his uniform, and ordered never to return. Steertown was a Rasta town at that time. Now it's a much bigger junction, but then to go up there, you had to have a pass in a way. It was on a main road from Kingston. It had the crossroads and many shacks and a couple of taverns, but you didn't poke your nose in, because even if you said, "Oh, I know him and I know him," other cats might not know who you were and just slash you up. It was their bastion, and they had no shame with that machete, and they had reason to be fearful. So fearful that they had to make themselves fearsome so that no cops were ever going to walk into Steertown. It wasn't long ago that the cops would ride down the street, and if they saw two Rastas, they'd shoot one and leave the other to drag the body away. These guys stood up in front of fire. I've always admired them for that. Rastafarianism was a religion, but it was a smoker's religion. Their principle was ignore their world, live without society. Of course they didn't or couldn't. Rastafarianism is a forlorn hope, but at the same time, it's such a beautiful forlorn hope. When the grid and the iron and the bars closed in on societies everywhere, and they got tighter and tighter, the Rastafarians loosened themselves from it. These guys just figured out their little way of being spiritual about it, and at the same time not joining in. They would not accept intimidation, even if they had to die, and some of them did. They refused to work within the economic system. They're not going to work for Babylon. They're not going to work for the government. For them, that was being taken into slavery. They just wanted to have their space. If you get into the theology, you can get a little lost. We're the lost tribe of Judah. Okay, anything you say. But why this bunch of black Jamaicans consider themselves to be Jewish is a question. There was a spare tribe that had to be filled, and that one would do. I had the feeling it was like that. And then they found a spare deity in the unreal medieval figure of Haile Selassie, with all his biblical titles. The Lion of Judah, Selassie I. If there was a clap of thunder and lightning, Jah, everybody got up, give thanks and praises. It was a sign that God was working. They knew their Bible back to front. They could quote phrase after phrase of the Old Testament. I loved their fire about it, because whatever the religious ins and outs, they were living on the edge. All they had was their pride. And what they were engaged in was not, in the end, religion. It was one last stand against Babylon. Not all of them hung to the tenets of the Rastafarian law. They were very flexible. They had all these rules that they would gladly break. It was amazing to watch them when they got into arguments amongst themselves over a point of doctrine. There was no parliament or senate or tribunal of elders. Rasta politics, fundamental reasoning, was very like the bar at the House of Commons. in this case with a lot of stoned people and huge amounts of smoke. What really turned me on is there's no you and me. There's just I and I. So you've broken down the difference between who you are and who I am. We could never talk, but I can talk. We are one. Beautiful. That time was when the Rastas were almost at their most serious. Just when I thought I was shacking up with this really weird, unknown sect, Bob Marley and the Wailers happened, and Rastas suddenly became fashionable all over the world. They went global just within that year. Before Bob Marley became a Rastafarian, he was trying to be one of the Temptations. Like anybody else in the music business, he'd had a long career already in rocksteady, ska, etc., but others said, hey, Marley didn't have no fucking locks, you know? He wasn't a Rasta until it became cute. The first time the Wailers went to England, soon after this, I caught them by chance, up in Tottenham Court Road. I thought they were pretty feeble compared to what I'd been hearing in Steertown, but they certainly got their act together real quick. Family Man joined in on the bass, and Bob obviously had all the stuff required. I respond instinctively to kindness, with no side attached. In those days, when I hung in Steertown, I could walk in any door and my every need would be satisfied. I was treated as family and I acted like family. Not acted, I behaved like family, became family. Me sweep the yard, me mash up coconuts, me make chalice for the sacramental smoking. Man, I was more Rasta than they. I'd fallen in with just the right bunch of guys and their old ladies. It was another one of those across-the-tracks things, just being accepted and welcomed into something I didn't even know existed. I also learned some useful Jamaican skills with the ratchet, the working knife used for paring and cutting, but also for fighting or protecting yourself, with a ratchet in your waist, as Derek Crooks of the Slicker sang it in Johnny Too Bad. I've almost always carried a knife, and this one requires a special technique. I've used it to make a point, or to get myself heard. The ratchet has a ring to lock the blade. Just a little pressure, and you can flick it out. You gotta be quick in this game. The way it was explained to me, if you're going to use a blade, the winner is the one who can make a quick horizontal cut across the other's forehead. The blood will fall like a curtain, but you don't really hurt the cat that much. You just put an end to the fight because he can't see. The blade's back in your pocket before anybody knows about it. The big rules of knife fighting are A, do not try it at home, and B, the whole point is never, ever use the blade. It is there to distract your opponent. While he stares at the gleaming steel, you kick his balls to kingdom come. He's all yours. Just a tip. Eventually, they brought the drums down to the house, which was a major break with their sacred conventions, though I didn't realize it at the time. and we began to record there, just on cassettes, and play all night. Naturally, I'd pick up the guitar and stroke away, find out what chords might fit, and they kind of broke their own rules and turned round and said, "Hey man, that's nice." So I wormed my way in. I suggested maybe a harmony here could help, and I crept in with the guitar. They could have told me to fuck off or not. So I left it to them, basically. But when they heard what they were sounding like, coming back on a cassette recorder, they loved it. Loved to hear themselves play back. Damn right you're good. You're fucking unique, motherfuckers. I went down there for years and years after that. We were just recording the room. If I had some tape and we had a machine, we'd put it down, but if not, it didn't matter. If it ran out of tape, it didn't matter. We weren't there to record, we were there to play. I felt like a choir boy. I would just stroke a little bit behind them and hope that I didn't annoy them. One frown, I'd shut up. But I kind of got accepted. And then they told me that I was not actually white. To the Jamaicans, the ones that I know, I'm black. But I've turned white to be their spy, our man up north sort of thing. I take it as a compliment. I'm as white as a lily with a black heart exulting in its secret. My gradual transition from white man to black was not unique. Look at Mez Mesro, a jazz man from the 20s and 30s who made himself a naturalized black man. He wrote Really the Blues, the best book on the subject. It was my mission, in a way, to get these guys recorded. Finally, when we were together around 1975, we schlepped everybody down to Dynamic Studios, but they couldn't handle the studio situation. It wasn't their milieu. You move over here, you go there. The idea of being told what to do for them was incomprehensible. And it was a dismal failure, really. Even though it was a good studio, that's when I realized if you want to record these guys, it's got to be in the front room. It's got to be up at the house where they're all feeling comfortable and they're not thinking about being recorded. We had to wait 20 years for that to happen, to get the take we wanted, which is when they became known as the Wingless Angels. I cleaned up for tours, but in the middle of a long tour, somebody would give me some shit, and then I'd want some more. And I'd say, well, I've got to get some more now, because I need to wait until I have some time off to clean up. I've had some lovely junkie babes on the road, ones that saved my life, got me off the hook here and there. And most of them not low-life bitches. A lot of them very sophisticated, very smart women who were into it themselves. It wasn't like you had to go to the gutters or the whorehouses to find it. You could be at some backstage party and go and visit these society people. And a lot of the shit I've scored is because they offered it. These debutante junkies, bless their hearts. Even then, I could never get being with a woman I didn't genuinely like, even if it was just for a night or two, or just a port in the storm. Sometimes they were taking care of me, sometimes I was taking care of them, and a lot of it had nothing to do with lust. A lot of times I've ended up in bed with a woman and never done anything, just cuddled and slept. And I've loved loads of them. I've always been so impressed that they actually loved me in return. I remember a chick in Houston, my junkie friend, I think on the 72 tour. I'm out, fucked up, and I'm cold turkey. Bumped into her in a bar. She gave me some stuff. For a week, I loved her, and she loved me, and she saw me through a hard time. I'd broken my own rule and gotten strung out. And this sweet girl came to my rescue, moved in with me. I don't know how I found her. Where do angels come from? They know what's what, and they can see through you, cut through the bullshit look in your eyes and say, "You've got to do this. From you, I'll take it. Thank you, sister." Another was in Melbourne, Australia. She had a baby. Sweet, shy, unassuming, she was on the scuppers. The old man had left her with the kid. She could get me pure cocaine, pharmaceutical. And she kept coming to the hotel to deliver, so I went, "Hey, why don't I just move in?" Living in the suburbs of Melbourne for a week with a mother and child was kind of weird. Within 4 or 5 days, I was like a right Australian old man. "Sheila, where's my fucking breakfast?" "Here's your breakfast, darling." It was like I'd been there forever, and it felt great, man. I can do this, just a little semi-detached. I'd take care of the baby. She went to work. I was husband for the week. Changed the baby's diapers. There's somebody in a suburb in Melbourne who doesn't even know I wiped his ass. Then there was the stopover Bobby and I made with 2 girls we picked up in Adelaide. Lovely girls who took care of us very well. These chicks had some acid, and I'm not a big acid head. But we had a couple of days off in Adelaide, and they were fine-looking babes, and they had a little hippie bungalow up in the hills, drapes and candles and incense and sooty oil lamps. So, okay, take me away. We'd been living in hotels, and we'd been on the road forever. And just to be taken out of our context was a huge relief. When we had to leave, because we had to go from Adelaide to Perth, which is the other end of the fucking continent, we said, "Why don't you come with us?" So they did, but we were still all fucking high as kites. We got on the plane, and somewhere halfway to Perth, Bobby and I were in the front seat. Both girls burst out of the john semi-naked. They'd been having it off together, and they came tumbling out, giggling. They were outrageous Australian Sheilas. We were laughing. "Go on, get 'em out." And we heard this collective gasp from the rest of the tube behind us. We figured we were on our own plane. We'd forgotten about the other passengers. And we turned round, and there were 200 shocked faces behind us, Australian businessmen and matrons. Their gasps took the air out of the whole cabin. Some of them started laughing, and some went to see the captain and demanded immediate reprisals. So we were threatened with arrest at Perth Airport. We were all corralled for a bit when we landed. It was a close call, but somehow we talked our way out of it. Bobby and I were saying, what have we got to do with it? We were just sitting in our seats. The two girls explained they were exchanging frocks. I don't know how they got away with it. They came with us to Perth. We did the gig, and then we left on our own plane. A cargo plane, a super Constellation. Leaking oil, no soundproofing, in all your own kit. Bring a mattress or two to lie on. We spent 15 hours from Perth to Sydney. You could raise your voice, it wouldn't matter. It was like being in a World War II bomber without the Benzedrine. And we obviously made the most of it. We knew these chicks a week. This happens on the road a lot. Very fierce relationships form, and then they're gone. It's almost a flash. I was really close to her. I really liked her. I almost remember her name. It's not like I was collecting. I'm not Bill Wyman or Mick Jagger, noting down how many I've had. I'm not talking about shagging here. I've never been able to go to bed with a woman just for sex. I've no interest in that. I want to hug you and kiss you and make you feel good and protect you and get a nice note the next day. Stay in touch. I'd rather jerk off than just have a piece of pussy. I've never paid for it in my life. I've been paid for it, though. Sometimes there's a backhander. I love you too, and here's some smack. Sometimes I get into it just for fun. Can you pull her? Let's see if you can. Try your best line. Usually, I was more interested in chicks who weren't slavering and falling all over me. I'd be hanging out and go, let's try the wife of the banker. I remember once in Australia, I had a room opposite Bill Wyman's, and I found out he had a deal with the doorman because there was something like 2,000 chicks outside the hotel. That one in the pink? No, not that one in the pink. That one in the pink. He had loads of chicks up there that day, and none of them stayed more than 10 minutes. I don't think any of them got much more than the insipid cup of tea that Bill likes, some hot water with a little milk in it, and a dip of a tea bag. It was just too short for anything to happen and get dressed again. None of them emerged disheveled, so to speak. But then it would go down in the book. Had that one. I counted 9 in 4 hours. He wasn't shagging them, so I presume he was auditioning them. You from around here? Bill was just blatantly like that. The weird thing is that, as different as they seem, Bill Wyman and Mick Jagger were actually very similar. That would rankle Mick like a motherfucker, me saying that. But if you saw them together on the road, or read their diaries, they were basically the same. Except Mick's got a bit of class, standing at the front, being the lead singer and la. But if you saw them off stage and what they were doing, how many did you have tonight? They were the same. Different from teeny boppers or the queues of chicks waiting for tea with Bill Wyman were their groupies. I'd like to vindicate them as the fine young ladies they were, who knew what they wanted and knew what to provide. There were a few blatant opportunists, like the plaster casters, who went around trying to get an impression of every rock and roll player's cock. They didn't get mine. I won't go through that. Or the butter queens, rivals to the plaster casters. I've got to admire their moxie, but I don't like professionals who go around predatorily. Had him. It's like a Bill Wyman in reverse, you know. I was never interested in that lot. I would deliberately not fuck them. I'd tell them to get undressed and go, okay, you can leave now, because you knew you were going to be chalked up on scoreboards. But there were lots of groupies out there that were just good old girls who liked to take care of guys. Very mothering in a way. And if things got down to that, okay, maybe go to bed, have a fuck. But it wasn't the main thing with groupies. Groupies were friends, and most of them were not particularly attractive. They were providing a service. You got into town, Cincinnati, Cleveland, and there would be one or two chicks who you knew would come by and make sure that you were okay, take care of you, make sure you ate properly. They banged on the door and you'd look through the little hole and say, "Oh, it's Shirley." The groupies were just extended family, a loosely framed network. And what I really liked was there was no jealousy or possession involved in any of it. In those days, there was a kind of circuit. Play Cincinnati, next you're going to be playing Brownsville, then you're going down to Oklahoma. There was a sort of route, and they'd just pass you on to the next friend down the road. You go in there and ask for help. "Baby, I'm dying out here. I've done 4 shows. I'm croaking." And they were nurses, basically. You could look upon them more like the Red Cross. You know, they'd wash your clothes, they'd bathe you and stuff. And you're going, why are you doing this for a guitar player? There's a million of us out there. Flo, who I've already mentioned, was one of my favorites. Lived in LA, one of a band of black chicks. Flo had another 3 or 4 groupies around her. If I was a bit short of weed or whatever, she would send her crew out. We slept together many times. Never fucked, or very rarely. We just crashed out or stayed up and listened to music. A lot of it was to do with music. I had the best sounds, and they would bring me their local sounds that had just come out. Whether you ended up in bed together, it's immaterial, really. Bobby Keys and I got into further trouble at the end of the Far East tour in early 1973. In fact, Bobby got into such bad trouble he might still be doing time now, but for a deus ex machina of intervention. It was pineapples this time that came to his rescue. We had played Honolulu as the first gig of the tour. Honolulu was the point of exit and re-entry into the United States for this tour, which had taken us to New Zealand and Australia. You had to register musical instruments on the way out of Hawaii and had the list checked on the way back to prove you weren't importing goods. Bobby should tell the story, since he is the main protagonist. Keith and I and the Rolling Stones tour Australia and the Far East, early in 1973. That's back when Dr. Bill used to travel with us, and they were concessions of self-medication for Keith and me to relieve the stress of the road. We're on our way back, and we go through customs in Hawaii. I've got all my saxophones with me, and they want to check the serial numbers to make sure they're the same horns I took out. So the guy's got to turn the horn upside down because the serial numbers are printed upside down. Well, the minute this guy turns the saxophone around, I hear this rattling sound. Oh, God. I know what that is. Boing. Right on the desk, out comes a syringe and sticks in the desk in front of the customs guy. So one thing naturally leads to another. Keith is there with me. We're in the same line. They separate us immediately, take me away, and give me the whole rub down and find these large capsules full of smack and what have you. They're just soaking it up. The booking guy has made his fucking ears quota now. He's just rattling that typewriter. Oh, boy. We nailed a kingfish and his sidekick now, buddy. This is it. Yeah, we got the menu on these boys. And they do. They've just taken our pictures, and we've given them our prints, and they're just having so much fun out there. Hey, 10 years. 10 years. Being the very end of the tour, there wasn't really an entourage at all. Everybody had split. I was allowed one phone call. Meanwhile, they've got me, and they've got nothing. I was traveling clean. They'd gone through me with a fine-tooth comb. I'm presuming that Bobby is now definitely in the clink. There's no way you can have a syringe come flying out and get away with it. I need a phone call because I know Bobby's going to need a lawyer. So I'm going through pains to call Frisco, LA, to get him a mouthpiece. Finally, they let me on the next connection to Frisco. I get in the queue to get on the plane, and who's fucking there ahead of me? But Bobby bloody Keys. What the fuck are you doing here, baby? They just put me through the goddamn grinder. How come you're here before me? Says Bobby. I made a phone call. You made a phone call? Who to? To Mr. Dole. This man, Mr. Dole, was the big pineapple exporter, the pineapple king of Hawaii. You ever opened up a can of Dole pineapples? You know who he is. And he also owned the franchise of a professional football team of the World Football League. And Keith and I somehow had run into his daughter when we played Hawaii on the way to Australia. And she invited us up to the house for an afternoon with her and some of her friends, lovely, lovely ladies, all tanned and rich. Everything was nice and friendly, and phone numbers were exchanged, and we had an enjoyable evening that went on into the night, and I got real friendly with Mr. Dole's pretty daughter, and I'm sure we drank lots of pineapple juice. This was before security. We were let loose on the world on our own then, so all sorts of shit happened. We're here and doling it out at the mansion. And in the morning, Mr. Dole comes in, and there's this sort of embarrassed, "Oh, Daddy?" He sees this bacchanal scene in his lounge with Keith Richards and me, And his daughter says, "Let me introduce you to my new friends." Keith's just out the door like a shadow, but Mr. Dole, instead of calling the dogs and saying, "Eat these people," says, "Very happy to meet you." Daddy is actually gracious. This is uncomfortable as hell because I'm screwing the pineapple princess. Mr. Dole gives me his card, saying, "Well, obviously you're my daughter's friends. If there's ever anything I can do for you if you're passing through Hawaii, give me a call. Here's my private number. Go straight through." So I take Mr. Dole's card, put it in my wallet, and don't think any more about it. Now, on the verge of many years of hard labor in the Texas sun, I have my one phone call, and I don't have any numbers to contact anybody. Nobody from the Stones party knows where the hell we are. Then I find Mr. Dole's card in my wallet, the only card I have and the only number I have. So I call this number, and I amazingly get through to Mr. Dole. And I say, "Mr. Dole, do you remember that scantily clad guy and that half-dead-looking Englishman who were in your living room the other day? Well, this is half of them." "Oh, hello, Bobby. How are you?" I say, "We've had a little problem here. They found this and that, and syringes, and we don't know what to do." And he says, "Where are you? What happened exactly? What flight were you on?" And I tell him, and he says, "Well, I'll see what I can do." And he hangs up. Now, I don't know what's happening to Keith, but I'm scared to death. I thought we were really going to Leavenworth. I was just waiting for the guys to come with the chains and take us away. So I'm sitting back there, partitioned off by this mirror glass from these clowns that have booked us, and all of a sudden, the phone rings at this guy's desk, the one who's been talking all this shit at us, and you can tell just by the change in his posture that something has got him going. He looks back at me, looks back at the phone, hangs the phone up, and he just kind of shakes his head very slowly and tears up the charge sheet. They give the shit back, put us on the plane, and say, "Don't ever do this again." And we fly happily off into the sunset. But it doesn't finish there. We get on the plane, and I'm going, "Fuck, man. Better make some phone calls to get some shit for Frisco when we get there. Know anybody in Frisco? Who do we call?" Now, for some reason, I pull out my wallet. I immediately feel these two unfamiliar bumps under its skin. Unmistakable. In there are 2 00 caps full of smack, which is a damn good whack of pure heroin. The caps came from the chicks in Adelaide, our Sheilas. Customs had been through me like a dose of salts. They'd searched me, they'd been up my arse. If I'd been busted, I would never have got back in the country again. How did they miss 'em? You find that a lot with customs people. If you think you're clean, you are. And I was totally convinced I'd cleaned out my shit. So I immediately went to the bathroom, and suddenly everything went rosy. We'll share one cap now. Snort it because we don't have any needles. That will keep us going, and then we can make phone calls when we get there. Another close shave. The dog that didn't bark in the night. Bobby and I seem to be lucky in combination, especially at airports in those years. Once, going through security in New York, Bob was taking care of the baggage. One bag of mine had to go in the hold. It couldn't go through checks. It had a shooter, my .38 Special, in it, with 500 rounds of ammunition. I used to carry a lot of heat. None of my guns were legal. I'm not allowed to own firearms. I'm a convicted felon. In the hold, it would have been cool as part of the general baggage. And Bobby got it fucking wrong, and I saw the bag with the shooter in it going through the X-ray. Fuck! No! I yelled out, Bob! And everybody that's looking at the machinery turned round and looked at me and took their eyes off the screen. They didn't see it go through. I went straight back to Jamaica, where I left Anita and the children. We stayed in Mamay Bay that spring of 1973. It was already getting a little rough in some ways. Anita was beginning to act in unpredictable ways. She began to suffer from paranoia, and during my absence on tour, began to collect a lot of people who took her hospitality for granted. A bad combination. Even when I was there, we had a pretty rowdy house. Without realizing it, we were shocking the neighborhood. White man with a big house, and everybody knew that Rastas were around there every night, recording, playing music. The neighbors wouldn't have minded over the weekend or something, but not on a Monday or a Tuesday. We were starting to do it every damn night. And also, the pong coming out of that house. These guys were burning weed by the pound in the chalice. The smoke would go for a mile. It didn't suit the neighbors. I learned later that Anita had also sorely pissed a few people off. She had been warned a few times, and she'd been excessively rude to the constabulary or anyone who complained. They were calling her Rude Girl. They called her, more comically, Mussolini, because she spoke Italian. Anita can be rough. I was married to her without being married to her, and she was in trouble. I left for England, and the cops hit the house at night, almost before I'd landed in London. Many cops in plain clothes. There were shots, one of them apparently fired by an Officer Brown when Anita threw a pound of weed past him into the garden. They took Anita, after a lot of struggling, to jail in St. Anne's and left the kids. Marlon was barely 4, and Angela was 1 year old, and Marlon at least watched this. Scary shit. Me, I'm in London finding out what's happened. My immediate reaction was to take the first flight back to Jamaica, but I was persuaded that it was better to put the pressure on from London. If I'd gone there, they'd have probably popped me too. The brothers and sisters had taken the kids and whisked them up to Steertown before the authorities had thought, what are we going to do about these 2 children? And they lived up there while Anita was in jail, and the Rastas took perfect care of them. And that was very important to me. It was a huge relief to know they were safe and protected, safer than if they'd been whipped off to a foster home. Angie and Marlon up there with their playmates, who still remember them, who are now great big guys. Then I could concentrate on springing Anita. There are myths and rumors about Anita in jail, mostly originated by Spanish Tony and his tabloid ghostwriter in Tony's book about me and copied faithfully by other book writers, that Anita was raped in jail, that I had to pay a very large sum of money to spring her, that it was all a conspiracy by the white nabobs of Jamaica, and so on. But none of this happened. The cells in the St. Anne's Slammer weren't nice. There was nothing to sleep on. Anita was barely allowed to wash, and it was crawling with cockroaches, none of which did much to calm the bouts of paranoia and hallucination that she suffered then. And they mocked her. Rude girl, rude girl. But she wasn't raped, and I didn't have to pay a bribe. The bust was simply punishment for ignoring their warnings. All this was explained to the lawyer, Hugh Hart, who came to spring her. He discovered that the police were relieved to be rid of her. They didn't know what to do with her. They hadn't yet charged her with any offense. Hart got her out by promising to get her off the island. So she was driven home to collect the children and then to a plane for London. Anita was not making a lot of the right moves at the right time. At the same time, Anita's Anita. You don't take her on for nothing. I still loved her, and she was the mother of my kids. I don't let go. I have to be kicked out. But Anita and I were starting to be no good together. My Jamaican roots, by contrast with Anita's expulsion, would only get deeper, even though I wasn't able to get back there for a few years. Before Anita's bust, I'd already realized I needed a little more protection, that we were getting exposed on the beach at Mamey Bay. I already loved Jamaica enough to look for a really nice house there. I didn't want any more rent-a-houses, so we went touring with our landlord at the time, Ernie Smart, who showed me Tommy Steele's house tucked away up in the hills above Ocho Rios. Its name was Point of View, and I still own it to this day. This house had a perfect location, sitting on a small cliff looking out over the bay in fairly dense hillside woodland. Its location had been picked with the greatest care by an Italian prisoner of war called Andrea Maffesante, who had been shipped out to Jamaica with a bunch of other Italian POWs. Maffesante was an architect, and while he was a prisoner, he was also looking around for perfect spots to build houses. And he either got them made or he sold his drawings, because many houses there are attributed to him. He was there for 2 or 3 years, studying wind and weather, which is why the house is slightly L-shaped. During the day, you get the breeze off the sea, from the front where you're overlooking the harbor. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the breeze changes and comes down from the mountain. He had it shaped so the cool breeze comes down past the kitchen from the land. A brilliant piece of architecture. I got it for 80 grand. The house was kind of dark with air conditioning machines, which I tore out immediately. Because of Maffesante's design, the house is naturally ventilated. We just put some more fans in, and it's always worked that way since then. I bought it and left it on the vine. It was a very busy period, and also I was on the dope. We toured Europe in September and October 1973, after the release of Goat's Head Soup. The lineup now included, almost permanently until 1977, Billy Preston playing keyboards, usually organ. He'd already had a meteoric career, playing with Little Richard and with the Beatles almost as a fifth member of the band, and writing and churning out his own #1 hits. He was from California, born in Houston, a soul and gospel musician who ended up playing with almost everybody who was good. We now toured with 2 trumpets, 2 saxophones, and 2 keyboards, Billy's organ alongside Nicky Hopkins' piano, as sidemen. Billy produced a different sound for us. If you listen to the records with Billy Preston, like Melody, he fit perfectly. But all the way through a show with Billy, it was like playing with somebody who was going to put his own stamp on everything. He was used to being a star in his own right. There was one time in Glasgow when he was playing so loud he was drowning out the rest of the band. I took him backstage and showed him the blade. "You know what this is, Bill? Dear William, if you don't turn that fucking thing down right now, you're going to feel it. It's not Billy Preston and the Rolling Stones. You are the keyboard player with the Rolling Stones." But most of the time, I never had a problem with it. Certainly, Charlie quite enjoyed the jazz influence, and we did a lot of good stuff together. Billy died of complications brought about by various kinds of overindulgence in 2006. And there was no reason for him to have gone that way. He could have gone up and up. He had all the talent in the world. I think he'd been in the game too long. He started very young, and he was gay at a time when nobody could be openly gay, which added difficulties to his life. Billy could be, most of the time, a bundle of fun, but sometimes he would get on the rag. I had to stop him beating up his boyfriend in an elevator once. "Billy, hold it right there or I'll tear your wig off." He had this ludicrous afro wig. Meanwhile, he looked perfectly good with the Billy Eckstein look underneath. I was taking a pee with Bobby Keys in Innsbruck just after a show. And Bobby usually has a joke or two at these moments, but he's very quiet. And he goes, "I got bad news. GP's dead." It was like a kick to the solar plexus. I looked at him. "Graham? Dead? I thought he was straight. I thought he was on the ups." "Story later," says Bobby. "All I've heard is that he's dead." Oh, my man. You never know quite how it's going to affect you. It never hits you at once. Another goodbye to another good friend. We heard later that Graham was clean when he went overboard. He took a normal-sized dose. Oh, just one. But cold turkey had already wiped out his body's resilience against it, and boom. There's that fatal mistake with junkies. When you've cleaned up, the body's just been through that shock. They think, I'll just use one little hit. But they give themselves the same shot that they were taking the week before, to which they built up a tolerance in amazing proportions, which is why the come down is so heavy. And the body just says, well, fuck it, I give up. If you're going to do things like that, you should try and remember the amount you took the first time you ever took it. Start again. A third less. A pinch. In order to deal with Graham's death, I said, I can't stay in Innsbruck tonight. I'm going to rent a car, and we're going to Munich, and we're going on an impossible task. We're going to look for one woman. Because I knew about her, I'd seen her once or twice, and she fascinated me. I know this is pointless, but we're going into Munich to look for her. Let's go tonight. Let's just forget about it and go do something else. I hate all that crying shit and moping. There's nothing you can do about it. The fucker's dead, and all you do is get mad at him for dying, so you take your mind off it. I'm going to look for one of the most beautiful women in the world. I'll never find her, but that's what we'll go for, a focus, a target. And Bobby and I rented a BMW, this was 1 a.m, and took off. The target was Uschi Obermeier. If there was one thing that could soothe my soul, it was her. She was beautiful. She was quite famous in Germany as a model who had graduated into an icon of the student protest movement that was traumatizing relations between the generations in Germany and threatening to tear the country apart. She was the poster girl of the left. Her picture was everywhere. And she was a mad rock and roll fan, which is how she'd found her way to Mick at first and how I'd met her, very briefly, once. Mick had invited her to come to Stuttgart, and she was looking for him in the hotel. She ran into me instead, and I took her to Mick's door. But I'd seen her picture on posters and in magazines, and there was something about her that got to me. Uschi's boyfriend, a guy called Rainer Langens, had been one of the founders of Commune 1, a public live-in designed to wage war against the nuclear family and the authoritarian state. She'd been co-opted into Commune 1 when she took up with Rainer, but Uschi's other title, of which she was proud, was the Bavarian Barbarian. She had never taken the ideology seriously, openly drinking banned Pepsi-Cola and smoking menthol cigarettes and upsetting other commune dictates. She was photographed naked by Stern magazine rolling joints. She was certainly wholehearted in her desire to outrage the German bourgeoisie. But when the commune world hardened up into two camps, terror groups like Baader-Meinhof on one hand and the Greens on the other, Uschi retired from the fray, at least retired from Rainer, and went back to Munich. Her road is littered with guys who tried to tame her. They tried to tame something that's untamable. She's the best bad girl I know. Anyway, that night we checked into the Bayer Scherhof, where everybody's got a Rembrandt over his bed, a real one. Bob said, "Right, what are we going to do now, Keith?" I said, "Bob, now we're going down to Schwabing and hit the strip, the club circuit. Let's do what Graham would have done if we'd croaked her." I said, "We've got to look for Uschi Obermeier in this city. I've got to have a target. No particular reason. It was the only thing I knew in Munich to aim at. I didn't even know she was in town." So we buffed ourselves up a bit and started to hit the clubs. And things were rocking. But it wasn't what we were looking for. And by about the 5th or 6th club, there's some damn good records being played. So I went up and talked to the DJ, who I happened to know, George the Greek. And on top of that, he happened to know the Obermeier. But even if I find her, what am I going to do? I'm in no condition to put the make on her. There's not much time anyway. So, okay. Well, we've actually found someone who knows her. This is already a miracle. But I'm lost for a plan. George says, I know her address, but she's with her old man. I said, George, let's go round there. And we parked opposite the flat, and I said, George, will you go up and say that KR is looking for her? I was determined to make the full circle with GP dying. And George goes up and knocks on the door, and out she struts, just to the window, and goes, Who are you? Why? I don't know why. A friend of mine's just died, and I'm pretty fucked up. I just want to say hello. You were the target and we found you. We'll leave it at that. Then she came down and gave me a kiss and went back upstairs. But hey, we actually pulled it off. Mission accomplished. The second time I tried to get in touch with Ushi, I got Freddie Sessler to track her down on the phone. He called her agency, and the agent said, I'm not allowed to give those numbers out. And there's Freddie greasing the line, and Freddie could grease like nobody. Freddie was versed in many languages. Ushi and I didn't speak each other's language. When I got a number, and she answered, she said, Hi, Mick. I said, No, it's Keith. She was living in Hamburg at the time, and I sent a car round to drive her to Rotterdam. She basically had to do a runner from her old man. They had a fight. She got in the car and came to Rotterdam. She ripped my hearing out that night in the bed. We were in this Japanese-style hotel in Rotterdam. Next morning, I realized my ear is stuck with my own blood to the pillow, as a result of which I have a permanent malformation of the right earlobe. With Uschi Obermeier, especially at that time, it was lust, pure and simple. And then she grew on me and entered my heart. We draw pictures or use sign language. But even if we couldn't talk to each other, I'd found a friend. As simple as that, really. And I loved her dearly. We dabbled around off and on with each other in the 70s. And then she took off with her new love, boyfriend Dieter Buckhorn, to Afghanistan, and she slipped from my mind and my heart. And then I heard that she died of a miscarriage somewhere in Turkey, which was almost true, but it turned out she was smarter than that. I found out the real story many years later on a beach in Mexico on the most important day of my life. This was a terrible period for casualties. Towards the end of that summer, Gus, my granddad, died. Michael Cooper, my deep mate, committed suicide. A fragile psyche, I'd always seen it as a potential. All the good ones die on you. And where does that leave me? The only answer is to make new friends, but then some of the live ones dropped off the active list. We wore out Jimmy Miller, who slowly succumbed to the dope and ended up carving swastikas into the mixing board while he worked on his swan song album for us, Goat's Head Soup. Andy Johns lasted until late 1973. We were cutting It's Only Rock and Roll in Munich when he got fired for the same reason, hitting the hard stuff too hard. He survived and worked ever after. And then my buddy, Bobby Keys. I couldn't save him from his own rock and roll shipwreck around that same time. Bobby went down in a tub of Dom Perignon. Bobby Keys, so the story goes, is the only man who knows how many bottles of it takes to fill a bath, because that's what he was floating in. This was just before the second-to-last gig on the 73 European tour in Belgium. No sign of Bobby at the band assembly that day, and finally I was asked if I knew where my buddy was. There had been no reply from his hotel room. So I went to his room and said, "Bob, we gotta go, right now. He's got a cigar, bathtub full of champagne, and this French chick in with him." And he said, "Fuck off." So be it. Great image and everything like that, but you might regret it, Bob. The accountant informed Bobby afterwards that he had earned no money at all on the tour as a result of that bathtub. In fact, he owed, and it took me 10 goddamn years or more to get him back in the band, because Mick was implacable, and rightly so. And Mick can be merciless in that way. I couldn't answer for Bobby. All I could do was help him get clean, and I did. As for me, I was now put on the death list by a cheering press, starting with the music papers. A new angle. Not interested so much in the music early in 1973. New Musical Express drew up a top 10 of rock stars most likely to die, and put me at number 1. I'm also the Prince of Darkness, the world's most elegantly wasted man, and so on. These titles that have stuck to me were coined then and were good forever. I often felt wished to death in this period, even by well-meaning people. At first, you were a novelty, but then that's what they thought about rock and roll, even into the 60s. And then they wished you to fuck off. And then when you didn't fuck off, they wished you to death. 10 years I was number 1 on that list. It used to make me laugh. That was the only chart on which I was number 1 for 10 years in a row. I was kind of proud of that position. I don't think anybody's held that position as long as I have. I was really disappointed when I went down the charts. Finally dropping down to number 9. Oh my God, it's over. These necromantics were given a boost by the story that I went to Switzerland to get my blood changed. Perhaps the one thing everybody seems to know about me. Okay for Keith, he can just go and have his blood changed and carry on. It's said to have been some transaction with the devil, deep under the stones of Zurich, face white as parchment, a kind of vampire attack in reverse, and the rosiness returns to his cheeks. But I never changed it. That story comes from the fact that when I was going to Switzerland, to the clinic to clean up, I had to land at Heathrow and change planes. And there's the street of shame following me. "Hey, Keith," I said, "look, shut the fuck up. I'm going to have me blood changed." Boom. That's it. And then off to the plane. After that, it's like it's in the Bible or something. I just said it to fob them off. It's been there ever since. I can't untie the threads of how much I played up to the part that was written for me. I mean, the skull ring and the broken tooth and the coal. Is it half and half? I think In a way, your persona, your image, as it used to be known, it's like a ball and chain. People think I'm still a goddamn junkie. It's 30 years since I gave up the dope. Image is like a long shadow. Even when the sun goes down, you can see it. I think some of it is that there's so much pressure to be that person that you become it, maybe, to a certain point that you can bear. It's impossible not to end up being a parody of what you thought you were. There's something inside me that just wants to excite that thing in other people, because I know it's there in everybody. There's a demon in me, and there's a demon in everybody else. I get a uniquely ridiculous response. The skulls flow in by the truckloads, sent by well-wishers. People love that image. They imagined me. They made me. The folks out there created this folk hero. Bless their hearts. And I'll do the best I can to fulfill their needs. They're wishing me to do things that they can't. They've got to do this job. They've got this life. They're an insurance salesman. But at the same time, inside of them is a raging Keith Richards. When you talk of a folk hero, they've written the script for you, and you'd better fulfill it. And I did my best. It's no exaggeration that I was basically living like an outlaw, and I got into it. I knew that I was on everybody's list. All I had to do was recant, and I'd be all right. But that was something I just couldn't do. The dope and the cops on our back had gotten to a low point. This is going down the tube. But I never felt that I was. I thought, I can handle this. This is the way things are going. This is the way things are thrown at me. All I have to do is get through. I might have all this shit hitting me from this direction, but I know there's a lot of people out there going, go, Keith. In a way, it's an election without a ballot. Who wins? The authorities or the public? And there's me in the middle, or the Stones in the middle. At the time, I suppose sometimes I did wonder, is it just fun for everybody? Keith busted again. Woken up in the fucking early morning with your kids around, and you've only been asleep for 2 hours, if that. I don't mind a polite arrest. It was their manners. They barge in like a SWAT team. It really pissed me off. And you can't do anything about it at the particular time. You've just got to swallow it. You know you're being stitched up. Mr. Richards says you shoved him up against the gates and said, assume the position, and kicked him in the ankles. Oh, no, wouldn't have done that. Mr. Richards is exaggerating. Non-resident in the UK meant in those days that we could spend 3 months or so each year at home. In my case, at Redlands, in my house on Cheney Walk in London. In 1973, that address was under 24-hour surveillance. It wasn't just me. They had their eyes on Mick, too, and busted him a couple of times. Most of that summer, I couldn't go to Redlands. It burned in July when we were there with the children. A mouse ate through the electrical wiring, stripped away the insulation. It was Marlon, age 4, who discovered it, screaming, fire, fire. It was mostly because of Marlon, Angela was too young to notice it, that I had started to feel a little more serious about the endless cop harassment. He would say, "Dad, why are you looking out the window?" And I'd say, "I'm looking for the unmarked car." And he'd go, "Why, Dad?" And I thought, oh, fuck. I can play this game solo, but it's starting to affect my kids. "Why are you so frightened of the policemen, Daddy?" "I ain't frightened of them. I'm just keeping an eye out for them." But every day it would be an automatic thing to see whether they were parked across the street. Basically, you were at war. All I had to do was stop taking the stuff. But I thought, first, let's win the war, then we'll decide. Which was probably a really stupid attitude, but that's the way it was. I wasn't going to bow to these motherfuckers. They busted us soon after we got back from Jamaica in June 1973, when Marshal Chess was staying with us. They found cannabis, heroin, mandrax, and an unauthorized gun. This was perhaps the most famous bust because I faced many, many charges. There were burnt spoons with residue, needles, shooters, marijuana. 25 charges. I also had a brilliant lawyer in the person of Richard Ducan. He was formidable-looking, lean, austere. He had famously defended the publisher of D.H. Lawrence's Lady Chatterley's Lover from prosecution by the government for obscenity. He was, soon after my case, in spite of it perhaps, made chairman of the bar. He told me, "There's nothing we can do about this evidence. You just have to plead guilty, and I'm going to plead mitigation." "Guilty, Your Honor, guilty." Well, you get a bit hoarse after 15. And the judge is getting bored with this because now he's waiting for Ducan's speech. But the police had added at the last moment a 26th charge, a sawn-off shotgun, which was an automatic year in jail. And I suddenly said, "Not guilty, Your Honor." And the wig went, "What?" The judge was ready for lunch. I was already done for. He said, "Why do you say not guilty to this charge?" And I said, "Because if it was sawn off, Your Honor, why is there a sight on the end of the barrel? It was an antique miniature, a kid's shotgun that was made for bird hunting by some nobleman in France in the 1880s. Lovely inlay work and everything like that. But it was not sawn off." And the judge looked at the cops, and I could see the cops' faces drain as they realized they'd gone over the top. They'd tried one too many. It was a beautiful moment for me. You can't get gleeful because you know you've just hit them right in the balls. The judge looks at them with a glare that says, "We had him, you idiots." Then Ducan goes into this amazing Shakespearean speech about artists. And let's face it, the gentleman here is being persecuted. This hardly seems to be necessary, a mere minstrel, etc. And the judge agreed, apparently, because he turned around and said, 10 quid a charge, 250 quid in all. I'll never forget the judge's contempt for the police. He wanted to show them up with this light sentence because it was obvious they were trying to stitch me up. And so to lunch, Ducan and I. After lunch, I headed for the Londonderry Hotel to celebrate. There, unfortunately, the bedroom caught fire. The corridor filled with smoke, and my little family were ushered out, and indeed banned forever, from our favourite hotel. The fire broke out in my room, and Marlon was asleep in my bed, and I leaped through the flames, plucked the boy out, and then waited for the ruckus. It wasn't dangerous and reckless behaviour, as would be assumed by the tabloids. It was faulty wiring in the room. But who would believe that? Ronnie Wood came into the picture in late 1973. We bumped into each other, but we weren't particularly mates. I knew him as a good guitar player with the Faces. I was at Tramps, one of those ongoing clubs at the time, and this blonde came over to me and said, "Hey, I'm Chrissy Wood, Ronnie Wood's old lady." I said, "Oh yeah, nice to meet you. How you doing, girl? How's Ronnie?" And she said, "He's down in Richmond at the house. He's recording there. Do you want to come along?" I said, "I'd like to see Ronnie, so let's go." So I went down with Chrissy to Richmond, to their house called the Wick, and I stayed for weeks. At that time, the Stones had some time off. Mick was mixing vocals on It's Only Rock and Roll, and I kind of felt like playing anyway. When I got there, I saw these top men. Willie Weeks on bass, Andy Newmark on drums, and Ian McLagan, Ronnie's buddy from the Faces, on keyboards. I just started to play along. Ronnie was making his first solo album. I've got my own album to do. A great title, Ronnie. And I walked in on that session, and they gave me a guitar. So that first meeting with Ronnie started over a couple of hot guitars. The next day, Ronnie says, "Let's finish that off." And I say, "Yeah, but I've got to get home, back to Cheney Walk." "No, just bring some clothes down." Ronnie had bought the Wick from the actor John Mills, and he had a studio put downstairs in the basement. It was the first time I'd seen a studio deliberately constructed in somebody's house. And I do advise against living on top of a factory. I know. I did it for exile. But the house was beautiful. The garden sloping down to the river. I had John Mills' almost equally famous actress daughter Haley's bedroom. Not that I used it much, but when I did, I found myself reading a lot of Edgar Allan Poe. Staying down there got me away from the Chelsea surveillance, although they cottoned on eventually. Anita didn't mind. She came down too. There was an extraordinary flow of players and talent concentrated in that time and place, gathered around Woody's record. George Harrison walked in one night. Rod Stewart would pop in occasionally. Mick came and sang on the record, and Mick Taylor played. After not hanging about much on the London rock and roll scene for a couple of years, it was nice to see everybody and not have to move. They'd come to you. It was always jamming. Ronnie and I hit it off straight away. Day in, day out. We had a load of good laughs. He said, "I'm running short of songs," so I knocked up a couple of songs for him. "Sure, the one you need. And we gotta get our shit together." That's when I first heard It's Only Rock and Roll in Ronnie's studio. It's Mick's song, and he cut it with Bowie as a dub. Mick had gotten this idea, and they started to rock on it. It was damn good. "Shit, Mick, what are you doing it with Bowie for? Come on. We've got to steal that motherfucker back." And we did, without too much difficulty. Just the title by itself was so beautifully simple, even if it hadn't been a great song in its own right. I mean, come on. It's only rock and roll, but I like it. Overlapping with Ronnie's record in December 1974, we went to Munich to record Black and Blue, to lay the basic tracks of songs like Fool to Cry and Cherry O Baby, and that was when Mick Taylor dropped his bombshell on us, telling us he was leaving the band and that he had other furrows to plough, which none of us could believe. We were just then planning our US tour of 1975, and he kind of left us in the lurch. Mick could never explain why he left. He doesn't know why. I always asked him, "Why did you leave?" He said, "I don't know." He knew how I felt. I always want to keep a band together. You can leave in a coffin or with dispensations for long service, but otherwise you can't. I can't second-guess the man. It might have had something to do with Rose, his wife, but the proof that he didn't really fit in is that he left. He didn't want to fit in, I don't think. I guess he felt that with his credentials from being with the Stones, he'd be able to write songs, produce, but he didn't do anything. So early in 75, we were looking for guitar players, and we were in Rotterdam laying down more tracks for Black and Blue. It was the time of Hey Negrita, Crazy Mama, Memory Motel, and of the embryonic Start Me Up, the reggae version that we couldn't make work despite 40 or 50 takes. We would be nagging at it again 2 years later, and then 4 years after that. That slow birth of a song whose perfect non-reggae nature we had discovered in one passing take without realizing it, even forgetting we'd done it. But that's for laters. We've been living with Ronnie at the Wick for quite a while, Anita and me and the kids, when I had to go to Rotterdam to record. By this time, we'd discovered policemen in the trees with binoculars in the style of the Carry On comedies, and I wasn't hallucinating. Absurd though it was equally serious. We were being watched now all the time, surrounded, and I'm on my usual dose. So I told Anita, we're going to have to slide out at night. But first I have to call Marshall Chess, who's already in Rotterdam. Marshall was also hooked. We're in this together. We would score together. I said to Marshall, make sure you've got the shit. I'm not moving until I know that you've got it, because what's the point of Rotterdam and working and cold turkey? As I left, he said, yeah, I've got it. It's right here. I've got it in my hand. Okay. But when I get to Rotterdam, Marshall has this sad look on his face. It's cat litter. They sold my litter instead of smack. In those days, you had brown, usually Mexican or South American smack. Brown or beige crystals, which actually looked very much like some cat litter. I was livid. But what's the point of killing the pilot? These fucking Surinamese had sold him cat litter, and we paid top price for it. Instead of being able to zoom along to the studio and start work, we're scrabbling for dope. It makes a man out of you, at least. We spent a nasty couple of days. When you're cold turkey and trying to make a deal at the same time, you're not in a very strong position. The fact that we actually went back to the Surinamese bar is proof of the point. We went down to the depths of the dock area in almost Dickensian place, like an old illustration, shacks and brick buildings. We looked at the guy behind the bar. Marshall thought it sold it to him, and he goes, that famous pose, "Gotcha, sorry," and they're laughing. What you gonna do about it? Forget about it. It's cold turkey, pal. But I didn't say sorry to the Stones. Hey, just warm up, get a sound. Give me another 24 hours. Everybody knows what's what. Until I'm in the right condition, I won't appear. Ronnie wasn't necessarily a shoo-in as our new guitarist, despite our closeness at the time. He was still, for one thing, a member of the Faces. We tried other players before him, Wayne Perkins, Harvey Mandel. Both great players, both of them are on Black and Blue. Ronnie turned up as the last one, and it was really a toss-up. We liked Perkins a lot. He was a lovely player, same style, which wouldn't have ricocheted against what Mick Taylor was doing. Very melodic, very well-played stuff. Then Ronnie said he had problems with the Faces. So it came down to Wayne and Ronnie. Ronnie's an all-rounder. He can play loads of things and different styles, and I've just been playing with him for some weeks, so the chips fell there. It wasn't so much the playing when it came down to it. It came down to the fact that Ronnie was English. Well, it is an English band, although you might not think that now. And we all felt we should retain the nationality of the band at the time. Because when you get on the road and it's, have you heard this one? You've all got the same backgrounds. Because of being London-born, Ronnie and I already had a built-in closeness, a kind of code, and we could be cool together under stress like two squaddies. Ronnie was damn good glue for the band. He was a breath of fresh air. We knew he got his chops. We knew he could play. But a big decider was his incredible enthusiasm and ability to get along with everybody. Mick Taylor was always a bit morose. You'll not see Mick Taylor lying on the floor, holding his stomach, cracking up with laughter for anything, whereas Ronnie would have his legs in the air. If you sit Ronnie down, take his mind off everything else, just concentrate all the bits. He's an incredibly sympathetic player. He can surprise you at times. I enjoy playing with him still, very, very much. We were doing You Got the Silver, and I said, well, I can sing it, but I can't sing and play at the same time. You've got to do my bit. And he got it down so much, it was beautiful. He's a lovely slide player, and he genuinely loves his music. It's innocent, totally pure. There are no angles on it. He knows Beiderbecke, he knows his history, his Brunsey. He's solidly grounded, and he was perfectly adapted to that ancient form of weaving, where you can't tell rhythm from lead guitar, the style I developed with Brian, the old bedrock of the Rolling Stones sound. The division between guitar players, rhythm and lead that we had with Mick Taylor melted away. You have to be intuitively locked to do that, and Ronnie and I are like that. Beast of Burden is a good example of the two of us twinkling felicitously together. So we said, let's get it on. It was going to be temporary, and let's see how it works. So Ronnie came on the 1975 tour of the USA, even though he wasn't officially a member of the band. Ronnie is the most malleable character I've ever met, and a real chameleon. He doesn't really know who he is. It's not insincere. He's just looking for a home. He has a sort of desperation for brotherly love. He needs to belong. He needs a band. Ronnie's a very tight family man. He's had a bit of a rough time. His mum and dad and both of his brothers have died in the past few years. It's tough. You say, hey, Ron, sorry about that. He says, well, what do you expect? Everyone has their time. But Ronnie sometimes doesn't let it out. He holds it in for a long time. Without his mum, Ronnie is sort of lost. Being the youngest in the family, he was Mum's boy. And I know I'm the same way. Ronnie holds it in a lot. He's a tough little sod, fucking gyppo. The last family of water gypsies to come onto dry land. Some fantastic moment of evolution. Though sometimes I don't think Ronnie's shed his fins. Perhaps that's why he's always falling off the wagon. He doesn't like being dry. He wants to get back into the wet. One difference between Ronnie and me is he was an over-the-top man. He had no control whatsoever. I'm a bit of a drinker, let's say. But Ronnie was everything to the max. I can get up and take a drink, but Ronnie's breakfast used to be a White Cloud tequila and water. If you gave him real cocaine, he didn't like it, because what he'd been taking was speed, except he paid cocaine prices for it, and you'd try and drill it into his head. You're not taking coke, you're taking speed. You've just been sold speed at cocaine prices. At the same time, it's not as if he was discouraged from these habits in his new job. There was one memorable initiation of Ronnie just before the USA tour at the end of March 1975. We were rehearsing the band in Montauk, Long Island, and we decided to pay a visit to Freddie Sessler, who was living then in Dobbs Ferry, just up the Hudson River from Manhattan. Freddie dared us to consume an ounce of pharmaceutical there and then. It was basically like ripping 3 pages out of your diary. Freddie's notes enlighten us about this because I remember very little. I was deeply asleep about 5 a.m. when I heard an enormous knock at the front door of my house. With my eyes closed, I managed to open the door. I was immediately greeted and awakened to Keith's sense of humor. "What the fuck are you doing sleeping while we're working our asses off and just drove 100 miles to visit you?" "Okay," I said. "I'm up. Just let me wash my face." And I grabbed an orange juice for myself and handed a bottle of Jack Daniels to Keith. At once he inserted a cassette in the deck of the stereo of some reggae music, at full blast, of course, and it was party time. Within a few moments, I asked Keith and Ronnie if they would care to join in a wake-up toast. I was holding in my hand a 1-ounce bottle of Merc, went into the bedroom, reached for a painting framed in glass, and decided to play a game of my own devising. One of my biggest pleasures has always been the ritual of opening a sealed bottle of cocaine. Just looking, staring at it, breaking the seal, I would get an instant rush, euphoria. It was a bigger pleasure than actually consuming the cocaine itself. As I broke the seal, I emptied on the glass 2/3 of the bottle. Then I prepared 2 equal piles of about 8 grams each for Keith and myself, and about 4 grams for Ronnie. When completed, I said the following to Keith. Keith, I would like to test you. What kind of man you are, knowing very well he would stand up to any challenge. I made 2 lines, grabbed a straw, and with swift action snorted my share of 8 grams. Now, let me see if you can do that. In my entire adult life, I had never, ever seen anyone indulging in a quantity of this magnitude. Keith looked, stared, grabbed the straw, and duplicated my effort with no difficulties. I passed the 4 grams to Ronnie, saying, "You are a junior. That's all you get. Do it." He did it. Pharmaceutical cocaine cannot be compared in any way to cocaine produced in Central or South America. It is pure and does not bring on depression or lethargy. A totally different type of euphoria, one of creativity, exists immediately when it is absorbed by the central nervous system. There are absolutely no withdrawal symptoms. As I passed the line to Ronnie, I was ready to hit the ceiling, an enormous rush. Oh, shit. What a sensation. Absolutely nothing I knew of could compare. As I offered Ronnie his line, those were the last words to come out of my mouth for the next 6 hours. We embarked on a journey to Woodstock. Pure cocaine. Are you going to go for it or not? Then jump in the car and drive. We had no idea where we went. It was kind of like the drive I did with John Lennon. We just went. I've no idea how we got anywhere. Obviously I drove, and very responsibly, never got pulled over. We gassed up, we did everything, but in another head. I had sketchy reports that we stayed overnight in Bearsville with the band, probably with Levon Helm. I don't know if there was any aim in going there. Did we want to go and see somebody? I don't think Bob Dylan was living up there at the time. We made it back to Dobbs Ferry eventually. I had a weird feeling that Billy Preston was there, but he didn't come on the drive. The 1975 tour on which we were about to embark was fueled by Merc cocaine. It was when we initiated the building of hideaways behind the speakers on the stage so that we could have lines between songs. 1 song, 1 bump was the rule between Ronnie and me. Even then, 3 years after the STP tour, it was an extraordinarily ramshackle affair by today's standards. How was it done then? Listen to Mary Beth Medley. She was the tour coordinator. She put the dates together and did the deals with the promoters across the USA. She was 27, working under Peter Rudge. She had no staff. It was done on 3x5 index cards. I tell this to people, and they look at me like I'm talking Swahili. A Rand McNally Highway Mileage Guide, a map of the United States. No fax, no cell phone, no FedEx, no computer. A Rolodex, but nothing other than a regular phone line and a telex to Europe to the office. As to the rock and roll lifestyle, you might have thought we'd have learnt the lessons of caution after the incident in Fordyce. But there was another incident after that, at the end of the tour in August 1975, that's never been related as far as I know. It involves Keith, but it involves everybody. We were in Jacksonville, Florida, and we were going to Hampton, Virginia. And Bill Carter had heard that the plane was going to be searched when we got there. He had these police connections all over the place. We had gone through this scare once in Louisville, Kentucky, where they just came on the plane. And so to avoid that, we collected everyone's contraband, everyone's guns, knives, drugs, anything that could be considered illegal, and packed it in 2 suitcases. And I took a private plane from Jacksonville to Hampton, Virginia, with these 2 suitcases, and drove to the hotel. The plane ride I wasn't worried about. With private planes, you didn't even have to fill out a manifest in those days. I think I went anonymously. The drive was nerve-wracking. I was going 50 miles an hour, just me. And then I got to the hotel. I went into a room, not mine, and put it all out on the bed. And as they came in a couple of hours later, they all picked up their stuff. Annie Leibovitz has a picture somewhere of the treasure that was in those suitcases. Chapter 10, in which Marlon becomes my road companion. Our son, Tara, dies. We move in with John Phillips and family in Chelsea. I get busted in Toronto and charged with trafficking. I give up heroin with the help of a black box and Jack Daniels. The Stones record Some Girls in Paris. I meet Lil Virgilis, who helps me clean up. I'm given probation in 1978 on condition I give a concert for the blind. Anita's boyfriend shoots himself playing Russian roulette, and she and I finally part. There have been so many close shaves. The bust at Fordyce during the 1975 tour was potentially the most lethal. I had used up all my cat lives, no use counting. Closer shaves were to come, busts and stray bullets and cars flying off the road. Some escapes had a measure of luck about them, but there was a darkness in the air, a storm coming. I saw Ushi again. She joined the tour in San Francisco for a week and then disappeared for many years. The Rolling Stones spent some time that autumn in Switzerland, since that was my home, working more on the album Black and Blue. The album, whose promotion featuring a half-naked, bruised and bound woman and led to a call for a boycott of Warner Communications. We worked on songs such as Cherry O Baby, Fool to Cry, and Hot Stuff. In Geneva in March of 1976, Anita gave birth to our third child, a boy we named Tara. He was barely a month old when I left Anita to go on a long European tour that was to run from April until June. I took Marlon with me as my road buddy. He was 7 years old. Anita and I had become two junkies living separate existences, except trying to bring up kids. Most of it was actually not that difficult for me because I was on the road so much, and now Marlon was usually with me. But it was not a pleasant atmosphere. It's very difficult living with your old lady who's also a junkie. In fact, a bigger one than you are. The only thing Anita ever said to me then was, "Has it arrived?" The only important thing in life was the stuff. And she had started to get really far out. A crash in the middle of the night, and she'd have thrown a whole bottle of cranberry juice or wine down the hall of the renter house we just moved into. "Oh, do you need some stuff, darling?" I understood, but it needn't include redecorating the fucking house. By now, she wasn't touring with us or coming to recording sessions. She was more and more isolated. The more the shit hit the fan, the more I kept the boy with me. I'd never had a son before, so it was a great thing to watch him grow up, to say, "I need your help, boy." So Marlon and I became a team. Angela in 1976 was still too young for the road. We took ourselves to the gigs in this great car of mine. Marlon was my navigator. In those days, there were countries. It wasn't just borderless Europe. I gave him a position, a job to do. Here's the map. Tell me when we get to the border. To get from Switzerland to Germany, we went through Austria. So you're talking Swiss border, boom, into Austria, bang. 50 miles through Austria, bang, into Germany. You're talking a lot of borders just to get to Munich. So you had to be very precise, especially in the snow and ice. Marlon was on the case. He would say, 15 clicks from the border, Dad. That was when to pull over, have a shot, and either dump it or resort your shit. Sometimes he'd give me a nudge and say, "Dad, time to pull over. You're falling. You're slipping." He acted beyond his age, necessary when we were being busted. Dad?" "Yeah." He's waking me up, shaking me. "The men in the blue suits are downstairs." It wasn't that often that I was late for a show, and I never missed one. But when I was late, I was spectacularly late. And it was usually a great show anyway. In my experience, crowds don't mind waiting as long as you turn up, you deliver. It was that half-hippie fog, dope fog. In the 70s, showtime was when I woke up. I might have been 3 hours late, but there was no such thing as curfews for shows. If you went to see a show, you would be there for the whole night. Nobody said it would start on time. If I was late, sorry, but it was just the right time for the show. Nobody left. But I didn't push my luck. I kept these late shows to a minimum. Usually, if I was late, it was because I was deeply asleep. I remember Marlon having to wake me up. It became a habit, actually. Jim Callahan and the security knew I had a shooter under the pillow, and they didn't want to wake me up. Half an hour before we were due on stage, they'd send Marlon, shove him into the room. "Dad," Marlon got the hang of it real quick. He knew what to say. "Dad, it really is time," things like that. "That means 2 more hours, doesn't it?" "Dad, I held him off." He was a great minder. I was a bit unpredictable in those days, or they thought I was. I never shot anybody, but there was always that fear that I might wake up in one of those moods and grab the gun, thinking I was being robbed. It's not as if I haven't nurtured that a bit. It comes in handy. I never meant to stick people up, but it was a rough schedule. I had a kid with me on the road, and I was pretty fucked up. Usually, when I got on stage, I just got up. Getting out of bed is one thing, waking up is another. It takes me 3 or 4 hours. Then I've got to put the rig on. The shortest time between getting out of bed and getting on stage was probably one of those where I was supposed to be on stage an hour ago. What am I wearing? Pajamas, Daddy? Okay, quick, where's me fucking pants? Usually I'd crashed out in what I was wearing to play anyway. Half an hour later, it's, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones." It's an interesting wake-up call. Let Marlon tell it. The 76 tour was in Europe, and that's why I went on the tour with them for the whole summer and ended up at the Nebworth concert in August when they played with Zeppelin. They'd asked me to wake Keith up because he did have a bad temper. He didn't like being woken up. So Mick or someone would come to me and say, "We've got to leave in a few hours. Why don't you wake your dad up?" I was the only one capable of doing it without getting my head bitten off. I'd say, "Dad, get up. You've got to get on the road. You've got to leave. You've got to get on the plane." And he'd do it. He was very sweet. We'd go to gigs and then come back. I don't really remember too much backing out, really. We shared a room with 2 beds. I'd wake him up and order breakfast from room service, ice cream for breakfast or cake. And the waitresses would often be very condescending to me. "Oh, poor little boy." And I'd tell them to fuck off. I found that really annoying. And I got wise pretty quick to the hangers-on and people who tried to get to Keith through me. I got very used to getting rid of them too, saying, "Look, I don't want to see you here. Go away." Keith would say, "Oh, I've got to put Marlon to bed," to get rid of people. And to some girls or dodgy types, I'd say, "Fuck off. Dad's asleep. Leave us alone." They wouldn't say anything to a kid, so they would obey. I do remember Mick on that tour was quite sweet. We were in Germany, Hamburg, and Keith was asleep, and Mick invited me to his room. I'd never had a hamburger, and he ordered me one. "You've never had a hamburger, Marlon? You've got to have a hamburger in Hamburg." So we sat there and had dinner. He was very friendly and charming at that time. He really got to Keith, too. He was very nurturing. He took care of him. That stood out. And at that point, Keith was in such a state. Keith would always read me stories. We used to love Tintin and Asterisk, but he couldn't read French, and they were French editions, so he'd make the whole bloody thing up. It was only after years that I realized, when I read a Tintin, that he didn't know what the hell the story was about. He bluffed his way through the whole thing. Given all the smack, nodding out, and that sort of thing, that is quite remarkable. I do recall I only had one pair of shoes and one pair of trousers, and I just wore them to death for the whole tour. They were the bodyguards, Bob Bender and Bob Kowalski, the two Bobs. They were both 6 foot, and they were huge guys, walls, mountains. One was blonde and one was dark-haired, and they were like bookends. I used to play chess with them in the hallway, because that's what they'd do, sit out in the hallway and play chess to pass the time. It was really fun. That whole time it didn't seem traumatic. It seemed like a laugh, going to concerts every night in a different city. I'd be up until 5 in the morning sometimes, go to sleep till 3 in the afternoon. It was all on Keith's routine. I was never even curious about drugs. I found all those people bloody ridiculous. I just found it really silly what they were doing. Anita tells me I did smoke lots of spliffs when I was 4 or so in Jamaica, but I don't believe that at all. That sounds like an Anita story. I found the drugs repulsive, but I did learn to clean it up and not to touch it, not to leave it lying around. If I saw it, I'd put it away. And there was always the occasion where I'd pick up a magazine or a book and lines of blow would be on it and would go all over the place. Keith wouldn't get too mad. At the end of that tour, we had a car crash driving back from Nebworth. That's the one when Keith was arrested. He fell asleep and plowed into a tree. 7 of us were in the car and no one was seriously hurt because, luckily again, that was the Bentley. That car's actually felt quite a bit. Until 5 or 6 years ago, there was still my bloody handprints on the back seat. And on the dashboard, there was still the dent where my nose hit it. I was impressed having a dent in the dashboard, and disappointed when it was repaired. I'm a good driver. I mean, nobody's perfect, right? Somewhere I lost it, fell asleep. I just passed out. We skidded off the road. All I hear is Freddie Sessler in the back going, Jesus fucking Christ! But I managed to get it off the road and into a field, which is, after all, the sensible thing to do. At least we didn't hit anybody. We didn't kill anybody. We didn't even hurt ourselves. Then the cops found acid in my jacket. How did I get out of this one? We just finished a show. The jackets we were wearing were like band jackets, same shape, but different colors. It could have been Mick Jagger's one. It could have been Charlie's that I picked up. It could have been anybody's jacket. That was my defense. I did make some speech along the lines of, this is my life. This is the way we live, and shit happens. You don't live like me. I do what I have to do. If I fuck up, I'm very sorry. I'm just living a peaceful life. Let me get to the next gig. In other words, hey, it's only rock and roll. But tell that to a bunch of Aylesbury plumbers. Maybe he'd charm the jurors, so one report said. It's hard to believe because my attitude was, I need a jury that's at least half full of rock and roll guitar players to have anybody know what the fuck I'm talking about. A jury of my peers would be Jimmy Page, a conglomeration of musicians, guys that have been on the road and know what's what. My peers are not some lady doctor and a couple of plumbers. As far as that's English law, I respect it very much. But do me a favour. And they basically got that. No one, it seems, this time was trying to teach me a lesson, and they let me off with a fine and a slight slap on the wrist. I was in Paris with Marlon on tour when I got the news that our little son, Tara, aged just over 2 months, had been found dead in his cot. I got the phone call as I was getting ready to do the show, and it's a sorry to tell you, which hits you like a gunshot. And no doubt you're going to want to cancel the show. And I thought about it for a few seconds, and I said, of course we're not cancelling. It would be the worst possible thing, because there was nowhere else to go. What am I going to do, drive back to Switzerland and find out what didn't happen? It's happened already. It's done. Or sit there and mope and go bananas and get into, what? Why? I called Anita, of course, and she was in tears, and the details were all confusing. Anita had to stay there and take care of the cremation and all of the argy-bargy from the Swiss coroners before she could come to Paris, and all I could do then was to protect Marlon from it, try not to bounce everything onto him. The only thing that kept me going through that was Marlon and the day-to-day work of taking care of a 7-year-old on the road. I don't have enough time to cry about this. I've got to make sure this kid is all right. Thank God he was there. He was too young to really get the drift on it. The only upside in this respect is at least Marlon and I were away from the immediate grief. I had to go on stage that night. After that, it was ploughing on through the tour with Marlon and keeping that separated. It made Marlon and me tighter, no matter what. I've lost my second son. I ain't gonna lose the first. What happened? Well, I know very little about the circumstances. All I knew about Tara was this beautiful little boy in the cradle. Hey, little bugger, I'll see you when I get back off the road, right? He seemed perfectly robust. He looked like a miniature Marlin. Never knew the son of a bitch, or barely. I changed his nappy twice, I think. It was respiratory failure, cot death. Anita found him in the morning. I wasn't about to ask questions at the time. Only Anita knows. As for me, I should never have left him. I don't think it's her fault. It was just a crib death. But leaving a newborn is something I can't forgive myself for. It's as if I deserted my post. Anita and I, to this day, have never talked about it. I dropped it because I didn't want to open old wounds. If Anita wanted to sit around and talk to me about it, I might, but I couldn't bring it up. It's too painful. Neither of us, I'm sure in her case too, have got over it. Well, you don't get over these things. At the time, it certainly further eroded our relationship, and Anita descended further into fear and paranoia. It's no question that losing a child is the worst thing that can ever happen, which is why I wrote to Eric Clapton when his son died, knowing something of what he was going through. When that happens, you go totally numb for a while. It's only very slowly that the possibilities of your love for the little chap emerge. You can't deal with it all at once. And you can't lose a kid without it coming to haunt you. Everything's supposed to go in its natural order. I've seen my mum and my dad off, and that's the natural order. But seeing a baby off is another thing. It never lets you rest. Now it's a permanent cold space inside me. Just selfishly, if it had to happen, I'm glad it happened then, when he was too young to form a relationship. Now he bangs into me once a week or so. I have a boy missing. Could have been a contender. I wrote in my notebook when I was working on this book. Once in a while, Tara invades me, my son. He would be 30-odd now. Tara lives inside me, but I don't even know where the little bugger is buried, if he's buried at all. That same month that Tara died, I looked at Anita and saw that there was only one place Angela could go while we sorted this out, to my mother. And by the time we could even think about her returning to us, she was ensconced in Dartford with Doris. So I thought, better leave her with Mum. She's got a settled life, no more of this madness for her. She can grow up a normal kid, and she has, and brilliantly. Doris was in her 50s, and she could bring up another kid. Given the chance and the possibility, she took it on. She and Bill did it together. I knew I was going to be busted again and again and again, and what was the point of bringing up a daughter knowing that the cops were at the door? At least I knew there was a shelter for Angela in my mad world. And Angela stayed with Doris for the next 20 years. I kept Marlon with me on the road until the tour ended that August. I packed all my stuff up at the Wick when Ronnie Wood emigrated for tax reasons to America that year, 1976. We couldn't go back to Cheney Walk because of the 24-hour patrols and the, "Oh, hello, Keith." If we stayed there, it was with windows closed and curtains closed, a hermetic existence, a real siege drawn into ourselves. We were just trying to stay alive and stay one step ahead of the law all the time. Always traveling, a phone call in front, "Can you get needles there?" Mundane fucking junky shit. It was a prison of my own making. We lived for a while at the Ritz Hotel in London, until we were forced to flee on account of our room being in need of refurbishment, courtesy of Anita. Marlon began going to school for the first time properly, to Hill House, a school where they wore orange uniforms and seemed to spend much time walking in crocodile lines through the streets of London. The boys of Hill House were a London institution, like the Chelsea pensioners. Marlon, needless to say, found this a profound shock, or what he terms in retrospect, a bloody nightmare. At this moment, John Phillips, of the disbanded Mamas and Papas, was living in London. He and his new wife, the actress Genevieve Waite, and his small child, Tamerlane, had a house in Glebe Place, Chelsea, and we took refuge there for a time. We moved in. There were already plans to work together for Rolling Stones Records to produce John's solo album, with Ronnie, Mick Taylor, and me playing on it. Ahmet Ertegun was funding it from Atlantic Records. Good idea, too, on paper. John was a great guy, really funny and interesting to work with, although he was nuts. He'd written almost all those songs for the Mamas and others that defined a certain period, some with his ex-wife, Michelle Phillips, California Dreamin', Monday, Monday, San Francisco, Be Sure to Wear Flowers in Your Hair. Phillips was amazing. I've never known anybody to be so hooked on dope so quick, and I had something to do with it. The night Ronnie was leaving the Wick, John had called up and said, "I've got a bottle of this stuff called Merc," and he said, "Does anybody have some use for it? I don't do that stuff." I said I would drop by on my way out of Ronnie's. I left the Wick and went straight to John's joint. We were playing and everything, and he'd shown me the bottle. We were there 2 or 3 hours, and I said, "John, can I use your..." "John, I've got to take a hit." So I went in the John, shut up. I mean, I didn't want to pull it in front of the family or anything like that. And when I came out, John said, "What was that you were doing?" "Oh, John, it's called smack." And I did the thing I never, or very rarely, did. I think it was the only time. You don't turn other people on. You keep it to yourself. He'd just given me this cocaine, and I felt, well, you want to know what I'm doing? Here we go. So I shot him up, just in the muscle. I always felt responsible for John because I turned him on to smack. Within a week, he's got a pharmacy under control, and he's become a dealer. I've never seen a guy become a junkie that quick. Usually it takes months, sometimes years, for a guy to get hooked. But John, 10 days later, he's running the show. It changed his life. He moved back to New York, and so did I the following year, when even greater madness took place, but more of that later. The music we played together with Mick and others was released after John's death in 2001, with the title Pay, Pack, and Follow. Anita, Marlon, and I moved around. We stayed in Blake's Hotel. We didn't last long there either, so we moved into a rented house in Old Church Street in Chelsea, recently vacated by Donald Sutherland. It was here in this house where Anita really lost it with me. She had become delusional, very paranoid. It was one of her darkest periods, and it developed with the dope. Wherever she went, she was convinced that someone had left a stash before doing a runner. She'd take the whole place apart looking for it. The bathroom at the Ritz, sofas, wallpaper, paneling. I remember once I took her in the car and told her to concentrate on the number plates, something mundane to try and calm her, connect her to reality. We made a pact, at her request, that I would never take her to the nut house. I like a high-spirited woman, and with Anita, you knew you were taking on a Valkyrie, she who decides, who dies in battle. But she went right off the rails, became lethal. Anita had rage whether there was dope or not, but if there was no dope, she'd go crazy. Marlon and I used to live in fear of her sometimes, of what she would do to herself, let alone to us. I used to take him downstairs to the kitchen and we'd hunker down and say, wait for Mum to get over it. She was slinging shit about, which might have hit the kid. You'd come back to the house and the walls were covered in blood or wine. You didn't know what was going to happen next. We would be there just hoping that she'd stay asleep and not wake up in one of her screaming fits, raging at the top of the stairs like Betty Davis, throwing glass objects at you. She was a tough bitch. No, there wasn't a lot of fun for a while with Anita in the middle 70s. She became unbearable. She was a real bitch to me, a bitch to Marlon. She was a bitch to herself. And she knows it, and I'm saying it here in this audiobook. Basically, I was looking at how the hell do I get out of there without screwing it up with the kids. I loved her dearly. I don't get that involved with women if I don't love them dearly. I always feel it's my failure if it doesn't work, if I can't pull it together and make it all right. But with Anita, I couldn't make it right. She was unstoppably self-destructive. She was like Hitler. She wanted to take everything down with her. I tried to clean up loads of times, but not Anita. She would go the other way. Any suggestion of it, and she'd go into rebellion mode, and if anything, take more. Domestic duties at this point were not something she took on gladly. I said, what the fuck am I doing? Okay, she's the mother of my children. Swallow it. I love the woman. I'll do anything. She's got a problem. I'll take over. I'll help out. Unscrupulous is not a bad word for her. I don't mind flinging it in her face right now, and she knows it. It's up to her to live with. I just did what I had to do. Anita will still have to wonder how the hell she screwed up. I'd still be with her right now. I'm never one to change, especially with the kids. Anita and I can now sit around at Christmas time with our grandchildren and give each other a bemused smile. Hey, you silly old cow, how you doing? Anita's in good shape. She's become a benign spirit. She's a marvelous granny. She's survived. But things could have been better, baby. I sealed myself off much of the time from Anita, or she didn't care to join us in the studio at the top of the house. She spent most of her time in the Donald Sutherland Memorial bedroom, which had massive chains hanging from the wall, purely decorative, but giving an overall S&M feel to the room. The regulars came by, Stash, Robert Fraser. I was seeing a lot of the Monty Python people at the time, particularly Eric Idle used to come up and hang. It was in this Church Street period that I achieved my longest feat of Merck-assisted wakefulness, a 9-day epic of no sleep. I was still going on the 9th day. I may have had a couple of snoozes, but no more than 20 minutes. I was busy doing my sounds, transferring this to that, making notes, writing songs, and I become manic, basically a hermit. But over the 9 days, lots of people came to visit the cave. Everybody I knew in London at the time dropped by day, but to me, it was just one long day. They'd been doing other things, whatever they had to do. They'd slept and brushed their teeth and shit, and I'm up there, writing songs, reorganizing my sounds, and making double copies of everything. This was all on cassette in those days. And then I would get into artistically decorating the labels. The reggae one had a beautiful Lion of Judah. It was into the 9th day, and I was still, as far as I was concerned, in fine form. I remember I was going to copy one cassette onto another. I got it all down, noted which track, boom, pushed play. I turned around and fell asleep on my feet for 0.3 of a second. Then I fell forward and hit the JBL speaker, which woke me up. But worse than that, I couldn't see a thing. It was just a curtain of blood. There were 3 steps. I still remember them now. And I managed to miss every one. And I rolled over and fell asleep on the floor. I woke up with an encrusted face maybe a day later. 8 full days. And on the 9th day, he fell. The band was waiting for me in Toronto early in 1977. I put off going for many days. They sent me telegrams. Where are you? We had a gig at the El Macumbo, which would provide more tracks for our Love You Live album. We needed some days of rehearsal. I couldn't, apparently, extract myself from the rituals of Old Church Street, and I had to get Anita on the road too, which was just as difficult. But finally, we flew there on February 24th. The gigs, 2 nights at the club, were scheduled for 10 days later. I took a hit on the airplane, and somehow the spoon ended up in Anita's pocket. They found nothing on me at the airport, but they found the spoon on Anita and busted her. Then they bided their time. They went a great effort to prepare the big bust of me in the Harbour Castle Hotel, knowing that they'd find something. Just follow the junkies. They had intercepted a package of stuff I'd sent ahead. Alan Dunn, the longest-serving Stones man, logistics and transport supremo, discovered later that the regular personnel who worked in the hotel suddenly found themselves working alongside many extra people who had been hired mostly as telephone and television engineers. The police were setting it up. Massive resources against one guitar player. The hotel manager would have known, but of course nobody tipped us off. To save money, Peter Rudge, the tour manager, had taken any personnel off the floor, so the police came straight to the room. Marlin would not normally have let in any policemen, but they were dressed as waiters. They couldn't wake me up. By law, you have to be conscious to be arrested. It took them 45 minutes. I'd been up for 5 days, and I'd had a heavy-duty shot, and I was out. This was my last rehearsal day, and I'd been asleep for about 2 hours. My memory of it is waking up and them going slap, slap. 2 Mounties dragging me about the room, slapping me, trying to get me conscious. Bang, 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 bang. Who are you? What's your name? Do you know where you are, and do you know why we're here? My name's Keith Richards, and I'm in the Harbour Hotel. What you're doing here, I have no idea. Meanwhile, they'd found my stash, and it was about an ounce. Quite a lot. No more than a man needs. I mean, it wouldn't feed the city. But obviously, they knew their shit, like I knew my shit. And it was clearly not that Canada smack. It had come from England. I'd put it in the flight case. So they arrest me, take me to this Mountie police station, and it's really not my time of day. They put me through the books and everything, and because of the amount they found, they decided to charge me with trafficking, which is an automatic jail sentence for a very long time in Canada. I said, okay, fine, give me $1 gram back. Oh, we can't do that. I said, so what are you going to do now? You know I need it, and that I'm going to have to get it. What are you going to do? Follow me and bust me again? Is that your game? How are you going to play this? Give me some back till I figure this out. Oh, no, no. And that was when Bill Wyman came through. Bill was the first one to come around and say, is there anything I can do? And I said, Quite honestly, I'm out of shit, and I need some shit. And of course, that's not Bill's area, but he said, I'll see what I can do. And he found somebody. We'd been working at the El Macumba Club, so we had local connections. Bill came through and got some shit to get me off the hook, over the hill. And that was a big risk for Bill, considering the attention I was getting. That was about the closest emotional thing that I can remember with Bill. The Mounties never did try to bust me again. I was quoted as saying, "What is on trial is the same thing that's always been on trial. Dear old them and us. I find this all a bit weary. I've done my stint in the fucking dock. Why don't they pick on the Sex Pistols?" Yet again, someone was seriously after my ass, and the situation was further complicated by Margaret Trudeau, the wife of Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, moving into the hotel as a Stones appendage, offering a double big tabloid story. The Prime Minister's young wife with the Stones, and you throw in drugs, you're looking at a 3-month run. In the end, it may have played in my favor, but at the time, it was the worst combination of circumstances. Margaret Trudeau was 22, and Trudeau was 51 when they got married. It was a bit like Sinatra, Mia Farrow, the power and the flower child. And now Trudeau's bride, and this was exactly their 6th wedding anniversary, was seen walking in our corridors in a bathrobe. So then, the story was that she had left him. She had, in fact, moved into the room next to Ronnie, and they were hitting it off really well. Or as Ronnie put it so nicely in his memoirs, we shared something special for that short time. She flew to New York to escape the publicity, but Mick flew to New York as well, so it was assumed they too were an item. Worse and worse. She was a groupie. That's all she was. Pure and simple. Nothing wrong with that. But you shouldn't be a Prime Minister's wife if you want to be a groupie. I'm out on a bond of many dollars, but they took my passport, and I'm released only to the hotel, so I'm trapped. And I'm still waiting to see if they're going to jail me. They're shooting fish in a barrel. At another hearing, they added a charge of cocaine possession and revoked bail, but we got off that on a technicality. I would have loved to have dared them to put me in jail. It was all bullshit. They didn't have the balls. They weren't feeling confident. The rest of the band left Canada out of caution, and quite wisely so. I was the first one to say, "You fuckers get out of here. They're only going to involve you. Let me take the heat. It's my heat." It was quite likely that jail time was on the cards. I was facing a probable 2 years, according to my lawyers. It was Stu who suggested that I should use the waiting time to put down some tracks of my own. Put something down to remember the man by. He hired a studio, beautiful piano, and a microphone. The result has been doing the circuit for a while. KR's Toronto bootleg. We just did all the country songs. Nothing different from what I do any other night. But there was a certain poignancy about it because at that moment, things looked a bit grim. I played the George Jones, Hoagie Carmichael, Fats Domino songs I'd played with Gran. Merle Haggard's Sing Me Back Home is pretty poignant anyway. The warden is taking the prisoner down the hall to his execution. Sing me back home with a song I used to hear. Sing me back home before I die. Once again, it was Bill Carter who came to my rescue. Carter's problem was that in 1975, he had assured the visa-issuing authorities that there were no problems with drugs. Now, I'm busted in Toronto for drug trafficking. Carter had flown straight to Washington, not to visit his friends in the State Department or Immigration, who had told him that I would never be allowed into America again, to the White House. First, he had assured the Canadian court when he posted my bond that I had a medical problem and that I needed to be cured of my heroin addiction. He made the same case to his contacts in the White House, where Jimmy Carter was president, using all the political muscle he could work, talking to one counsel there who is Carter's drug policy man, fortunately charged at the time with finding solutions more effective than punishment. He told them that his client had fallen off the wagon, had a medical problem. Bill was asking their mercy to grant me a special visa to come to the United States. Why the United States and not Borneo? Well, there was only one woman who could cure me, and she was called Meg Patterson, and she did a black box cure with electric vibrations. She was in Hong Kong and needed a sponsor doctor in the United States. These were the lengths Bill Carter went to, and it worked. Miraculously, his White House contacts instructed immigration to grant me a visa, and he got permission from the Canadian court for me to fly to the United States. We were allowed to rent a house in Philadelphia, where Meg Patterson would treat me every day for 3 weeks. From there, after her prescribed cure, we moved to Cherry Hill, New Jersey. I was not allowed to move outside a 25-mile radius from Philadelphia, which included Cherry Hill. A deal worked out between the doctors and lawyers and the immigration department. This wasn't so great for Marlon, however. They let him in to clean up, which is when we went to New Jersey. And I lived with this doctor's family, this very religious family. That was actually the most traumatic thing, moving from this hotel with all the stones and everyone into this house in New Jersey with a right-wing Christian-American family, a white picket fence and skateboards. And I started going to an American school where you had to say prayers every day. That was really shocking. And I would go and visit Keith and Anita, who were down the road, every few days. I couldn't wait to get out of there. I was a right brat, I think. This family thought I was wild. I had long hair. I didn't wear shoes. I barely ever wore clothes. I used the worst language you can imagine for a 7-year-old, and I think they were just very pitying of me. Well, it was a bit pathetic. I didn't like that family at all. They were trying to turn me into a good little American boy, and I'd never been to America. I still thought America was full of bloody Indians. Loads of buffalo wandering around. And suddenly, I was in New Jersey. I thought, oh my God, I'm going to be scalped if I go outside. Although I was getting clean under Meg Patterson's care, a cure imposed by the authorities lacks conviction in the heart. Meg's method was supposed to be the painless way out. Electrodes attached to your ear released endorphins, which theoretically cancelled the pain. Meg also believed in alcohol, in my case, Jack Daniels, which is a strong brew, as a substitute, a diversion, let's say. So I drank heartily under Meg's maternal guidance. I was quite interested in Patterson's method. It did certainly help, but it was still no fun. After it was finished, in a matter of 2 weeks or so, immigration announced that they'd have to monitor me for another month. I'm clean, all right, and I'm getting antsy and restless, stuck in this nice suburb. I felt like I was in jail, and I just got sick of it. Meg Patterson made a report to the State Department and Immigration that I was following the medical treatment, and to cut a long story short, I got reinstated. As far as immigration was concerned, the slate was wiped clean. No offences appeared on my record. Times were different then. There was more of a belief in rehabilitation than there is now. The visa, which was originally a medical visa, overrode everything. It was extended from 3 to 6 months, from single to multiple entries. There were waivers for touring and working on the grounds that I was confirmed as clean and curing myself. As you clean up, you go up another level and another, until you get to full clean status, according to my understanding of it. And I've always been very grateful to the U.S. government for allowing me to come to America to get help to come off the stuff. So we sprung Marlin and moved out of New Jersey to a rented house in South Salem, New York, called Frog Hollow, a classic colonial-style wooden house, although haunted, according to an increasingly haunted Anita, who saw the ghosts of Mohican Indians patrolling the hilltop. It was down the road from George C. Scott. He used to crash regularly into our white wooden fence, pissed out of his brain, driving at 90 miles an hour. But that's where we ended up, near Mount Kisco in Westchester County. It was at this time that Jane Rose, who is now my manager, started unofficially looking after me. Jane was working mostly for Mick, but Mick had asked Jane to stay in Toronto and help me when everybody left. And she's still here, my secret weapon 30 years later. I have to say that during the bust in Toronto, in fact, during all busts, Mick looked after me with great sweetness, never complaining. He ran things, he did the work, and marshaled the forces that saved me. Mick looked after me like a brother. Jane described herself at this time as the meat in the sandwich between Mick and me. She witnessed the first sign of a rift between us when I came out of the junk fog and the mental fog that accompanies it, and started to want to take care of business, at least musical business. Mick would come up to Cherry Hill and hear my selection of tracks for Love You Live, which we'd been working on all this time, sporadically. And he'd go back and bitch to Jane about them. Collaboration was giving way to struggle and disagreement. It's a 2-disc album, and the result is that one disc was Mick's and the other was mine. I started talking about things, about business, things we had to settle, which I imagine for Mick was unfamiliar, shocking. I'd kind of risen from the dead after the will had been read. But this was a skirmish, a sign only of what was to come in later years. It took 19 months from the bust in March 1977 in Toronto to the trial in October 1978. But at least now I was living in striking distance of New York. The visas were, of course, not without conditions. I had to travel back and forth to Toronto for various hearings. I had to prove that I'd cleaned up and had been following a steady course of rehab. And I was obliged to attend psychiatric evaluation and treatment in New York. I had this doctor in New York City who would say, "Ah, thank God you're here. I've been dealing with other people's brains all day." She would open the drawer and pull out a bottle of vodka. She'd say, "Let's sit here for half an hour and have a drink. You look all right." I'd say, "I'm feeling pretty good." But she helped me. She was doing her job. She made sure the program worked. John Phillips called me one day when I was in South Salem and said, "I've got one. Get your ass down here and I'll show you. Proof positive, I've got one." He was into the coke bugs. I thought, I'll drive down, give my friend a hand, if he's got one. People have been calling him mad for weeks because he was convinced that he was infected by bugs. So I went down there and he pulled out a napkin, a Kleenex with a little bloody hole in it. "See? I've got one." "John, are you serious? You'll have to reconsider, baby." And I'd driven an hour and a half down there to see. He'd picked himself to bits. I mean, he was covered in scabs. But this time, he was convinced he'd got one. He looked at the Kleenex and said, "Oh shit, it got away." John had taken over a pharmacy. Who didn't in those days? Freddie Sessler used to own drugstores. And John was in a state. In the bedroom, he had a medical bed, one of those bendy beds. Only half of it worked. His mirror in the John was held together with gaffer tape. It was a shattered image any way you looked at it. Needles were stuck in the wall where he'd used them as darts. But we'd play, never starting before midnight, sometimes not until 2 a.m. with other musicians. I survived that without smack. John's solo project was stopped by Armin Ertegun because John was in no condition to go on. The sessions for some girls always had a following wind from the moment we started rehearsing in the strangely shaped Patti Marconi studios in Paris. It was a rejuvenation, surprisingly, for such a dark moment, when it was possible that I would go to jail and the Stones would dissolve. But maybe that was part of it. Let's get something down before it happens, you know. It had an echo of Beggar's Banquet about it, a long period of silence and then coming back with a bang and a new sound. You can't argue with 7 million copies and 2 top 10 singles out of it, Miss You and Beast of Burden. Nothing was prepared before we got there. Everything was written in the studio day by day. So it was like the earlier times at RCA in Los Angeles in the mid-60s. Songs pouring out. Another big difference from recent albums was that we had no other musicians in with us. No horns, no Billy Preston. Extra stuff was dubbed later. If anything, the build-up of sidemen had taken us down a different path in the 70s, away from our best instincts on some occasions. So the record was down to us, and it being Ronnie Wood's first album with us, down to our guitar weaving on tracks like Beast of Burden. We were more focused, and we had to work harder. The sound we got had a lot to do with Chris Kimsey, the engineer and producer who we were working with for the first time. We knew him from his apprenticeship at Olympic Studios, and so he knew our stuff backwards. And he would, on the basis of this experiment, engineer or co-produce 8 albums for us. We had to pull something out, not make another Stones in the Doldrums album. He wanted to get a live sound back and move away from the clean and clinical-sounding recordings we'd slipped into. We were in the Patti Marconi studios because they were owned by EMI, with whom we just made a big deal. This one was way on the outskirts of town in Boulogne-Billancourt, near the Renault factory. Nothing around like restaurants or bars. It was a car ride, and I remember I was listening to Jackson Browne's Running on Empty on a daily commuter basis. At first, we'd booked into this enormous rehearsal studio like a soundstage, with a tiny control room that fitted barely 2 people, and with a primitive 1960s console and a basic 16-track. The shape was odd because the console faced the window and a wall which held the speakers, but the wall went off at an angle, so one speaker was always farther away from you than the other during playbacks. The adjoining studio had a much bigger desk and generally more sophisticated equipment, but for the moment we got playing in this warehouse, sitting around in a semicircle, fencing off space with screens. We hardly went into the control room for the first few days. Wasn't enough space. Kimsey spotted immediately that this studio had truly great sound properties. Because it was a rehearsal room, we'd rented it cheap, which was lucky because we spent a long time on this record and never moved into the proper studio next door. The primitive mixing desk turned out to be the same kind of soundboard designed by EMI for Abbey Road Studios. Very humble and simple, barely more than a treble and bass button, but with a phenomenal sound which Kimsey fell in love with. Uprooted relics of these desks are apparently muso collector's items. The sound it got had clarity, but dirtiness, a real funky club feel to it that suited what we were doing. It was a great room to play in. So Despite Mick doing his usual, let's move to a proper studio, that's where we stayed. Because in a recording session, especially with this kind of music, everything has to feel good. There's no swimming upstream. You're not salmon. We're looking to glide. And if you've got problems with the room, you start to lose confidence in what's going to be captured by the microphones, and you start shifting things about. You know it's a good room when a band is smiling. What a lot of Some Girls was down to was this little green box I used, this MXR pedal, a reverb echo. For most of the songs on there, I'm using that, and it elevated the band, and it gave it a different sound. In a way, it came down to a little bit of technology. It was kind of like Satisfaction, a little box. On Some Girls, I just found a way of making that thing work, at least through all the fast songs. And Charlie was on with it. And Bill Wyman, too, I've got to say, yeah. There was a certain sense of renewal. A lot of it was, we've got to out-punk the punks, because they can't play and we can. All they can do is be punks. Yes, that might have been a certain thorn in the side. The Johnny Rottens, these fucking kids, you know. I love every band that comes along. That's why I'm here, to encourage guys to play and get bands together. But when they're not playing anything, they're just spitting on people. Come on, we can do better than that. There was also an extra urgency because of this grim prospect of the trial, and also because after all the palaver, the bust, the noise, the cleaning up, I needed to prove that there was something behind all this, some purpose to this kind of suffering. And it came together very nicely. Because we hadn't been together for a while, we needed to get back our old form of writing and collaborating, doing it all on the day, there and then, composing from scratch or semi-scratch. We jumped straight in, back to our old ways, with remarkable results. Before They Make Me Run and Beast of Burden were basically collaborations. When the whip comes down, I did the riff. Mick wrote it, and I looked around and said, shit, he's finally written a rock and roll song by himself. Some Girls was Mick. Lies, too. Basically, he'd say, I've got a song, and I'd say, well, what if we do it this way or that way? We didn't think much of Miss You when we were doing it. It was, Mick's been to the disco and has come out humming some other song. It's a result of all the nights Mick spent at Studio 54 and coming up with that beat, that 4 on the floor. And he said, add the melody to the beat. We just thought we'd put our oar in on Mick wanting to do some disco shit, keep the man happy. But as we got into it, it became quite an interesting beat. And we realized, maybe we've got a quintessential disco thing here. And out of it, we got a huge hit. The rest of the album doesn't sound anything like Miss You. Then we had trouble with the cover. From Lucille Ball, of all people, who didn't want to be included. There were loads of lawsuits going on. On the original cover, you could pull out and change the faces with one of those cards. There was every famous woman in the world in there. Everybody we fancied. Lucille Ball? You don't like it? Fine. The feminists didn't like it either, you know. We always like to piss them off. Where would you be without us? And there is the offending line. Black girls just want to get fucked all night, from Some Girls. Well, we've been on the road with a lot of black chicks for many years, and there's quite a few that do. Could have been yellow girls or white girls. I made a damn good attempt at cleaning up in 1977 with my black box and Meg Patterson and the rest, but for a brief time it didn't stick. While working on Some Girls, I'd go to the John from time to time and shoot up. But it had its method. I'd think about what I was going to do in there. I'd be in there meditating about this track that was really nice, but only half finished, and where it could go, and what was going wrong with it, and why we'd done 25 takes and were still stumbling on the same block every time. When I came out, it was, listen, it goes a little faster, and we cut out the keyboards in the middle. And sometimes I was right, sometimes I was wrong. But it had only been, 45 minutes. Better than 45 minutes when everybody is putting their oar in at once. Yeah, but what about if we do this? Which is, to me, murder. Very occasionally, I would go on the nod while we were still playing, still upright, but removed from present concerns, only to pick it up a few bars on. This did waste time, because the take, if there was one, would have to be scrapped. For sheer longevity, for long distance, there is no track that I know of like Before They Make Me Run. That song, which I sang on that record, was a cry from the heart. But it burned up the personnel like no other. I was in the studio without leaving for 5 days. Worked the bars and sideshows along the Twilight Zone. Only a crowd can make you feel so alone, and it really hit home. Booze and pills and powders, you can choose your medicine. Well, here's another goodbye to another good friend. After all is said and done, gotta move while it's still fun. Let me walk before they make me run. It came out of what I've been going through and was still going through with the Canadians. I was telling them what to do. Let me walk out of this goddamn case. When you get a lenient sentence, they say, oh, they let him walk. Why'd you keep nagging that song? Nobody likes it. Wait till it's finished. 5 days without a wink of sleep. I had an engineer called Dave Jordan. I had another engineer, and one of them would flop under the desk and have a few hours skip when I put the other one in and keep going. We all had black eyes by the time it was finished. I don't know what was so difficult about it. It just wasn't quite right. But then you get guys that'll hang with you. You'll be standing there with a guitar around your neck, and everybody else is conked out on the floor. Oh, no, not another take. Keith, please. People brought in food, pain au chocolat. Days turned into nights. But you just can't leave it. It's almost there. You're tasting it. It's just not in your mouth. It's like fried bacon and onion, but you haven't eaten it yet. It just smells good. By the 4th day, Dave looked like he'd been punched in both eyes, and he had to be taken away. We got it, Dave. And somebody got him a taxi. He disappeared. And when we were finally finished, I fell asleep under the booth, under all this machinery. I woke up eventually, how many hours I never counted, and there's the Paris police band. A bloody brass band. That's what woke me up. They're listening to a playback, and they don't know I'm under there, and I'm looking at all these trousers with red stripes and La Marseillaise going on, and I'm wondering, when should I emerge? And I'm dying for pee, and I've got my shit with me, needles and stuff, and I'm surrounded by cops that don't know I'm there. So I waited a bit and thought, I'll just be very English. And I sort of rolled out and said, oh my God, I'm terribly sorry. And before they knew it, I was out, and they were all zoot-a-lorzing along, and there were about 76 of them. I thought, they're just like us. They're so intent on making a good record, they didn't bust me. When you get into it that much, you can lose the drive of it. But if you know it's there, it's there. It's manic, but it's like the Holy Grail. Once you're in, you're going to go for it. Because there's no turning back, really. You've got to come out with something, and eventually you get there. That's probably the longest I've done. There have been others that were close. Can't Be Seen was one. But Before They Make Me Run was the marathon. There's a postscript to these Some Girl sessions, which I should let Chris Kimsey tell. Miss You and Start Me Up were actually recorded on the same day. When I say on the same day, Miss You took about 10 days to get the final master, and then when it was done, they went and did Start Me Up. Start Me Up had been a reggae song recorded in Rotterdam 3 years earlier. When they started playing it this time, it wasn't a reggae song. It was what we know today as the great Start Me Up. It was Keith's song. He just changed it. Maybe after the disco thing of Miss You, he went to it with a different approach. And it was the only occasion I've ever recorded two masters on the same session. It didn't take long to get down. And when we got the take that everyone felt, ooh, that was good, Keith came in and listened to it, and he said, "It's all right. It sounds like something I've heard on the radio. It should be a reggae song. Wipe it." He was still toying with it, but he didn't like it. I remember Keith saying at one point that he would prefer to wipe all the masters after they'd been done and released, so no one could go back and fiddle with them. So, of course, I didn't wipe it, and it became the big song on Tattoo You 3 years later. Once again, everything revolved around the stuff. Nothing could be done or organized without first organizing the next fix. It got more and more dire. Elaborate arrangements had to be made, some of them more comic than others. I had a man, James W., who I would call up when I was going from London to New York. I would stay at the Plaza Hotel. James, the sweet young Chinese man, would meet me in the suite, the big one preferably, and I'd hand him the cash, he'd give me the shit. And it was always very polite. "Give my regards to your father." It was difficult in the 70s to get hypodermics in America, so when I traveled, I would wear a hat and use a needle to fix a little feather to the hat band, so it was just a hat pin. I would put the trilby with the red, green, and gold feather in the hat bag. So the minute James turned up, I got the shit. Okay, but now I need the syringe. My trick was, I'd order a cup of coffee, because I needed a spoon for cooking up. And then I'd go down to FAO Schwartz, the toy shop, right across Fifth Avenue from the plaza. And if you went to the 3rd floor, you could buy a doctor and nurse play set, a little plastic box with a red cross on it. That had the barrel and the syringe that fitted the needle that I'd brought. I'd go round, "I'll have 3 teddy bears, I'll have that remote control car, oh, and give me 2 doctor and nurse kits. My niece, you know, she's really into that. Must encourage her." FAO Schwartz was my connection. Rush back to the room, hook it up, and fix it. By then, I've ordered up coffee, so I've got the teaspoon. You fill the spoon and hold a lighter to it, and you watch it, and it should burn clear and turn to treacle. It shouldn't go black. That means there's too much cut in it. James never let me down on that. It was always high-quality stuff. I'm not looking for weight. I'm looking for sustenance. I'm strung out. I've got to have some dope, but never look for a huge amount, 1/4 ounces. Because also, the quality could change over a week or so. You don't want a whole bag of useless rotten dope. You watch the market. James W. was my man. Look, this is the best we've got right now. I don't suggest you buy any more of this. Next week, we're getting some high quality. Absolutely reliable was James. And a great sense of humor, very straight up, straight business, price on the button. The only thing we'd laugh about was, "Have you been over to the toy store yet?" Once you're a junkie, you smacks your daily bread. You don't really get off anymore that much. There's junkies that keep upping their dosage, and that's why you get ODs. To me, it just became maintenance. It was to set the trend for the day. Then came all those agonizing moments when there was a drought on, and the old lady's going, "I want some stuff." "So do I, honey, but we've got to wait." Waiting for the man. When there was a heroin drought, it was a bit rough. They really used to put the screws on. There'd be people in the room in dire straits, throwing up. You'd be treading over bodies. And there's sometimes really no drought. It's only to jack the price up. And it doesn't really matter how much money you've got. I'm not going to say, "Do you know who I am?" I'm just another junkie. When there's no shit at all, then you've got to go down to the pits. And you know it's going to be like a fucking pool of piranhas down there. It happened to me a couple of times on the east side in New York and in L.A. We knew the trick. You'd score upstairs, and on your way down, the other bunch would take it back off of you again. Most of the time, you'd hear it going on while you were waiting for your turn. The thing was to leave quietly, and if you saw anybody outside, because you never knew if it was going to happen or not, usually you'd give them a kick in the balls. But a couple of times, fuck it. Okay, let's go for it. You cover me, you stay down there, and as I come down with the shit, I'll go bang, and they'll go bang, and then you go bang. Shoot out the light bulbs and put a few bullets around and do the run. Sparks flying. Then with a bit of luck, we're out of there. The statistics are well on your side against being hit when you're a moving target. If you look at the odds, 1,000 to 1, you're going to win. You have to be very close and you have to have good eyesight to shoot out a light bulb. And it's dark. Flash, bang, walloping, get out of there. I loved it. It was real, okay corral stuff. Only did it twice. It was a very time-consuming routine. I'd wake up in the morning, and the first thing is go to the bathroom to have a shot. You don't brush your teeth. And then, oh, fuck it. I've got to go to the kitchen and get the spoon. Those stupid rituals that you go through. Shit. Last night I should have brought the spoon up so that I didn't have to go down to the kitchen. Every time it got progressively harder and harder to kick. And the desire to go back on, the minute you were off, got stronger. Just one, now that I'm clean. Just that fatal one more, that celebration, is a killer. And on top of that, you've come out of it. You're off the stuff. But all your friends are junkies. If somebody cleans up, that somebody has escaped the circle. And whether they like you or love you or hate you or not, the first thing they want to do is to pull you back in. This is really good shit here. Certain pressures within junkiedom have it that if somebody cleans up and actually stays clean, it's like they failed somehow. Failed at what? I don't know. How many cold turkeys can you go through? It's ludicrous, but you never realize it when you're on dope. Several times on cold turkey, I was convinced that there was a safe behind the wall that was full of the shit, and it had everything ready to go, spoon and all. And finally, I'd crash out, and when I woke up, I'd see bloody fingernail marks down the wall where I'd actually been trying to get in there. Is this really worth it? In fact, my decision then was, yep. I can be as big-headed as Mick and flighty and everything, but you can't do that when you're a junkie. There are certain realities that come into play that really keep your feet in the gutter, even lower than you need to be. Not even on the sidewalk, in the gutter. And obviously that was the period when Mick and I went off on almost perfect 180s. He had no time for me in my supposedly stupid state. I remember being at a disco once in Paris, and I was supposed to meet the man, and I was sick. People were dancing around little glitter balls, and I'm under the benches, just hiding and throwing up because the man hasn't arrived. And I'm also wondering, will he find me under here? If he does arrive, he might look around and fuck back off. I was in a distressed frame of mind, let's put it like that. Luckily, he did find me, but being in that position, and at the same time, you're like numero uno in the world, you realize where you've sunk to. Just getting yourself in that position leaves a sense of self-loathing that takes a while to rub off. You son of a bitch, you'd do anything for this shit. But I'm my own man, I say. Nobody can tell me what to do. And yet, you realize you put yourself in the position where you're in the hands of a dealer. And that's disgusting. Waiting for this cunt and begging him, that's where the self-loathing comes in. Any way you look at it, junkies are people waiting for the man. Your world gets diminished to dope. Just that, by itself, becomes the whole world. Most junkies become idiots. That's really what finally turned me around. We've only got one subject in mind, which is the dope. Can't I be a little more smart about it? What am I doing hanging around with these dregs? They're just boring people. Worse, a lot of these are very bright people, and we all kind of know that we've been hoodwinked, but then, why not? Everybody else is hoodwinked by something, and at least we know we're fooling ourselves. No one's a hero just for taking dope. You might be a hero for getting off it. I loved the shit, but enough was enough. Also, it narrowed one's horizons, and eventually all you know are junkies. I had to move to broader horizons. You only know all this, of course, once you've gotten out there. That's what that stuff does. It's the most seductive bitch in the world. The Canadian case went on and on. I was flying up and down from New York to Toronto on a weekly basis, but it didn't stop me taking the shit at the time. There was a little airport out of which I flew back to New York from Toronto on a private plane. On one of these trips in the airport, before taking off, I went to the John to have a fix. I'm in the cubicle, and just as I'm cooking up the spoon, from beneath the door I see this ominous set of spurs. There's a fucking Mountie and the whole goddamn rig. He wants to take a pee, and he's gonna be smelling this dope. It's just flaring up. Clink, clink, and I'm a goner. And we're down the hole. And clink, 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 and the spurs walk out. How many chances have I got left? I pulled my string too long. There was already a permanent black cloud of expecting the shit to hit the fan. I'm facing 3 charges: trafficking, possession, and importing. I'm going to be doing some hard fucking time. I'd better get ready. Which is one of the reasons I finally cleaned up. I didn't want to go cold turkey in jail. I wanted to leave time for my nails to grow. They're the only weapons you're left with when you go to jail. Also, attached to the junk as I was putting myself slowly into a position where it would be impossible to move around the world and work. There was a tour coming out in 1 month, in June of 1978, for some girls. I knew I'd have to get clean for it. Jane Rose had been asking me, "When are you going to get clean?" And I'd say, "Tomorrow." I had done it the year before, fucked up, and gotten hooked again. And this was the last time. I didn't want to hear about another dope deal. Been there. You get about 10 years and you stop. You take your medal and retire. And Jane stuck with me. Bless her fucking heart. The old Jugs, which is her nickname, came through. It must have been horrendous for her. Far worse for me. But for her to witness what goes on when you're climbing the walls, shitting yourself, going bananas, how could she plough through that? At this moment, the Stones were gathered at Bearsville Studios in Woodstock, New York, to rehearse for the tour. I was at home with Anita. Jane better tell the moment when I gave up heroin. I had basically become the courier. I would bring money or drugs from New York to Westchester County for Keith. He still wouldn't clean up, and his habit was bad now. And he would not admit it, and I couldn't stand the calls to Westchester anymore. I went up there, and Antonio and Anna Marie were there, friends of Anita's who lived in Keith's apartment in Rue Sonnery in Paris. Antonio later became Antonia. So they were in the house, and Keith was waiting for money or drugs. Anita was there. I went up to the house, and they said, "Where's the money?" And I said, "I don't have the money." I said, "It's in New York." They flipped out, and Anita got in the car. She was furious. And I said, "Keith, today is tomorrow," because he was always saying, "Tomorrow I'll clean up," and this was right before the tour in May. He and Anita had a huge fight later that day. Keith went upstairs. He was furious. Anna Marie and Antonio looked at this Jewish chick from New York and said, "This girl is going to be dead. How could she come out here without the money?" Then there was silence, and I went upstairs to the bedroom, the four-poster bed, and I said, "Hello." And he had kicked off his shoes, and he said, "Okay, I'm going to do it. I've got my machine. I'm going to kick." And I said, "Want to go to Woodstock? That's where the rehearsals are going to be. Get away. Do it. I'll go with you." And after 3 hours, he said, "Okay." So we were getting ready to go before Anita came back, because I just knew it had to be that way. And she came back before we left. There was a big row, and somebody went flying down the stairs. In the end, Keith sat in the car, and we went to Woodstock. Anita had her drugs or her money. And Keith went to Woodstock, and he went cold turkey with his machine. Mick and Jerry Hall came up for 2 days to be there with me. And I stayed with him 24 hours. I stayed in the room. I was there. I don't know for how many days after that, or if I even talked to anybody. I had a conviction that he was going to get better. I just believed in him. If you want to get something out of anybody, I'd say put them on dope for a month or two and just withdraw it, and they'll talk. Jane got me through the 72 hours. She watched me climb the walls, which is why I don't like wallpaper anymore. You're barely able to control your muscle spasms. And you're really ashamed of yourself. And you've got to do it. I didn't go back for another shot because after coming out of there, I just locked myself in a room. Jane was with me, and Jane just cleaned me up, and that was the last time. I ain't going there again. Anita, on the other hand, was no help. She wouldn't do the deal. If we're going to stay together, we've got to do it together, and she didn't. We were spinning out of control. By now, I couldn't live in the house with somebody who was still on junk. It's a chemical reaction to the body, but it's also in your relationship to other people. That's where the difficult bit is. I would have stayed with Anita, probably forever, but when it came to that very important time when dope was out of the picture from now on, she didn't stop. She'd never stopped, in fact. When we did it for several months in 1977, she'd be sneaking stuff round the back. I knew that she was on it. You can just tell by the eyeballs. So now I couldn't even go and see her. And that was where I said, "Oh, well, that's Anita." That's where it blew. I was clean, and we were rehearsing for the 1978 tour in Woodstock, New York, at Bearsville Studios. One day, out of the clouds, by helicopter, there came Lil. She had come with her friend Joe Wood, Ronnie's soon-to-be wife, for Woody's birthday. It was about 10 days before we went on the road, and it was almost miraculous timing to find such a new friend. Her real name is Lil Virgilis, although she's always been written about as Lil Wenglass or Lil Green, her married name. Sweet as she is, although she was more of a London girl than you'd believe after a decade there, and talked like one. Ah, fucking naff and all that. Yeah. She was a brilliant Swedish blonde in the bloom of her life. When I first met Lil, she was like Marilyn Monroe, dazzling, pink lurex tights and blonde hair, but she was also very smart and strong-hearted. She was a lovely girl, a beautiful lover, and I just got off the stuff, and Lil came along and made me laugh. She laughed me out of it. She really brought me out of the abyss. It's not so easy to kick that shit as I pretend it is. After 10 years on the stuff and 5 or 6 cold turkeys, and staying off the stuff is another thing, and Lil, bless her heart, took my mind off it totally. We just fell into each other's arms for a year or so. We had a great time together. Lil was like a breath of fresh air, light-hearted, loads of fun, outrageous, up for anything. Incredibly funny, very witty, and a great lay. She was energetic. She did things like cook breakfast and make sure I was up on time, and I needed a bit of that. Not popular with Mick. Not your Studio 54 girl was Lil. He couldn't think what I was doing with her. It was a turbulent time for our marriages or non-marriages. Bianca had sued him for divorce. He now had Jerry Hall on his arm, and I got on well with Jerry. I took Lil on tour with me, where she was my accomplice in another of my fate-cheating close shaves. The list now too long to be taken lightly. This time, it was from fire in our rented house in Laurel Canyon, L.A. Lil and I had gone to bed, and Lil, so she said later, heard this distant bang and got up and opened the curtains a little, and it was strangely bright outside. Not right. She opened the bathroom door and fire exploded into the room. And we had a few seconds to jump out of the window. I'm dressed in a short t-shirt only, and Lil is naked. We're exposed. People are gathered, freaking out, trying to put the fire out. And this is a big story as soon as the press gets here. Up pulls a car, and we get in gratefully. Amazingly, it's a cousin of Anita. We are in a state of shock. We go to her house, borrow some clothes, go to a hotel. The next day, someone went round to have a look, and there was a large sign stuck in the blackened grass that read, "Thanks a lot, Keith." My trial was finally heard in Toronto in October 1978. We knew it might sink us all, but in the face of it, some of us were looking on the bright side. "I don't think it's going to be as bad as that," said Mick. "You've got to say, if the worst happens, and Keith gets put in an open prison with Mrs. Trudeau for life, then I'm still going to go on the road. Maybe we could play a tour of Canadian prisons. Ha, ha, ha." The longer the process went on, the clearer it was that the Canadian government wanted to wriggle out of it. The Mounties and their allies were thinking, "Oh, great, wonderful job. We've delivered him to the Canadian government with a hook in his mouth." And the Trudeaus were thinking, pal, this is the last thing we need." There were 500 to 600 people outside every time I turned up in court, chanting, "Free Keith, free Keith." And we knew that the enemy camp, if you want to call the Canadian government at the time the enemy, our persecutors, were unsure of their footing. Whereas I didn't mind. I figured the harder they hit me, the easier I would get out. The Mounties, or at least the prosecution, didn't want to wriggle out at all. But, as Bill Carter observed, in almost every one of these cases brought against us at that time, the law had its hands dirty. They knew I wasn't trafficking, but they wanted to railroad it through a jury to get a long and historic jail sentence. There, they made a mistake. Look at Keith Richards. He's not selling drugs. He's got all the money he needs. The allegation of trafficking, just to get a stiff sentence, is absurd. He's a hopeless addict. He has a medical problem. My lawyers wrote a report that showed that, according to all the legal precedent and local case histories, if I weren't Keith Richards, I would probably have gotten no more than a suspended sentence. Only at the last minute did they change the trafficking charge to possession, adding a cocaine charge. But this shift weakened and exposed them, exposed more about the Canadian government than anything to do with, oh, guess what? Keith Richards is on smack. Well, what else is new? The idea of the Prime Minister's wife buzzing around the hotel trying to get laid was another thing. So one thing overwhelmed the other, so to speak. I certainly felt that whatever the charge was, I was definitely in way above my head, or below it, any way you look at it. Who knows what really goes on? It's called politics. It's one of the scrubbiest games in town. So we knew it was dead in the water. Now it was, how long will it take for them to get me out of here? They walked themselves into it, now they don't want to know about it. And how will they find their way out of it? We were waiting to watch the Canadian government melt. The Canadian people were the ones that got me off the hook. But really, the mastery of it was coordinating the faux pas of Margaret Trudeau. If they had hit me hard and quick, they probably could have got me just for importing. But when it came to court, clearly the new judge had said, get this thing off the hook. We don't want any more to do with this. It's causing us more embarrassment and money than it's worth. On the day of reckoning, I arrived in court, this courtroom that had the air of England in the 1950s, with a portrait of the Queen hanging strangely on the wall. The actor Dan Aykroyd, who I met when we did Saturday Night Live just before this, was on standby as a Canadian and a character witness. The producer of the show, its Canadian founder, who still produces it, Lorne Michaels, spoke in court about my role as a slinger of hash in the great cultural kitchen. He did a very elegant job of it. I was not in the slightest intimidated by the court. I knew by now that they had a real problem. I knew, too, from other moments like this, that most of the governments of the world were out of touch with their subjects, and that's what I knew I could exploit. Sometimes you can smell defeat even with all that artillery arranged against you, and this was one such occasion. The verdict was guilty, but the judge concluded, I will not incarcerate him for addiction and wealth. He must be freed, said the judge, to get on with his treatment, with a condition. He will perform a concert for the blind. Very intelligent, I thought. The most Solomon-like judgment that had been handed down in many a year. And this was to do with a blind girl who had followed the Stones everywhere on the road. Rita, my blind angel. Despite her blindness, she hitchhiked to our shows. The chick was absolutely fearless. I'd heard about her backstage, and the idea of her thumbing in the darkness was too much for me. I hooked her up with the truck drivers, made sure she got a safe lift, and made sure she got fed. And when I was busted, she actually found her way to the judge's house and told him this story. And this is how he arrived at the concert for the blind. The love and devotion of people like Rita is something that still amazes me. So, a way was found. From that appearance on Saturday Night Live, Lil and I used to hang with Dan Aykroyd and Bill Murray and John Belushi in their club, the Blues Bar in New York, around 1979. Belushi was an over-the-top man. You can say that again. I said to John once, as my father says, there's a difference between scratching your ass and tearing it to bits. John was hilarious and nuts to hang with. Belushi was an extreme experience even by my standards. A case in point. When I was a kid, I'd pop round to Mick's house. You want something to drink? Open the fridge. There's nothing in it except maybe half a tomato. Big fridge. 30 years later, walk into Mick's apartment, open the fridge. It's an even bigger fridge. What's in there? Half a tomato and a bottle of beer. One night, around this time, when we'd been hanging out with John Belushi in New York, we'd been in session all night, and Ronnie and Mick and I had gone back to Mick's apartment. There's a knock at the door, and there's Belushi, dressed in a porter's uniform, and he's got a trolley. And he's got 12 fucking boxes of gefilte fish. And he ignores us all, trundles it straight to Mick's fridge, bundles all the gefilte fish into the fridge, and says, "Now it's full." Riding high on the success of Some Girls and on the outcome of the court case, we repaired to Nassau in the Bahamas, to Compass Point Studios. There were ripples of argument between Mick and me that would grow into a rumble soon, but not quite yet. We got playing and composing songs for emotional rescue. While we were doing this, Pope John Paul II paid an unexpected visit to Nassau on a refueling stop. The Bahamas are strongly Catholic, at least while the Pope's there, and it was announced that he would conduct a public blessing in a football stadium. I decided that since Alan Dunn, our road manager, was a Catholic, and eligible for a blessing by the Pope, he should take the tapes we were making up to the stadium and have them blessed too. Why not? You never know. Alan got a ticket through the local school and took the tapes up in the heat. Big 2-inch tapes that weighed a ton, and weighed even more when the handles of the straw basket he was carrying them in broke, so he told me. He clutched them to his chest as the pontiff waved his blessing over them and over Alan. It certainly worked for Alan, who was miraculously rescued out at sea a few days later, when his dinghy carried him and his girlfriend across the reef and into deep water. He had a broken outboard and no oars. It should have meant certain death, but Alan's mother reckons that the passing boat that rescued them was a gift of God via the Pope. One of the great sessions I have played on happened around this time, when Lil and I went to Jamaica and I fell in with Sly Dunbar and Robbie Shakespeare, who were making a Black Uhuru album. Sly and Robbie were one of the best rhythm sections in the world. We did 7 tracks together in one night, and one of them, called Shine-Eyed Gal, became a great big hit and a classic. Another was an instrumental called Dirty Harry for Sly's album Sly, Wicked and Slick, and I've still got the rest. All done on 4-track at Channel 1 Kingston. We played anything anybody felt like playing. Most of it was just made out of riffs, but it was a supreme band. Sly and Robbie, Sticky and Scully, who were Sly's percussion men and did all the little fiddly bits. Ansel Collins on organ and piano, me on guitar, another guitar player, might have been Michael Chung. It was a brilliant night. At the time, we said, let's split the tracks. I'll take 3 and you take 3. But they made a big hit out of Shine-Eye Gal. They came touring with us the next couple of years. Mick didn't want to tour in 1979, but I did. I was put out and frustrated, but it meant I could shoot off. Ronnie was going on the road, and he put together the New Barbarians, which was an incredible band. Joseph Zigaboo Modeliste on drums, one of the best ever. And that's why I immediately jumped in. Drummers from New Orleans, of which Ziggy is one of the giants, are great readers of the song and how it goes. They feel it, tell the way it's going, even before you do. I'd known Ziggy when the Meters worked with the Stones for several tours. George Porter on bass. The Meters had a big influence on my appreciation of funk. They are uniquely New Orleans in rhythm and the use of space and time. New Orleans is the most different city in America, and it shows in the music. I've worked with George Rosselli, who's now Bob Dylan's drummer, another one from that city. Bobby Keys was there with the New Barbarians. Ian McLagan on keyboards. On bass was the great jazz player Stanley Clarke. It was a fun tour and we had a lot of laughs. I didn't have to worry about the things I usually do on tours. I didn't have to bear responsibility. To me, it was a ball, a riot. I was basically just a sideman hired for the tour. I can't even remember much of it. It was so much fun. To me, the important thing was that, shit, I'd managed to avoid doing hard time. And at the same time, I was doing what I loved to do. And I had Lil with me, the good time girl for all seasons. Then Lil's mother got ill, and she had to fly back to Sweden. And I had a temporary lapse in her absence. I bought some Persian brown from a woman named Kathy Smith in Los Angeles. I described myself at the time as reliving a second rock and roll childhood. Kathy Smith was also the downfall of Belushi. It was just too strong for Belushi. Basically, he was a very strong bloke, but he just pushed it over the limit. Also, he wasn't in shape. He was freebasing, as Ronnie had started doing at this time. There was a high death rate among the cast of Saturday Night Live. John died at the Chateau Marmont. He'd been up too many days, too many nights, which he used to do regularly. Too many nights and too much weight to carry. Maybe it was the coming off dope, the slow resurfacing of buried impulses or feelings. I don't know. But when I went back to Paris to finish Emotional Rescue at Pathé Marconi, again with Lil, my finger was on the hair trigger, metaphorically speaking. My reactions were certainly quicker, and my anger too. There are times when my blood gets heated and I get irate. A red curtain falls before my eyes, and I'm going to do anything. It's a horrific thing. I hate the person who puts me in that position where force comes out. You're almost more scared of yourself than you are of whoever 'tis on the other side, because you know that you've gone to the point of no return, and you could do anything. You could kill, just like that, and then have to wake up and say, "What happened?" "Well, you ripped his throat out." When it has happened to me, I'm scared of myself. It may be something to do with getting used to taking beatings when I was a kid, being the smallest guy in the class. It's certainly a very old thing. My security man and friend, Gary Schultz, was there with me once in a nightclub in Paris, and this little French fucker was really being obnoxious. He was just out of it, and I was with Lil, bless her heart. He was trying to pull a number on Lil, and I just went, "What did you say? What?" And I had a wine glass with a long stem. I cracked off the base so I had the stem, and I put him down. I had him on his knees with the stem of this wine glass at his throat. And I'm hoping I'm not going to crush the bowl of the glass, because right now I've got the advantage. Because he was with a whole lot of friends, I was dealing with not just him, but his buddies. So it was just a matter of being really over-dramatic. "Take him away," and they did. Otherwise, his mates would have done us all. The blade should be used to play for time only. The shooter to make sure you get your point across sometimes. But you've got to be convincing. For example, in one incident I remember from this period, when you're trying to get a cab in Paris and you're a foreigner. There's 20 cabs in the line, all just waiting there, doing nothing. So you go to the first one, and he'll send you to the one behind, and then he'll send you to the front again. And then you realize, oh, business isn't important then. You just want to fuck with people. And that's where you can start to growl objectionably, kick up some sand. It's their idea of fun, just to piss around with foreigners. I've seen them do it to old ladies, too. I've been through that enough. I put the blade to one of them and said, "You're taking me." Only later did I realize They're even worse to French people from the provinces. It was in Paris that I realized I had finally said goodbye to heroin. I went to dinner in Paris a year or so later with Wonder Woman Linda Carter and Mick and some others. I don't know why Mick did this. He's weird this way. He said, "Come with me to the Bois de Boulogne. I'm going to meet this guy." Mick thought he was getting cocaine, so we did the deal in the park, the party broke up, and we went home. And the bag was full of heroin, not coke. Typical Mick Jagger. He didn't know. "Mick, this ain't coke, man." And I looked at it. Oh, this great, big, beautiful bag of smack. And it was raining outside the apartment in Rue Saint-Honoré. I looked at it. I admit I took a gram out and put it in a little packet. And then I just tossed the rest onto the street. And that's when I figured that I was really no longer a junkie. Even though I'd been basically off the stuff for 2 or 3 years, the fact that I could do that meant I was out of its power. Things went beyond any point of return with Anita when her young boyfriend blew his brains out in our house, on the bed. I was 3,000 miles away in Paris making a record, but Marlon was there, and he heard Anita screaming and then saw her running down the stairs covered in blood. The boy had shot himself in the face playing Russian roulette, the story goes. I had met him. He was this crazy little kid, age 17, Anita's boyfriend. I said to her, "Listen, baby, I'm leaving. We're over. We're finished. But this is not the guy for you." And he proved it. The reason she went with this guy, who was an absolute prick, was, I think, to piss me off. By then, I wasn't actually living with her anyway. I would pop up to get my crap out of there or come to see Marlon. I saw the guy once, playing with Marlon when I came back, and I warned him off, and he certainly resented that. And I said to Anita, "Dump this fucker," but I didn't mean it that way. The movie The Deer Hunter was recently out, and there's the Russian roulette scene. That's what he was doing. He was playing Russian roulette. Very dark. He was about 17, he kept telling me. Really nasty kid. He kept saying he was going to shoot Keith, and that upset me. So I was kind of relieved when he shot himself. I remember the date, July 20th, 1979, vividly, because it was the 10th anniversary of the moon landing. I remember he was only around for a few months, but Anita was being very self-destructive. This was the first time Keith was off with Lil. So Anita was like, "Right, I'm going to show him. Get her own back, so to speak." So she flaunted him quite blatantly. Keith met him, actually. I was watching the anniversary of the lunar landings, and I heard one pop. It didn't really sound like a bang or anything. It was a pop. And then Anita comes running down the stairs, covered in blood, screaming. I went, "My God, Jesus Christ." I had to have a little peek, so I did go up and saw this brain matter all over the walls, and then the cops came pretty damn quickly. Larry Sessler, one of the Sessler boys, was there to sort it all out, and the next morning I left. I went to Paris and met Keith, and poor Anita had to stay and deal with that. There were all these stories in the press at the time saying that she was a witch, that people were having Black Sabbaths. They were saying all sorts of things. It literally was just bad luck. I don't think he intended to shoot himself, really. Just an idiot of 17 who was stoned, angry, playing with a pistol. Anita didn't recognize it as a shot, but she turned round and heard this gargling noise, she said. She saw there was blood coming from his mouth, and her first instinct was to pick up the gun and put it on the desk, so it had her fingerprints all over it. 1 bullet in the chamber, 1 bullet in the mouth, and that's it. It wasn't like it was fully loaded. But then we had to move out of that house quite sharpish. Anita was in the papers every day and had to hide in a hotel in New York. When the cops found out, they wanted first to question me, but I was in Paris. Hey, damn good shot with a Smith & Wesson from Paris. And Anita? I was going to make sure she didn't go to jail when they lost interest in me. It was a miracle how that case just disappeared. I believe it was to do with the fact that the gun was traced back to the police, bought in some gun market in the parking lot of a police station. Suddenly, it wasn't an issue. The case was put down as suicide. The boy's parents tried to bring a case for corruption of a minor, which didn't stick. So Anita moved to New York, to the El Rey Hotel, and began a different kind of existence. That was the final curtain for me and Anita. Apart from trips to see the children, it was the end. Thanks for the memories, girl.
Chapter 11, in which I meet Patti Hansen and fall in love. I survive a disastrous first meeting with her parents. Grief is brewing with Mick. I fight with Ronnie Wood and dig out my dad after 20 years. Marlin's tale of Gatsby mansions on Long Island. Marriage in Mexico. Studio 54 in New York was a big hangout of Mick's. It wasn't my taste. A totted-up disco club, or, as it appeared to me at the time, a room full of faggots in boxer shorts waving champagne bottles in your face. There were crowds round the block trying to get in, the little velvet rope saying you're in or out. I knew they were dealing dope around the back, which is why they all got busted, as if they weren't coining enough. But they were having a good time. They were just boys partying, basically. The weird thing is, the first time I met Patti Hansen was in Studio 54. John Phillips and I had run in there because Britt Eklund was chasing me. She had the hots for me, and hey, Britt, I love you. You're a nice girl and everything like that. Sweet, shy, and unassuming. But my agenda's full, if you get my meaning. But she wouldn't let go. She was chasing me all over fucking town. So we thought, the one place to hide, Studio 54. It was the most unlikely place to find me. And it happened to be St. Patrick's Day, March 17th, which is Patti's birthday. The year was 1979. So we're hiding away, saying, Britt will never find us here. And Sean, one of Patti's mates, came over and said, It's my friend's birthday today. I said, Which one? And she pointed out this blonde beauty dancing with wild hair flying. Dom Perignon immediately. I sent over a bottle of champagne and just said hello. I didn't see her again for a while, but the vision stayed in my mind. Then in December it was my birthday, my 36th, for which, in accordance with the craze of the moment, we repaired to the Roxy roller rink in New York for a party. Jane Rose had kept Patti on her radar all those months, having noticed apparently some spark that first night, and made sure Patti was invited. So I caught sight of Patti again, and she caught sight of me catching sight of her, and she left. And a few days later, I called her and we got together. I wrote in my notebook in January 1980, a few days after that. Incredibly, I've found a woman. A miracle. I've pussy at the snap of a finger, but I've met a woman. Unbelievably, she is the most beautiful, physically, specimen in the world. But that ain't it. It certainly helps, but it's her mind, her joy of life, and wonders. She thinks this battered junkie is the guy she loves. I'm over the moon and peeing in my pants. She loves soul music and reggae, in fact everything. I make her tapes of music, which is almost as good as being with her. I send them like love letters. I'm kicking 40 and besotted. I was amazed that she was willing to hang out with me, because I was hanging out with a bunch of guys and all we did was go up to the Bronx and Brooklyn to these bizarre West Indian places and record stores. Nothing of interest to supermodels. My friend Brad Klein was there. I think Larry Sessler, Freddie's son, was there. Gary Schultz, my minder, was there too. He was always known as Concord, a nickname derived from Monty Python. Brave, brave Concord, you shall not have died in vain. I'm not quite dead, sir, etc. Jimmy Callaghan, my muscle for many years, Max Romeo, reggae star, and a few other cats. Nice to meet you, nice to know you. You want to hang out with this bunch of assholes? Up to you, you know? But she was there every day. And I know something's happening. But how it happens, and when and who pulls the spring is another thing. That's how we hung for days and days. I never put the hammer on hard. I didn't make a move. I could never put the make on. I could just never find the right line, or one that hadn't been used before. I just never had that thing with women. I would do it silently, very Charlie Chaplin. The scratch, the look, the body language. Get my drift? Now it's up to you. Hey baby is just not my come on. I've got to lay back and see the tension build to a point where something's got to happen. And if they can hang through that tension, then we're okay. They call it the reverse molecular version, the RMV, as it's known. Finally, after an astonishing number of days, she lay down on the bed and said, "Come on." At the time, I was living with Lil. Suddenly, I disappeared for 10 days and took a room at the Carlisle, and Lil was wondering where the hell I'd gone. She got the message pretty quick. I'd been with Lil 18 months by then, and we were quite handsomely ensconced in a nice apartment. She's a great girl, and I just dumped her. I had to make it up to Lil. I wanted to hear Patti's version of these events long ago. Patti Hansen. I didn't know anything about Keith. I didn't follow his music. Of course, listening to the radio, you know who the Rolling Stones are, but it wasn't music I listened to. It's March 79, and it's my birthday, and I'm in Studio 54, and I'd just broken up with some guy I'd been with for a few years. I was dancing with my girlfriend Sean Casey, who saw Keith arrive and sit down in a little booth. It was after last call, and she said, "It's my best friend's birthday. Would you please give her a bottle of champagne, because they won't sell us any?" And she said, "Oh, by the way, I'm a good friend of Bill Wyman." And she introduced Keith and me, very briefly. I barely remember, and I went back to the dance floor. It was probably 3 in the morning. I don't think he'd ever been to Studio 54, or ever went back again. That was my place, and so he spotted me. And then it was December 79, and I was working with Jerry Hall at Avedon Studios, and she said, "There's a big party for Keith Richards coming up, and he'd like you to come." Jerry and I didn't hang out. We did modeling together. I didn't really know her and Mick, and I drank some vodka with a friend of mine and said, "Let's go to this party at the Roxy and see this guy." Most of my boyfriends were gay, so it was nervous-making meeting some guy who wanted to meet me. Also, it's a setup, a little bit cheesy and hoary. But it's also the end of the 70s, and I was 23. So we went up, and there was a wonderful, awkward, butterfly-filled tummy moment, sitting there with him watching me, and all these people around him. The sun was coming up, and my friend Billy and I decided to walk home. We went back to my place, and I guess I'd given Keith, somewhere along the night, my number. And a few days later, he called at 2 o'clock in the morning and said, "What happened to you?" And he said, "Hey, how about meeting me at Tramps?" Some band was playing. One of my gay friends said, "Don't do it. Don't go, Patti." I said, "I'm going. This is great." And I was up with him for 5 days straight, from Tramps on. We were in a car, we went to apartments, we went to Harlem looking at record shops. I remember on the 5th day, when I finally started seeing things flying, I think we went to Mick's house. Mick was having a huge party. It was a big modeling time for me. I was on the cover of Vogue a lot. But I still didn't like socializing. And it was pretty A-list at Mick's place. And I said to Keith, "I think I'm going to go home now. This is it for me." After that, I guess he went on with his usual biz, and I the same. Then the next thing I knew, I was out in Staten Island, and I spent New Year's Eve with my family. And I remember getting back in my car and zooming as fast as I could back to my apartment in the city after midnight, to find blood dripping up to my apartment on the stairs. He was waiting, leaning against my door. I don't know what he did. He'd cut his foot or something. My apartment was at 5th Avenue and 11th Street, and I think at that point, he'd been working at 8th Street. We must have said we were going to meet there, and it was lovely. He decided to fix us up at the Carlisle Hotel, and I remember Keith making everything just right, lighting the place, putting curtains up, beautiful scarves on the lights. There were 2 single beds in there. Sex wasn't a big thing. It was there, but it was very slow-moving. On the other hand, I have boxes and boxes of love letters from the first day we met. He would do drawings in his blood, and I still look forward to those notes I get. Very charming and very witty. All those first moments were so great. Then, little by little, people started raising red flags. Keith was going back and forth, leaving me in the middle of the night to go back to Long Island. "You have a family? You have a family in Long Island? You have a child?" It was nerve-wracking. I didn't know he was with Anita, and I definitely didn't know he had a girlfriend named Lil Wergillis at the time. A guy asked me to come to a party. I assume he's single. I didn't know he had all this stuff and history. I remember just feeling this guy needed a place to stay. People began telling me what I was doing wrong, what I was saying wrong. "Oh, don't make Keith those kind of eggs. Don't say this to him. Don't do this to him." It was very odd. Then my family would get horrible letters about Keith, and they started worrying. But they always had trust in my judgment. I gave him the keys to my place, and I went off to Paris to work for a few weeks. And I was wondering, is this happening? I really wanted to hang on to him. I really liked him. And I was excited when he called me in Paris. "When are you coming home?" And around March 1980, I went out to California and started doing a film with Peter Bogdanovich. But that was insane, having a relationship with Keith and trying to be a professional actress for the first time. And even Bogdanovich sent a letter to my family warning them about Keith, which I think now he regrets. And if I didn't know much about Keith, my Lutheran family in Staten Island knew even less. My brothers and sisters grew up on the other side of the 60s, the 60s of Doris Day. My older sisters wore beehives, the French twist. They missed that hippie era. I think my brothers tried marijuana, but I don't think anyone did any kind of drugs in the family, even though they're not teetotalers. They all have their own issues. We're a heavy drinking family. When Keith finally went to introduce himself at home, at Thanksgiving, in the autumn of 1980, it was a disaster. The first time I went up to Staten Island to meet Patti's family, I'd been up for days. I had a bottle of vodka or Jack Daniels in my hand, and I thought I'd just walk in the house with it, la 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 la. I ain't lying to you. This is your prospective son-in-law. I was way over the top. I'd brought along Prince Kozlowski, Stash. Hardly your best backup. But I needed some charm, and bringing a prince into their home, I thought for some reason, gave me the perfect cover. A real live prince. The fact that he's a real live asshole was neither here nor there. I needed a buddy along. I knew that Patti and I would end up together anyway. It was just a question of getting the family blessing, which would make it a lot easier for Patti. I pulled out the guitar, gave them a bit of Malagueña. Malagueña. There's nothing like it. It'll get you in anywhere. You play that, they think you're a fucking genius. So I played that beautifully, and imagined I'd gotten all the women, at least, on my side. They made a very nice dinner, and we were noshing away, and everything was polite. But to Big Al, Patti's father, I was just kind of weird. He was a Staten Island bus driver, and I was an international pop star. And then they were talking about that, about being a pop star. I said, oh, it's just a disguise and all that. Stash has the story on this. He remembers it better because I was already pissed out of my brains. He recalls one of the brothers saying, so what's your scam then? I remember that suddenly I felt under the grill. Stash particularly remembers that one of Patti's sisters said something like, I think you've drunk too much to play that. And then, bang, I went berserk. I said something else like, enough of this, and smashed my guitar on the table, which takes some force. It could have gone either way. I could have been banished forever, but the amazing thing about this family is that they weren't offended. A little startled, maybe, but by then everybody had had a tipple. My apologies were very abject the following day. In the case of the old man, Big Old Al, a great guy, I think at least he saw that I was willing to take a chance, and he kind of liked that. He was a Seabee attached to a construction battalion in the Aleutian Islands in the war. He was supposed to be there building a runway and ended up fighting Japs because there was nobody else around. Eventually I took Big Al on at pool at his local favorite bar, and I let him think that he'd drunk me under the table. I got you, Sonny. You certainly did, sir. But it was Beatrice, Patti's mum, who was the key to my acceptance. She was always for me, and I had great times with her later on. This is how it looked for Patti the day she introduced me to her family. Patti Hansen. I just remember being upstairs crying when the shit hit the fan. Something must have happened prior to that, because I remember I wasn't at the table with them when it happened. I must have seen he was out of it and just wanted to go and crawl in a hole. It was a holiday dinner. Something was said, and a guitar flew across the table at my parents'. I don't know what happened to him. He suddenly became this rock star, this person none of us had ever been around. And my mother said, something's wrong, Patti. Something's very wrong. I know they were terrified, so worried about me. My father was a bus driver. He's a quiet man anyway, and he was recovering from a heart attack, and that was the first time he met Keith, with his leather jacket and his skinny little legs. I'm their baby, the youngest out of 7 children. Who knows what Keith was doing, but it was mostly downers and alcohol, and I remember crying on the steps, and him crying in my arms, and my family watching. They'd never been around all this kind of stuff. They did handle it pretty well. We had other family there, my sisters, and then we had some neighbors. It's always a full house. The next thing I know, my mom is holding me in her arms and telling me Keith was going to take care of me. It's okay. He's a good boy. And then Keith was so dreadfully upset with himself. He was so apologetic and sent my mother this beautiful note saying he was very sorry for his behavior. I don't know how she could have trusted him after that, but she did. I couldn't stay. I went back with him in the car, and they must have been terrified that I was getting in the car with this violent nut. My other brothers were in California that night, but Keith went up against them later. He would puff out his chest to me, choose me, Patti, or them. And I said, I choose you. He would always do that to me, just to make sure. As to Patti's 3 brothers, the toughest challenge was Big Al Jr., and he really, at the time, did not like me at all. He wanted to fight. He wanted an okay corral. So one day at his house in L.A., I said, let's cut the crap, Al. Let's go outside. Let's take it on. Let's do it now. You're 6 foot what, and I'm 5 foot this. You'll probably kill me, but you'll never walk the same again because I'm fast. Before you kill me, I'll sever you and your sister. Your sister will hate you forever. He threw in the towel. I knew that was the kicker. The rest about the macho bullshit didn't mean anything. That was his way of testing me. Greg took a little longer. He's a nice guy. He's got 8 kids. He's working hard for a living and keeps having babies. This is a religious family that I'm married into. They go to church. They form prayer circles. We have different ideas on religion. I've never found heaven, for example, a particularly interesting place to go. In fact, I take the view that God, in his infinite wisdom, didn't bother to spring for two joints, heaven and hell. They're the same place. But heaven is when you get everything you want, and you meet Mummy and Daddy, and your best friends, and you all have a hug and kiss and play your harps. Hell is the same place. No fire and brimstone. But they just all pass by and don't see you. There's nothing, no recognition. You're waving, it's me, your father, but you're invisible. You're on a cloud. You got your harp, but you can't play with nobody because they don't see you. That's hell. Rodney, the third brother, was a naval chaplain at the time I met Patti. So I took him on theology. Who actually wrote this book, Rodney? Is it the Word of God, or is it the edited version? Has it been tampered with? And of course he's got no answer to that. And we still love to joust about these things. It's very important to him. He likes the challenge. He'll come back with another thing next week. Well, the Lord says, oh, he does he? I had to fight my way into Patti's family. But once you're in, they'd die for you. It was good that I had such a distraction of the heart at that time, because there was a bitter current beginning to flow between Mick and me. Its onset seemed quite sudden, and it was shocking to me. It dated from the time I finally kicked heroin. I wrote a song called All About You, which was on Emotional Rescue in 1980, and on which I sang one of my then rare vocals. It's usually taken by the lyric watchers to be a song of parting from Anita. It seems like an angry boy-girl song, a bitter love song, a throwing in of the towel. If the show must go on, let it go on without you. So sick and tired of hanging around with jerks like you. There's never one thing a song is about. But in this case, if it was about anything, it was probably more about Mick. There were certain barbs aimed that way. It was at that time when I was deeply hurt. I realized that Mick had quite enjoyed one side of my being a junkie. The one that kept me from interfering in day-to-day business. Now here I was, off the stuff. I came back with the attitude of, okay, thanks a lot. I'll relieve you of the weight. Thank you for carrying the burden for several years while I was out there. I'll make recompense in time. I'd never fucked up. I'd given him some great songs to sing. The only person that fucked up was me. Got out of there, Mick, by the skin of my teeth. And he'd got out of a few things by the skin of his teeth, too. I think I expected this burst of gratitude, sort of, thank God, mate. But what I got was, I'm running this shit. It was that rebuff. I would ask, what's happening here? What are we doing with this? And I'd get no reply. And I realized that Mick had got all of the strings in his hands, and he didn't want to let go of a single one. Had I really read this right? I didn't know power and control were that important to Mick. I always thought we'd worked on what was good for all of us. Idealistic, stupid bastard, right? Mick had fallen in love with power, while I was being artistic. But all we had was ourselves. What's the point of struggling between us? Look how thin the ranks are. There's Mick, me, and Charlie. There's Bill. The phrase from that period that rings in my ears all these years later is, oh, shut up, Keith. He used it a lot, many times, in meetings, anywhere. Even before I'd conveyed the idea, it was, oh, shut up, Keith, don't be stupid. He didn't even know he was doing it. It was so fucking rude. I've known him so long he can get away with murder like that. At the same time, you think about it. It hurts. At the time I was cutting All About You, I took Earl McGrath, who was nominally running Rolling Stone's records, to look at the wonderful view of New York from the roof of Electric Lady Studios. I said, if you don't do something about this, you see that pavement down there? It's yours. I virtually picked him up. I said, you're supposed to be the go-between with Mick. What's going on? You can't control this. Earl's a lovely bloke, and I realized he wasn't cut out to do some of this stuff between me and Mick on a bad night. But I wanted to let him know how I was feeling about this. I couldn't bring Mick up there and throw him off, and I had to do something. I was losing Ronnie, too, but temporarily, and for other reasons. More to the point, Ronnie was getting lost. He was freebasing. He and Joe were living up in Mandeville Canyon around 1980, and he had a little gang, a clique that did it with him. Crack cocaine. This stuff's worse than smack. I never did it. Never, never. I didn't like the smell of it. And I didn't like what it did to people. Once in Ronnie's house, he and Josephine and everybody else around him were freebasing. And when you're doing that, that's it. That's all there is in the world. There were all these fawning people around Ronnie, stupid blokes in straw Stetsons with feathers. I went into his John, and he was in there with loads of hangers-on and snide little dealers. And they're all on the phone in the John trying to get more of whatever crap it is they're freebasing. There's somebody else flaming up in the bath. I walked in, sat down, and took a crap. Hey, Ron. Not a word. It was like I wasn't there. Well, that's it. He's gone. Now I know what I've got to do. I've got to treat the man differently from now on. I said to Ronnie, "What are you doing this for?" "Oh, you wouldn't understand." "Oh, really?" I heard that phrase from potheads many years ago. And then I think, okay, well, I'll understand or not. But I'll make up my own mind. Everybody had wanted Ronnie off the U.S. tour in '81. He was just getting too out of it. But I said, no, I'll guarantee him. That meant I personally guaranteed to ensure the tour and promised that Ronnie would not be misbehaving. Anything to get the Stones on the road. I figured I could handle him. And then in Frisco, the middle of October 1981, we're on the tour, the J. Giles Band along with us, and we're at the Fairmount Hotel, which looks a bit like Buckingham Palace, with an east wing and a west wing. I was in one wing, and Ronnie was in the other. And I heard there was a big freebase party going on in Ronnie's room. He was being irresponsible to the max. He had promised me he wouldn't be doing that shit on the road. The red curtain came down. So I went downstairs, marched through the central lobby of the Fairmount. Patti was saying, "Don't go mad, don't do it." By then she'd torn my shirt off. I said, fuck it. He's putting me and the band's life on the line. If anything went wrong, it was going to cost me a few mil and blow everything. I got there. He opened the door, and I just socked him. You cunt. Boom! So he fell backwards over the couch, and the rest of my punch carried me over on top of him. The couch fell over, and we both nearly fell out the window. We scared ourselves to death. The couch was going over, and both of us were looking at the window thinking, we could be going through here. After that, I don't really remember much. I'd made my point. Ronnie's been in and out of rehabs many times since then. I put a sign on Ronnie's dressing room on tour not long ago that read, "Rehab is for quitters. You could take it any way you want. To mean keep going to these joints that actually do nothing for you. All you're doing is paying a lot of money, and you walk out and do the same thing. They have rehabs for gamblers, which is the one Ronnie went to. Ronnie's idea of rehab was mainly a strategy to get away from the pressure. In recent times, he's found a smooth little rehab place. He tells me these stories. This is straight out of the horse's mouth. I've got this great one in Ireland. Oh, yeah? What do they do there? It's great. Nothing. I walked in and said, well, what's the regime? Mr. Wood, there isn't one. The only rule is, there's no phone calls and no visitors. This is perfect. You mean I don't have to do anything? No, in fact, they let him go down the pub for 3 hours every night. And he's in there with people that are in for gambling, people that are actually hiding, like he is, just to get the day-to-day living off their back. Once, when he'd come back from rehab, I said, he's okay now. I've known him stoned out of his brain, and I've known him straight and sober. Quite honestly, it makes a little difference. But there's a bit more focus on him now. I stand by that, basically. That was the weird thing about it. When you come down to it, all this shit and money he'd spent on this crap and getting off of it, and no bloody difference. He'd just look you in the eye a little more, maybe. In other words, it's not about the shit. It's about something else. You wouldn't know, man. I've been out in all weathers with Ronnie, and it shows. One rare occasion, a year after our fight, after he'd laid down the crack pipe, required him to be in perfect order, to put no foot wrong. And he duly stepped up, and he did a great job. I asked him to come with me to Redlands, to be there when I met my dad again for the first time in 20 years. I was scared to meet Bert. To me, he was still the guy I'd left 20 years earlier, when I was a teenager. I had some idea over the years that he was okay from relations who'd seen him, who told me that he was hanging out at his local pub. I was scared to meet him because of what I had done in the meantime. That's why it took me 20 years to get around to it. In my mind, I was an absolute reprobate to my father. The guns, the drugs, the busts, the shame, the degradation for him. I had humiliated him. That was my thought. That I'd really let him down. Every headline that hit the goddamn newspapers. Richard's busted again. Made it even more difficult for me to get in touch with me dad. I thought he was better off not seeing me. There aren't a lot of blokes that scare me anymore. But during my childhood, to disappoint my dad was devastating for me. I was frightened of his disapproval. I wrote earlier how the thought of it, the idea of not living up to his expectations, could reduce me to tears, because when I was a child, his disapproval would totally isolate me, make me almost disappear. And that stuff was just frozen in time. Gary Schultz, who told me his regrets at not making amends with his dad before he died, talked me into it. although I'd always known I had to do it. It wasn't difficult to track him down through relations. He'd been living in the back room of a pub in Bexley for all those years, never apparently needing anything from me, or certainly never asking, so I wrote to him. I remember I was sitting on the bed in my hotel room in Washington, D.C. in December 1981, near my birthday, scarcely able to believe that I was reading his reply. We couldn't meet until the European tour of 1982, a few months after that, and Redlands was the appointed place. In the meantime, I wrote to him. I'm really looking forward to seeing your ugly mug after all these years. I bet you'll still scare the shit out of me. All my love, your son, Keith. P.S. I also have a couple of your grandchildren to show you. Soon come, K. I had brought Ronnie with me as a humorous buffer, clown, just a sidekick, a friend, because I didn't think I could handle it by myself. I sent a car to the pub in Bexley to bring Bert to me. Gary Schultz was there at Redlands, too, and he remembers me very nervous, counting down the time. He'll be here in 2 hours. He'll be here in half an hour. And then he arrived. And out got this little old bloke. We looked at each other, and he said, "Hello, son." He was completely different. It was a shock to see him. Bandy legs, limping a bit with his war wound. It was like looking at some old rascal. He looked like a retired pirate. What 20 years can do. Silver curly locks, an amazing combo of gray sideburns with mustache. He always had one. This was not my dad. I didn't expect him to be the same as I'd left him. A sturdy middle-aged chap, stocky, well-built. But he was a completely different person. "Hello, son." "Dad?" That breaks the ice, I can tell you. Bert walked away a little bit at one point. And Gary Schultz tells me that I said to him, "You never knew I was the son of Popeye, did you?" So it was, "Come in, Dad." And once he was in, couldn't get rid of him. Still a pipe man, smoking St. Bruno Flake, the same dark tobacco I remember as a kid. The weird thing is, my dad turned out to be a great piss artist. Not when I was growing up. Then it was maybe 1 beer a night, or on the weekends if we were out socializing. Now he was one of the greatest rummies I'd ever met. I mean, Jesus Christ, Bert. There are still stools commemorated to him in several pubs, especially in Bexley. Rum was his drink. Dark navy rum. All he said about those headlines of mine was, "You've been a bit of a bugger, haven't you?" So now we could talk like grown men. And suddenly, I had another friend. I had a dad again. I'd given that up. A father figure didn't come into it anymore. It was a full circle. We became conspiratorial and friendly, and we found out that we really liked each other. We started to hang, and decided it was time for him to travel. I wanted him to see the world from the top. Showing off, I suppose. He devoured the whole bloody globe. He wasn't in awe of it. He absorbed it. So then we began to have all the fun we hadn't had the time for. World traveler Bert Richards, who'd never been in an airplane, never been anywhere except Normandy up until that point. His first flight was to Copenhagen. The only time I saw Bert scared. As the engines were revving up, I saw his knuckles whiten. He was clutching his pipe, about to break it, but he brassed it out. And once we were in the air, he loosened up. The first takeoff is hairy no matter who you are. So then he started chatting up the stewardesses, and he was on his way. Next thing I know, he's on tour and we're traveling down to Bristol. Me and my friend, the writer James Fox, in the back. My minder, Svi Horowitz, and Bert forward. Svi says to Bert, "Would you like a drink, Mr. Richards?" And Bert goes, "I think I'll have a light ale, thank you, Svi." And I wind down the partition and say, "What? On the Sabbath, Dad?" And I fall back laughing at the irony of all this. And then in Martinique, he's got Brooke Shields on his knee. I couldn't get a word in edgeways. They were all over my dad. 3 or 4 top starlets. "Where's Dad? Where do you think?" He's down the bar surrounded by the latest batch of beauties. He had some energy. I remember him playing dominoes with 5 or 6 of us right through the night. And everybody else was down under the table. And he was knocking back neat rum at the same time. He'd never get drunk, always steady. He was kind of like me, and that's the problem. You can drink more, because it doesn't really do much. It's just something you do, like waking up or breathing. Anita, meanwhile, a fugitive from the press for a while, after the boy shot himself on the premises, had holed up in the Alray Hotel in New York on 68th Street, with Marlon, Larry Sessler, Freddie's son, was there to look after them. Marlon's life revolved not around schooling, at least not of the conventional kind, but around Anita's new friends. The post-punk world centered on the Mud Club, which was the anti-Studio 54 on White Street in New York. The world of Brian Eno, the Dead Boys, and Max's Kansas City was Anita's hangout. Nothing, of course, had changed with Anita, and she probably remembers it as the worst of times for her, or counts herself lucky to be alive. It was very dangerous in New York at that time, not just from AIDS. Shooting up in Lower East Side hotels is no joke, nor is the 4th floor of the Chelsea Hotel, specializing in angel dust and heroin. To try and provide some stability, I took over Mick Taylor's rented house in Sands Point, Long Island, for them. A first of a series of mad movie-like mansions on Long Island that they lived in during this period. I would come to visit when I could, to see Marlon. I came out for Anita's birthday in 1980, and found Roy Skipper Martin, one of a bunch of people Anita would bring out from the Mud Club. Roy had a nightly spot there doing some extreme kind of stand-up comedy. Roy had cooked this huge meal, roast lamb, Yorkshire pudding, and all that stuff, and then apple crumble and custard. I asked him, "Is this real custard?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "No, it's not. You got it out of a tin." And he said, "I fucking made it. It came out of a packet, Bird's Vanilla, that you make with milk." So we had a set to. I remember I threw a glass at him across the table. I usually make an instant connection with my long-term, solid friends. I can spot them straight away. Some sense that we're going to trust each other. It's a binding contract. Roy is one of them from that first night. Once I've made a connection, to me it's the biggest sin to let a friend down. Because that means you don't understand the whole meaning of friendship, comradeship, which is the most important thing. You'll hear more of Roy because, as well as being a good friend of mine, he's still taking care of Biz at my house in Connecticut. He's been on a family retainer, for want of a better term, ever since about a year after that meeting. I'd be nowhere without my mates. Bill Bolton, my distant muscle on the road. Built like a brick shithouse. Tony Russell, my minder for the past many years. Pierre de Beauport, guitar tech and musical advisor. The only trouble with true friends like that is we keep jumping in front of each other to save each other. Me. I'll take the hit. True friends. Hardest thing to find, but you never look for them. They find you. You just grow into each other. I can go nowhere without knowing I have some solid backup. Jim Callaghan in the past and Joe Seabrook, who croaked a couple of years before I wrote this, were just that. Bill Bolton's married to Joe's sister, so it's all in the family. Cats that I've been through thick and thin with are very important to me. For some reason, all my close friends have been jailbirds at one time or another. I hadn't taken this in until I saw them on a list together with their thumbnail CVs. What does that tell us? Nothing. Because each circumstance is so different. Bobby Keys is the only one who's been to jail several times, for as he says, crimes he didn't even know he committed. We all stick together, me and my dastardly crew. We just want to do what we want to do without being bothered by all that other crap. We love the adventures of Keith Richards. It'll come to a sticky end, I've no doubt. It's like a Just William, really. Roy, for example, ran away to sea at 15 years old from Stepney in the East End of London, which tells you a lot. He went into gold smuggling in the early 60s. A free spirit, Roy. He used to buy the gold in Switzerland and put it in special jackets and around his knickers, 40 kilos of it, and fly it to the Far East, Hong Kong, Bangkok. Heavy gold bars made by Johnson Matthey, .999. One day when Roy got out of the taxi after flying for 25 hours, he couldn't get up because of the weight. He was on his knees at the taxi door, and the hotel doorman had to rush out and help him. Roy was banged up for other reasons, in the famous Arthur Road prison in Bombay, as it appears in the book Shantaram. No charge, no trial, defense of India regulations, and he escaped. He wanted to be an actor, and he was an actor in fringe theater for a while, which is probably why he was doing stand-up in the Mud Club. Roy is one of the funniest guys I know, and occasionally he went out of control with manic energy, and it is manic energy. Nobody else gonna do it? I'll show you. Once in the Mayflower Hotel, there were loads of people after a show, and suddenly I hear this knock at the window. This is about 16 stories up, and there's Roy, clinging to the sill, knocking on the window going, "Help! Help!" There's police cars going by and people below calling, "Hey up there, someone's got a jumper." That's not funny, Roy. Get your ass in. Underneath him, there was a very narrow brick ledge. He just had his toes on it. There are guys who should not be alive. After the 81 tour, I persuaded Roy to look after Marlon and Anita full-time. One of his briefs was to see whether he could get Marlon to go to school. Bert joined them after the 1982 European tour. What a menage a trois that was. Bert, Marlon, and Roy, living in the Gatsby mansions with Anita coming and going. Bert always thought Anita was nuts. And yes, she was pretty far out. She just carried on, out of her brain all this time. It was like some crew stranded on half pay in a series of huge deserted mansions. Harold Pinter meets Scott Fitzgerald. Roy was a sailor anyway. Bert and Marlon weren't, but they were all adrift, let's put it that way. in this foreign country. Though Marlon was so used to foreign countries, he didn't really care which one he was in. Roy lived with Bert from 1982 until he died. I put them there while I was on the road. I only ever visited there on and off, pop in and say hi. So I should have Marlon describe what Gothic adventures came to pass in those lost years on the shores of Long Island. Marlon. The worst part was growing up in New York, because in the late 70s, it was a scary place. I didn't go back to school for all of 1980. We lived in the Al Ray Hotel in the middle of Manhattan, which wasn't too bad. It was like Eloise at the Plaza. We went to movies. Anita used to take me round to see Andy Warhol, William Burroughs. I think he lived in the men's showers at the Chelsea Hotel. It was all tiled, and there were washing lines with used condoms on them, hanging across the room. Very strange man. From there we moved to the Mick Taylor vacated house on Sands Point, Long Island, for about 6 months. The first film version of The Great Gatsby was shot there, in which Sands Point is East Egg, with many acres of lawns and a huge beachfront and a saltwater pool, all decaying. We used to hear 20s jazz music coming from the gazebo, dinner parties and clinking glasses and laughter that dissipated as you walked towards it. There were certainly mob connections in this house. I found family snaps in the attic of Sinatra and Dean Martin, all the Rat Pack, hanging out there in the 50s. This was where Roy first turned up, before he came to live with us for good. This crazy Englishman who Anita brought from the Mud Club, where his act was to drink a whole bottle of cognac on stage, while telling jokes and blabbering on and reciting a poem by Shel Silverstein called The Perfect High, about a boy called Gimme Some Roy, and slowly peeling off his clothes. All for $200 and a bottle of cognac. Anita brought him home to the big house, and we put him up in the attic at first. But he completely wrecked the room in a drunken rant. He was terrifying. We had to kick him out of the house, essentially. He would drink a bottle of cognac in the morning and sing. So we just shifted him into the doghouse, which was like a shed. He had an affinity for the Labrador at the time, and he would spend hours singing away with the dog. It was a mild spring, so it wasn't too bad. Anita collected other fringe acts, too. The writer and beat poet Mason Hoffenberg often used to live there with us. This little bearded Jewish gnome who would sit naked out in the garden and sort of spew down at people who drove by. He was going through his naturist stage, which was a bit terrifying for Long Island. We called him the Garden Gnome. He stayed for quite a while that summer. Roy became a permanent fixture in late '81, having been on tour with Keith, a kind of official minder to us when we moved to Old Westbury, another huge mansion where we lived from 1981 until 1985. It was an enormous place, with only the 4 of us living there, and semi-derelict. Absolutely no furniture and no heating, but with a beautiful ballroom I used to roller skate around. Its walls hand-painted on canvas in the 1920s, but now peeling. In fact, by the end of our stay, the whole edifice, with its 2 main staircases and 2 wings, looked like Miss Havisham's. The only furniture was a big white Bossendorfer piano that Roy used to play on and do his Liberace routine. And I had my drum kit at the other end of the ballroom, so we sort of jammed. We had a good sound system and all Keith's records, so we'd put a record on and mess about, and then Roy would open a tin for dinner. "What tin do you want tonight, Spam or—" So I became a vegetarian after that. "No, I don't want any more Spam, Roy. Thanks a lot." Anita was going through a very self-destructive period at this time. She was in a dark place. If she went to New York, she would drink a lot when she got back to calm whatever she had taken, and go into violent alcoholic rages. Despite this, interesting people were coming all the time via Anita. Basquiat, Robert Fraser came down, and Anita's punk friends like the fellows from the Dead Boys and some of the guys from the New York Dolls. It was quite crazy. I don't think Anita got any credit for the fact that she did contribute to the punk movement. A lot of them, at least New York ones, would come and spend weekends at our house. She'd come back from the Mud Club and CBGB's with a car full of pink-haired nutters. Nice people generally, just nerdy Jewish kids, really. Every now and again, Roy would go up to the office in New York with receipts and come back with big envelopes full of $100 bills. And that would be the money for the month. It was hilarious. So when I got my allowance, what did I do with this brand-new crisp $100 bill? I just wanted to go and buy some comic books. And I was waving this thing around. They got quite used to us in Long Island. Roy would go 90 miles an hour everywhere, screaming. And we drove huge Lincoln Continentals, those big pimp mobiles we used to rent. Roy would write them off once every 2 months, and we'd get another one. He used to have his 2 days off, where he'd say, "Right, I'm going away for 2 days, don't bother me." And he'd go off on a drinking binge, and he'd come back with bruises or all cut up. On one spectacular outing, Roy got into some argument in a bar in Long Island. He left the bar, came back 10 minutes later, and drove the car right through the bar windows, crashed 3 cars outside and a bunch of motorcycles. He then got out of the car, walked back into the bar he'd just wrecked, to make a telephone call. Next day he was arrested and put in jail and we bailed him out. But Bert was very patient with all that. Oh, Roy in trouble again? Luckily for Roy, it was a town with a private police force. So every time Roy would get into a car crash, they'd just sort of drop him off at home. Bert used to go down in the evening to a Hells Angels bar by the train station in Westbury, and he'd sit there with all these Hells Angels, these guys with the caps and the leather, for hours and hours and hours. He'd sit there with Roy, and Roy would entertain everyone, yodeling and screaming. Bert, on the other hand, lived a life of strict routine. He used to get up and have a swim, fix his own breakfast. He had these very set meals, now cooked by Roy. He always had a glass of Harvey's Bristol Cream at 7 bells, because Wheel of Fortune came on at 7:30. He always watched Wheel of Fortune. He had a thing for Vanna White, used to cheer her on, yell at people who were rude to her. And then at 8 o'clock, he'd have dinner, then watch TV till midnight, drinking Bass and dark Navy rum. Thank God the houses were large enough that sometimes I could just disappear and I didn't have to see people. One person would have a wing to himself, and basically, I wouldn't know what the hell they were doing for weeks on end. People say, oh, remember when Jean-Michel Basquiat visited for a week? No. Maybe I was in the East Wing then. We used to change bedrooms every few months, just to make it interesting. I wouldn't see Roy for 2 weeks. I didn't know where his bedroom was. The landlord never did any maintenance on the place, so it was just getting worse and worse and worse. Once my bedroom became too decrepit, I would move into another one. Luckily, there were about 15 of them, until eventually I moved all the way to the attic. It was the last place left. A huge attic space the size of a cathedral up there, and I had my bed and a TV and my desk, and I would just lock the door and not let anyone else up there. But then we said we can't stay here anymore, it's falling down, or we've destroyed it. So that's why we moved to the final mansion at Mill Neck, on the edge of Oyster Bay. Around '83, Anita moved back to England because of visa problems and stayed there, coming over only for the occasional visit. So she wasn't there for this last gigantic house with 12 or 13 bedrooms, so incredibly cold in the winter. We had a fireplace in one living room. Roy's room was heated. Bert's room was heated. And we would all sort of meet up sometimes in the kitchen. If you walked in the hallway, you had to put an overcoat on. This house had an elevator up to the rooms we lived in. One day the elevator broke down, and we didn't go out for 2 weeks. Then we discovered that the front door had been left open, and the whole ground floor had frozen into an ice ballroom, icicles hanging from the chandeliers. It was like Narnia. It was like Gormenghast. I came upon the African frogs we had as pets, frozen solid in their tank, many years pre-Damien Hirst. Around this time I asked Keith if I could have guitar lessons. No son of mine is going to be a guitar player, he said. Certainly not. I want you to grow up to be a lawyer or accountant. He was joking, of course, but very dry, and I was quite traumatized. The amazing thing is that I went to school, Portledge, a posh local school in Locust Valley, driven by Roy, but intermittently, let's put it that way. My attendance record wasn't very good. I didn't really mind all this self-sufficiency. I was kind of happy not to have everyone around, really, because it was exhausting with Anita and Keith. I just wanted to go to school as best I could and get things done and have some sort of normal life. And I felt I could do that much better by myself, or at least with Roy. Eventually I got kicked out of the Locust Valley School for not showing up, not doing my homework, and I just gave up on school, really. Keith was getting advice from one of his relations saying that I was a complete delinquent and I should go to military academy. There was even a move to convince Keith to send me off to West Point. I wouldn't have minded, actually. But Keith said, well, what do you want to do? He said, do you want to just give up school altogether? And I said, well, no, I want to get my education. I want to go to England because I can't do it in America. So I came over to England in 1988 and moved in across the street from Anita on Tite Street in Chelsea and got a flat. And lest it be forgotten, I got 4 A-levels. For Marlon himself and for me, it was the defining point. It was his decision to go back to England. He said to me, all I'm going to get is Long Island bullshit. And that's when I took my hat off to Marlon. He could take his choice. He could be the Long Island brat, but thank God he's smarter than that, and got out of there and managed to cope. Maybe Bert was one of the first solid anchors. Maybe he became the steadying force. The proof's in the pudding. I'm sure things could have been done far better, but we were on the run, and Marlon had a unique upbringing, far from normal. Hence, probably why he's bringing up his own kids in a very secure way, hands-on all the time. But he never got that. By now, Marlon understands. It was the times and the circumstances that made it tough on him. It was very difficult to be one of the Rolling Stones and take care of your kids at the same time. As for Anita, she survived too. Now she is the benign grandmother to Marlon's 3 children. She's a kind of elder and icon in the fashion world in which she involves herself. People see her as a source of inspiration. And she's developed her green thumb lately. I know a bit about gardening, but I think she knows more than I do. She took care of my trees in Redlands. She chopped off the ivy. The trees were being choked to death by ivy, several of them. I gave her a machete. And the trees are blooming again. The ivy's gone. She knows what to do. She has an allotment somewhere in London that she cultivates. Rides down on her bicycle. Patti and I had been together for 4 years by December 1983. I loved her soul, and I knew in my heart I wanted to make this thing legitimate. And I was coming up to my 40th birthday. What was more appropriate? We'd been shooting videos in Mexico City for Under Cover of the Night with Julian Temple, who shot many of our videos in those days. We shot 3 or 4 movies in Mexico while we were there. And at the end I decided, right, fuck it, time off. Go down to Cabo San Lucas. Then a small town with 2 hotels on the beach, one of which was the Twin Dolphin. We have conferences, me and my friends, scattered across the globe. Group meetings, sitting conferences like bishops' conferences, ready to be convened at any time. There's the Eastern and the Western in the USA, which was straightforward. But the one that was nuts was the Southwestern Conference, much of which took place in New Mexico. The names of its members: Red Dog, Gary Ashley, who's now dead and gone, Stroker, real name Dickie Johnson. They're called the Southwestern Conference, because you'd never see them east of the Mississippi. They're a solid bunch, absolute madmen, all of them. They brook no interference from sanity, bless their hearts. I'd hung with these guys on many occasions. I got to Cabo San Lucas on this trip, and within a week, I'd met Gregorio Azar, who had a house there. Gregorio's father owns Azar Nuts, which was the biggest nut business in the Southwest. He heard I was staying at the Twin Dolphin, which is one of the few hotels there. I didn't know him at the time, but he knew all of the other Southwest Conference guys. Came out with the right names at the right time. A friend of Gary Ashley and Red Dog? Cool, come on in. And we started to hang, and he was co-opted. I proposed to Patti on the rooftop of Gregorio's house in Cabo San Lucas. Come on, let's get married on my birthday. She said, you mean it? I said, yeah. Immediately she jumped on my back. I didn't feel anything, but I just heard something go snap, and I looked down, and there's 2 beautiful fountains of blood coming out from behind my toenail. Within 5 seconds of me saying, yeah, I mean it, she broke my toe. Next time it'll be the heart, right? Half an hour later it had started to throb, and then I was on a crutch for the next 2 weeks. A few days before our wedding day, I found myself running through the Mexican desert on a crutch with a black cloak and chasers on. We'd had a fight, Patti and I, some pre-marriage thing. I don't know what it was about, but here I was, hobbling through cacti, chasing her into the desert. Come here, you bitch, like Long John Silver. On the day before the wedding, Gregorio says to me, by the way, have you heard about this German chick with the big Mercedes bus and the teepee? And I went chilled. She's German? Big Mercedes bus? Teepee? Get out of here. The bus was parked on a beach in Cabo San Lucas. I knew from magazines that Ussi Obermeyer had been traveling the hippie trail through Afghanistan, Turkey, and India in recent years with this huge bus, fur-lined and with a sauna in it. She was traveling with her husband, Dieter Backhorn. I knew for sure that she was in Cabo San Lucas when I opened the door of my room in the Twin Dolphin, which is right on the beach, and there was this little vase of flowers outside. There could have been no stranger or weirder coincidence than this. For us to meet on the eve of my wedding, in this remote part of Mexico, about as far as you could get from Afghanistan or Germany or anywhere Uschi had been. What was she doing here? And then Uschi and Dieter came by, and I told her I was getting married, and I was very much in love with Patti. We talked about the intervening years, rumors of her demise, and the reality, which was her travels in her bus through the world, through India and Turkey and God knows where. A few nights later on New Year's Eve, Dieter was killed on his motorcycle. His severed head still in his helmet, on one side of the road. His body had gone over the bridge. I went to see Uschi. There was a big black barking dog in the doorway. Who's there? I said, it's the Englishman. The door opened. I've heard what happened. Is there anything I can do to help? She said thank you, but no. Beach, everything is being taken care of. So I left Uschi in these bizarre and tragic circumstances. Our most unlikely meetings having been framed by shock and grief. First mine, and then hers. Doris and Bert came for our wedding ceremony. The first time they'd met in 20 years, and Angela locked them in a room and forced them to talk to each other. Marlon came. Mick was the best man. 4 years Patti and I had been together. 4 years of road testing. And I'd expended enough sperm to fertilize the whole world, and no babies. Not that I really expected to have children by Patti. I can't have babies, she'd said. Well, I guess you can't. But it's not the reason I'm going to marry you. Put that little curtain ring round her finger, and in 6 months, guess what? I'm pregnant. So the dungeon that we were planning? No. It's going to be a nursery now. All right, paint it pink and put a cot in. Take the chains off the walls, get the mirrors down. I thought by then I'd done my fathering bit with Marlon and Angela. They're growing up all right. We've done it, and we've made it. No more diapers. But no, here comes another one. Her name's Theodora. And then a year later, another one. Alexandra. Little TNA. And they weren't even a gleam in my eye when I wrote that song. Chapter 12. Secret solo deals and skullduggery. World War III breaks out between the Glimmer twins. I ally myself with Steve Jordan and make a difficult film with Chuck Berry, then cut loose and form the X-Pensive Winos. Reunion with Mick in Barbados. Voodoo the Rescued Cat, opposite, and his lounge. Rebirth of the Stones, and the start of the megatours with Steel Wheels. Bridges to Babylon, and 4 songs with a parallel narrative. It was the beginning of the 80s, when Mick started to become unbearable. That's when he became Brenda, or Her Majesty, or just Madam. We were in Paris, back at Patti Marconi, in November and December of 1982, working on songs for Undercover. I went to W.H. Smith, the English bookshop on the Rue de Rivoli. I forgot the title of the book, but there it was. Some lurid novel by Brenda Jagger. Gotcha, mate. Now you're Brenda, whether you know it or like it or not. He certainly didn't like it. It took him ages to find out. We'd be talking about that bitch Brenda with him in the room, and he wouldn't know. But there's a terrible thing that starts, and it's very much like the way Mick and I behaved towards Brian. Once you release that acid, it begins to corrode. This situation was a culmination of things that had been going on for several years. The immediate problem was that Mick had developed an overriding desire to control everything. As far as he was concerned, it was Mick Jagger and them. That was the attitude that we all got. It didn't matter how much he tried. He couldn't stop appearing, to himself at least, as numero uno. Now there was Mick's world, which was a socialite world, and our world. This didn't work at all well with keeping a band together or keeping them happy. Oh, dear me. After all these years, the swollen heads arrived. He'd gotten to where it wouldn't fit through the doorway. The band, including myself, were now basically hirelings. That had always been his attitude to everyone else, but never to the band. When it dripped over onto us, that was it. An inflated ego is always very difficult in a band, especially a band that's been going on a long time and is tight, and really relies upon, at least amongst its members, a certain bizarre integrity. The band is a team. It's very democratic in a way. Everything has to be decided between us. It's so much for a left leg from the top of the knee, and so much for your testicles. Anybody that tries to elevate himself above the others endangers himself. Charlie and I would raise our eyes to the ceiling. Do you believe that? And for a while we just put up with it when Mick tried to take the whole thing over. When you think about it, we'd been together 25 years or so before the shit really hit the fan, so the view was, this was bound to happen. This happens to all bands eventually. And now's the test. Does it hold together? It must have been pretty bad for anyone who worked around us on Undercover. A hostile, discordant atmosphere. We were barely talking or communicating, and if we were bickering and sniping. Mick attacking Ronnie, me defending him. Eventually, in the Patti Marconi studios in Paris, trying to finish the album, Mick would come in from midday until 5 p.m., and I'd appear from midnight until 5 a.m. It was only the early skirmishing, the phony war. The work itself wasn't bad, somehow. The album did well. Well, Mick got very big ideas. All lead singers do. It's a known affliction called LVS, lead vocalist syndrome. There had been early symptoms, but now it was rampant. A video display in the stadium in Tempe, Arizona, where the Stones were performing, and Hal Ashby was shooting Let's Spend the Night Together, announced, Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones. Since when? Mick was a controller of every detail, and it was no producer's oversight. The shots were excised. If you combine congenital LVS with a non-stop bombardment of flattery every waking moment over years and years, you can start to believe the incoming. Even if you're not flattered by flattery, or you're anti-flattery, it will go to your head. It will do something to you. And even if you don't completely believe it, you say, well, everybody else does. I'll roll with it. You forget that it's just part of the job. It's amazing how even quite sensible people like Mick Jagger could get carried away by it. Actually believe they were special. I've had problems ever since I was 19 with people saying, you're fantastic, and you know you ain't. Downfall, boy. I could see how other people were sucked in so easily. I became a Puritan in that respect. I will never go that way. I'll disfigure myself, which I did, by letting some teeth fall out. I'm not playing this game. I'm not in show business. Playing the music is the best I can do. and I know it's worth a listen. Mick had become uncertain, had started second-guessing his own talent. That seemed, ironically, to be at the root of the self-inflation. For many years, through the 60s, Mick was incredibly charming and humorous. He was natural. It was electrifying the way he could work those small spaces. As a singer and as a dancer. Fascinating to watch and work with. The spins, the moves. He never thought about it. That performance was exciting without him appearing to do anything. And he's still good, even though to my mind it's dissipated on the big stages. That's what people have wanted to see, spectacle. But it's not necessarily what he's best at. Somewhere, though, he got unnatural. He forgot how good he was in that small spot. He forgot his natural rhythm. I know he disagrees with me. What somebody else was doing was far more interesting to him than what he was doing. He even began to act as if he wanted to be someone else. Mick is quite competitive, and he started to get competitive about other bands. He watched what David Bowie was doing and wanted to do it. Bowie was a major, major attraction. Somebody had taken Mick on in the costumes and bizarreness department. But the fact is, Mick could deliver 10 times more than Bowie in just a t-shirt and a pair of jeans singing, "I'm a Man." Why would you want to be anything else if you're Mick Jagger? Is being the greatest entertainer in show business not enough? He forgot that it was he who was new, who created and set the trends in the first place, for years. It's fascinating, I can't figure it out. It's almost as if Mick was aspiring to be Mick Jagger, chasing his own phantom, and getting design consultants to help him do it. No one taught him to dance until he took dance lessons. Charlie and Ronnie and I quite often chuckle when we see Mick out there doing a move that we know some dance instructor just laid on him, instead of being himself. We know the minute he's going plastic. Shit, Charlie and I have been watching that ass for 40-odd years. We know when the moneymaker's shaking, when it's being told what to do. Mick's taken up singing lessons, but that may be to preserve his voice. Coming back after a few months apart, I realized that Mick's taste in music had often changed quite drastically. He wanted to lay on me the latest hit he heard at a disco, but it's already been done, pal. At the time we were doing Undercover in 1983, he was just trying to out-disco everybody. It all sounded to me like some rehash of something he heard in a club one night. Already 5 years earlier, on Some Girls, we'd got Miss You out of it, which was one of the best disco records of all time. But Mick was chasing musical fashion. I had a lot of problems with him trying to second-guess the audience. This is what they're into this year. Yeah, what about next year, pal? You just become one of the crowd. And anyway, that's never the way we've worked. Let's just do it the way we've always done it. Which is, do we like it? Does it pass our test? When it comes down to it, Mick and I wrote our first song in a kitchen. That's as big as the world is. If we'd been thinking about how the public was going to react, we'd never have made a record. I also understood Mick's problem, because lead singers always get into this competition. What's Rod doing? What's Elton doing? David Bowie? What's he up to? It gave him a sponge-like mentality when it came to music. He'd hear something in a club, and a week later he'd think he wrote it. And I'd say, no, that's actually a total lift. I've had to check him on that. I've played him songs that I've come up with, ideas. He says, that's nice, and we fiddle about for a bit and leave it alone. A week later he'll come back and say, look, I've just written this. And I know it's totally innocent, because he wouldn't be that dumb. The writer's credits under Anybody Seen My Baby include K.D. Lang and a co-writer. My daughter Angela and her friend were at Redlands, and I was playing the record, and they started singing this totally different song over it. They were hearing K.D. Lang's Constant Craving. It was Angela and her friend that copped it. And the record was about to come out in a week. Oh, shit, he's lifted another one. I don't think he's ever done it deliberately. He's just a sponge. So I had to call up Rupert and all of the heavy-duty lawyers, and I said, have this checked out right now, otherwise we're going to be sued. And within 24 hours, I got a phone call. You're right. We had to include K.D. Lang in the writing credits. I used to love to hang with Mick, but I haven't gone to his dressing room in, I don't think, 20 years. Sometimes I miss my friend. Where the hell did he go? I know when the shit hits the fan, I can guarantee he'll be there for me, as I would be for him, because that's beyond any contention. I think over the years, Mick has become more and more isolated. I can understand it in a way. I try and avoid isolating myself, but even so, you often need to insulate yourself from what's going on. In recent years, if I ever watch an interview with Mick, at the base of it he's going, what do you want out of me? A defensive charm comes on. What do they want from you? They want some answers, obviously, to some questions. But what are you so scared of giving away? Or is it just the act of giving away something for free? And you can imagine how, if you were Mick at that time in his high days, everybody wanted a piece and how difficult it was. But his way of dealing with it was that he would start to slowly treat everybody that defensive way. Not just strangers, but his friends. Until it came to the point where I would say something to him, and I could tell from that look in his eyes that he was wondering, what's Keith's gain? And I didn't have one. The siege mentality builds up. Now you've built the wall, but can you get out? I don't quite know how to put the finger on where and when this all happened. He used to be a lot warmer, but not for many, many years. He put himself in the fridge, basically. First it was, what do other people want out of me? And then he closed the circle, until I was on the outside too. For me it's very painful, because he still is a friend of mine. Jesus Christ, he's given me enough grief over my life. But he's one of my mates, and to me, it's a personal failure not to have been able to turn him around to the joys of friendship and just bring him down to earth. We've been through so many periods together. I love the man dearly, but it was a long time ago that we could be that close. We have a respect, I guess, for now, with a deeper under-rooted friendship. Do you know Mick Jagger? Yeah, which one? He's a nice bunch of guys. It's up to him which one you meet. He chooses on the day whether he's going to be distant or flippant or my mate, which doesn't ever come off very well. And I think maybe in recent years he's realized that he's become isolated. He actually talks to the crew at times. In past years, he wouldn't even know their names or bother to learn them. When he got on the plane on tour, crew members would say, "How you going, Mick?" And he just walked straight by. Me and Ronnie and Charlie, too. He was famous for it. Yet these people were the ones that could make you sound and look great or like crap if they wanted to. In that sense, he made things difficult. But if Mick wasn't making things difficult, you'd think he was ill. Just when he was at his most insufferable, a bombshell dropped onto our assembled gathering. In 1983, we were a growing concern. There was a multi-record deal with CBS and its president, Walter Yetnikoff, for $20-odd million. What I didn't know, until a good while later, was that on the back of that deal, Mick had made his own deal with CBS for 3 solo records for millions of dollars, without a word to anybody in the band. I don't care who you are. You don't piggyback on a Rolling Stones deal. Mick felt free to do that. It was total disregard for the band, and I'd rather have found out about it before it went down. I was incensed. We didn't build this band up to stab each other in the back. It became clear how much earlier the plans had been laid. Mick was the big star, and Yetnikoff and others were fully behind the idea of him taking off on a solo career, all of which flattered Mick and encouraged his takeover plans. In fact, Yetnikoff let it be known later that everyone at CBS was thinking that Mick could be as big as Michael Jackson, and they were actively promoting it. And Mick was going along with it. So the real purpose of the Rolling Stones deal was for Mick to ride in on top of it. I thought it was just a dumb move, basically. He didn't realize that by doing something else, he was breaking a certain image in the public mind that is very fragile. Mick was in a unique position as lead singer of the Stones, and he should have read a little more into what that actually meant. Anybody can get big-headed once in a while and think, I can do this with any old band. But obviously he proved it's not true. I can understand somebody wanting to kick the traces. I like to play with other people and do something else. But in his case, he had nothing really in mind except being Mick Jagger without the Rolling Stones. The way it was done was just so tacky. I could have maybe understood it if the Stones were flopping, like the rat leaving the sinking ship. But the fact is, the Stones were doing very well, and all we had to do was keep it together. Instead of losing 4 or 5 years in the wilderness, and then having to pull it all together again. Everybody felt betrayed. What happened to the friendship? He couldn't have told me from the beginning that he was thinking of doing something else. What really pissed me off at the time was Mick's compulsion to cultivate buddy relationships with CEOs, in this case Yetnikoff. Incessant telephone calls to impress them with his knowledge, letting them know that he was on top of it, when actually no one guy's on top of it. And annoying everyone with his constant interference in places where people who are paid fortunes to know how to do it better than he does. Our only strength was in distance, in a united front. That's how we did the Decca deal. We just stood there in shades and intimidated them into one of the best record deals of all time. My theory on working with record people is never to talk to them personally except on social occasions. You never get that close to them. You never get involved in the daily da-da-da. You pay somebody to do that. Asking about budgets for advertising and, hey, Walter, where's the... Making yourself personally available to the guy you're working with, you reduce yourself, diminish your power. You reduce the band. Because it's, Jagger's on the phone again. Oh, tell him to call me later. That's what happens. I like Walter very much. I think he's great. But Mick actually pulled the rug from under us by getting too familiar with him. There was a rare moment in late 1984 of Charlie throwing his drummer's punch. A punch I've seen a couple of times, and it's lethal. It carries a lot of balance and timing. He has to be badly provoked. He threw this one at Mick. We were in Amsterdam for a meeting. Mick and I weren't on great terms at the time, but I said, come on, let's go out. and I lent him the jacket I got married in. We got back to the hotel about 5 in the morning, and Mick called up Charlie. I said, don't call him, not at this hour. But he did, and said, "Where's my drummer?" No answer. He puts the phone down. Mick and I were still sitting there, pretty pissed. Give Mick a couple of glasses, he's gone. When about 20 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. There was Charlie Watts. Savile Row suit, perfectly dressed, tie, shaved, the whole fucking bit. I could smell the cologne. I opened the door, and he didn't even look at me. He walked straight past me, got a hold of Mick, and said, "Never call me your drummer again." Then he hauled him up by the lapels of my jacket and gave him a right hook. Mick fell back onto a silver platter of smoked salmon on the table and began to slide towards the open window and the canal below it. And I was thinking, this is a good one. And then I realized it was my wedding jacket. And I grabbed hold of it and caught Mick just before he slid into the Amsterdam Canal. It took me 24 hours after that to talk Charlie down. I thought I'd done it when I took him up to his room, but 12 hours later he was saying, "Fuck it, I'm going to go down and do it again." It takes a lot to wind that man up. "Why did you stop him?" "My jacket, Charlie, that's why." By the time we gathered in Paris to record Dirty Work in 1985, the atmosphere was bad. The sessions had been delayed because Mick was working on his solo album, and now he was busy promoting it. Mick had come with barely any songs for us to work on. He'd used them up on his own record, and he was often just not there at the studio. So I began writing a lot more on my own for Dirty Work, different kinds of songs. The horrendous atmosphere in the studio affected everybody. Bill Wyman almost stopped turning up. Charlie flew back home. In retrospect, I see that the tracks were full of violence and menace. Had It With You, One Hit to the Body, Fight. We made a video of One Hit to the Body that more or less told the story. We nearly literally came to blows, over and above our acting duties. Fight gives some idea of brotherly love between the Glimmer twins at this juncture. Gonna pulp you to a mess of bruises, 'cause that's what you're looking for. There's a hole where your nose used to be. Gonna kick you out of my door. Gotta get into a fight. Can't get out of it. Gotta get into a fight. And there was Had It With You. I love you, dirty fucker, sister and a brother, moaning in the moonlight, singing for your supper. 'Cause I had it, I had it, I had it with you. I had it, I had it, I had it with you. It is such a sad thing to watch a good love die. I've had it up to here, babe. I've got to say goodbye. 'Cause I had it, I had it, I had it with you. And I had it, I had it, I had it with you. That was the kind of mood I was in. I wrote Had It With You in Ronnie's front room in Chiswick, right on the banks of the Thames. We were waiting to go back to Paris, but the weather was so dodgy that we were stranded until the Dover ferry started rolling again. Peter Cook and Bert were hanging about. There was no heating, and the only way to keep warm was to turn on the amps. I don't think I'd ever written a song before, apart from maybe All About You, in which I realized I was actually singing about Mick. Mick's album was called She's the Boss, which said it all. I've never listened to the entire thing all the way through. Who has? It's like Mein Kampf. Everybody had a copy, but nobody listened to it. As to its subsequent titles, carefully worded, Primitive Cool, Goddess in the Doorway, which it was irresistible not to rechristen Dogshit in the Doorway, I rest my case. He says I have no manners and a bad mouth. He's even written a song on the subject, but this record deal of Mick's was bad manners beyond any verbal jibes. Just by the choice of material, it seemed to me he had really gone off the tracks. It was very sad. He wasn't prepared not to make an impact, and he was upset. But I can't imagine why he thought it would fly. This is where I felt Mick had lost touch with reality. No matter what Mick's doing or what his intentions are, I'm not sitting around festering, nurturing venom. My attention, anyway, was turned suddenly and forcibly in December 1985 to the shattering news that Ian Stewart had died. He died of a heart attack, aged 47. I was waiting for him that afternoon in Blake's Hotel off the Fulham Road. He was going to meet me after he'd seen his doctor. Around 3 in the morning, I got a call from Charlie. "Are you still waiting for Stu?" I said yes. "Well, he's not coming," was Charlie's way of breaking the news. The wake was held at his golf course at Leatherhead, Surrey. He'd have appreciated the joke that this was the only way he'd ever get us there. We played a tribute gig to Stu at the 100 Club, the first time we'd been on stage together in 4 years. Stu was the hardest hit I ever had, apart from my son dying. At first you're anesthetized. You go on as if he's still there. And he did remain there, turning up one way or another for a very long time. He still does. The things that go through your mind are the things that make you laugh, that keep you close, like his jutting-jawed way of speaking. He looms still, as when I remember how he cracked over Jerry Lee Lewis. At the beginning, my love for the Killers playing diminished me in Stu's soul. Bloody Fairy pounding away comes to mind as a typical Stu response. Then, about 10 years later, Stu came to me one night and said, I must admit some redeeming factors in Jerry Lee Lewis. Out of the blue. And this between takes. Now that's looming. He never broached the subject of life and death except if somebody else croaked. The silly sod, asking for it. When we went up to Scotland for the first time, Stu pulled over and asked someone, Can you not tell me the way to the Odeon? Stu being a very proud Scotsman from Kent. Stu was a law unto himself, in his cardigans and polo shirts. When we had expanded into the mega stadiums and satellite televisions, thousands in the audience, he'd come on stage in his hush puppies, with his cup of coffee and his cheese sandwich, which he put on the piano while he played. I got really mad at him for leaving me, which is my normal reaction when a friend or somebody I love croaks, when they're not supposed to. He left many legacies. Chuck Leavell, from Dry Branch, Georgia, who had been in the Allman Brothers, was a Stu protege and appointee. He first played keyboards on tour with us in 1982 and became a permanent fixture on all subsequent tours. By the time Stu died, Chuck had been working with the Stones for several years. If I croak, God forbid, said Stu, Leavell's the man. Maybe when he said that, he knew he was ill. He also said, Don't forget that Johnny Johnson is alive and well and still playing in St. Louis. And it was all in the same year. Maybe a doctor had told him, You've got so long to go. Dirty Work came out in early 1986, and I badly wanted to tour with it. So, of course, did the other band members who wanted to work. But Mick sent us a letter saying he wouldn't tour. He wanted to get on with his solo career. Soon after the letter came, I read in one of the English tabloids of Mick saying, The Rolling Stones are a millstone around my neck. He actually said it. Swallow that one, fucker. I had no doubt that some part of his mind was thinking that, but saying it was another thing. That's when World War III was declared. Unable to tour, I thought on Stu's remark about Johnny Johnson. Johnson was Chuck Berry's original piano player, and, if Chuck was honest, the co-writer of many Chuck Berry hits. But Johnson wasn't playing much in St. Louis. Ever since Chuck had told him to hasten down the wind, more than a decade before this, he'd been a bus driver, ferrying old folks around, almost entirely forgotten. It wasn't just his partnership with Berry that distinguished Johnny Johnson. He was one of the best ever players of blues piano. When we were cutting Dirty Work in Paris, the drummer Steve Jordan came to hang out in the studio, and then played on the album, filling in for Charlie, who was having a wobble of his own, carried away for a time on various stupefacants, as the French have it. Steve was around 30 then, and a very gifted all-around musician and singer. He had come to Paris to record, getting some leave from his job playing in the David Letterman Show band. Before that, he had played with the Saturday Night Live band and toured with Belushi and Aykroyd in their Blues Brothers band. Charlie had picked him out as a drummer back in 1978 when he was playing on Saturday Night Live and remembered him. Aretha Franklin called up because she was making a movie called Jumpin' Jack Flash with Whoopi Goldberg, and she wanted me to produce her title track for it. I remembered Charlie Watts saying, If you ever work outside of this frame, Steve Jordan's your man. And I thought, well, if I'm going to do Jumpin' Jack Flash with Aretha, I've got to put a band together. I've got to start again. I knew Steve anyway, so that's how we forged ourselves on Aretha's soundtrack, which was a great session. And in my mind, it was lodged that if I'm going to do anything else, it's with Steve. I inducted Chuck Berry as one of the first musicians in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1986, and it happened that the band that played behind Chuck and all the other musicians jamming with him that night was the David Letterman Band with Steve Jordan on drums. Next thing I knew, Taylor Hackford asked me to be musical director for a feature film he was making for Chuck Berry's 60th birthday, and suddenly Stu's words were echoing. Johnny Johnson is alive. The first problem, I realized the minute I thought about it, was that Chuck Berry had been playing with pickup bands for so long, he'd forgotten what it was like to play with top hands. And especially with Johnny Johnson, who he'd not played with since they broke up in the early 1970s. When Chuck turned around and said, in his inimitable fashion, Johnny, fuck off, he cut off a hand and a half. He thought he'd have hits forever. Was he too suffering from LVS, even though he played guitar? In fact, he never had a hit record after he split that band up, apart from his biggest record ever, My Ding-a-Ling. Go Chuck. With Johnny Johnson, he had the perfect unit. It was made in heaven, for Christ's sake. Oh no, says Chuck, it's only me that counts. I can find another pianist, and anyway, I can get them cheaper, too. It's basically the cheapness he was concerned about. When I went with Taylor Hackford to see Chuck at his home in Wentzville, just outside St. Louis, I waited until the second day to slide the question. They're all talking about lighting, and I just said to Chuck, I don't know if this is a good question because I don't know your relationship, but is Johnny Johnson still about? And he said, I think he's in town. But more importantly, said I, could you two play together? Yeah, he said. Shit, yeah. A tense moment. Suddenly I've put Johnny Johnson back together with Chuck Berry. The possibilities are endless. Chuck rolled right in there, and it was a good decision, because he got a great movie out of it and a great band. One of those fabulous ironies now took place, and the joke was on me. I'd wanted Charlie to play the drums. Steve Jordan had wanted to do it, but I thought he wouldn't know the music well enough, and I was wrong there. But then I still didn't know him that well. So I told Steve, thanks, mate, but Charlie's up for it. Then on another visit, Chuck wanted to play me something quite urgently. He put on a video of the jam at the end of Chuck's induction into the Hall of Fame, and there was Steve whacking away on the drums, though the camera angle cut his head off. But it's rocking, and Chuck says, man, I like that drummer. Who's that drummer? I want that drummer on the film. So I had to call up Steve and say, there may be an opening. No doubt Steve enjoyed that, but there was a kicker. He'd better tell it. Steve Jordan. Chuck flies down to meet us in Jamaica and stay at the house in Ocho Rios. And we go to pick Chuck up at the airport. It's a hot day, it's like 90 plus, very hot. And everybody's coming off the plane in shorts or bikinis because they know they're coming into sweltering weather. Chuck gets off the plane with a blazer, polyester flares, and a briefcase. It was hysterical. Then we're sitting around in the living room, and the drums are set up, and we're supposed to play together. We've just a couple of little champ amps and a couple of guitars, so we start banging out some stuff, and Chuck says, so where's the drummer? And I had dreadlocks. I'm looking like Sly Dunbar. And Keith says, well, this is the drummer. It's Steve. He's the drummer. And Chuck goes, he's my drummer? He looked at my dreadlocks and goes, he ain't my drummer. Because there was no shot of my head in the video he'd seen, and he didn't know I had dreadlocks at the time. He was thinking I was some reggae drummer, and he didn't want to play with me. Then we started playing, and he was fine. I asked Johnny Johnson, how did Sweet Little 16 and Little Queenie get written? And he said, well, Chuck would have all these words, and we'd sort of play a blues format, and I would lay out the sequence. I said, Johnny, that's called songwriting. And you should have had at least 50%. I mean, you could have cut a deal and taken 40, but you wrote those songs with him. He said, I never thought about it that way. I just sort of did what I knew. Steve and I did the forensics on it, and we realized that everything Chuck wrote was in E-flat or C-sharp. Piano keys, not guitar keys. That was a dead giveaway. These are not great keys for guitar. Obviously, most of these songs started off on piano, and Chuck joined in, playing on the bar with his huge hand stretching across the strings. I got the sense that he followed Johnny Johnson's left hand. Chuck's hands are big enough. He's got the stretch for all that bar chord playing. Very long, slender hands. It took me a couple of years to figure out how it was possible to sound like that with smaller hands. It was by going to see Jazz on a Summer's Day, where Chuck plays Sweet Little 16. I watched his hands, where they were moving, where the fingers were going, and discovered that if I transposed this into guitar keys, something with a root note, I could get my own swing on it, just the way Chuck did. And the beautiful thing about Chuck Berry's playing was it had such an effortless swing. None of this sweating and grinding away and grimacing, just pure, effortless swing like a lion. It was fantastic, to say the least, to put Chuck and Johnny together. What was interesting was the way they reacted off each other. They hadn't done it together for so long. Just by being there, Johnny reminded Chuck of how it really went, and Chuck had to come up to Johnny's mark. He'd been playing with slouches for years, with the cheapest band in town, just going in and out with a briefcase. To a musician, playing below your mark is soul-destroying, and he had been doing that for ages, to the point where he was completely cynical about the music. When Johnny was rocking, Chuck would say, hey, remember this one, and switch to something really out of left field. It was weird and funny to watch Chuck catching up to Johnny, and also with the band, because now he's got Steve Jordan on drums, and he ain't played with a drummer like that since goddamn '58. I put a band together that came to find Chuck Berry as much as that was possible, to present him with a band that was as good as his original. And I think we did it in our own way, although he's an elusive motherfucker. But I'm used to working with elusive motherfuckers. One really brilliant thing that came out of that movie. I gave Johnny Johnson a new life. He got a chance to play in front of people on a good piano. and for the rest of his life, he was playing all over the world and being liked. He had gigs, he was recognized, and more important than anything else, he had self-respect again, and he was seen for what he was, a brilliant player. He never thought anybody knew it was him on all those incredible records. His credits and royalties as a composer eluded him. Maybe it wasn't Chuck's fault. Maybe it was Chess Records. It wouldn't have been the first time. Johnny never asked, so it was never given to him. Johnny Johnson had another 15 years of being heard, doing what he should have been doing, and getting his kudos, not croaking behind a wheel. I don't knock people much, outside my intimate circle, but I've got to say, Chuck Berry was a big disappointment. He was my numero uno hero. Shit, I thought. The cat's got to be great to play like that, write like that, sing like that, sling the hash like that. He's got to be a great cat. When he put his equipment together, with ours for the film, I found out later that he charged the production company for the use of his amps. From the first bar of that first night of the show at the Fox Theater in St. Louis, Chuck threw all our carefully laid plans to the wind, playing totally different arrangements in different keys. It didn't really matter. It was the best Chuck Berry live you're ever going to get. As I said when I inducted him into the Hall of Fame, I've stolen every lick he ever played. So I owed it to Chuck to bite the bullet when he was at his most provocative, to play rope-a-dope to see it through. And he sure pushed me hard. You can see it in the film. It's very difficult for me to allow myself to be bullied. And that is what Chuck was doing to me and everyone else. Yet what I think about Chuck deep down is what I wrote in a fax to him one day after hearing him on the radio for the millionth time. Dear Mr. Berry, let me say that despite our ups and downs, I love you so. Your work is so precious and beautifully timeless. I'm still in awe. I'm hoping they don't make another like you. I couldn't take the heat. You may feel the same way about me. My love to you, brother, for what it's worth. Keith Richards, 05. P.S. Your English is better than mine. The big betrayal by Mick, which I find hard to forgive, a move that seemed almost deliberately designed to close down the Rolling Stones, was his announcement in March 1987 that he would go on tour with his second solo album, Primitive Cool. I had been assuming we would tour in 1986 and was already frustrated by Mick's delaying tactics. And now it all came clear. As Charlie put it, he'd folded up 25 years of the Rolling Stones. That's what it looked like. The Stones didn't tour at all from 1982 to 1989, and didn't go into the studio together from 85 to 89. Said Mick, the Rolling Stones cannot be, at my age and after spending all these years, the only thing in my life. I certainly have earned the right to express myself in another way. And he did. The way he expressed himself was to go on tour with another band singing Rolling Stones songs. I really believe that Mick wouldn't dare tour without the Stones. It was too hard a slap in the face to deliver to us. It was a death sentence, pending appeal. And for what? But I was wrong, and I was outraged and hurt. Mick was touring. So I let him have it, mostly in the press. An opening shot was, if he doesn't want to go out with the Stones, and then goes out with Schmuck and Balls Band instead, I'll slit his fucking throat. And Mick responded loftily, I love Keith. I admire him. But I don't feel we can really work together anymore. I can't recall all the jibes and barbs I let loose. Disco Boy, Jagger's little jerk-off band. Why didn't he join Aerosmith? That's the kind of stuff I fed the grateful tabloids. It got really bad. One day a reporter asked me, when are you two going to stop bitching at each other? Ask the bitch, I replied. Then I thought, let the guy have his play. I took it like that. Let him go out there and fall flat on his face. He'd shown a total lack of friendship, of camaraderie, of everything that's necessary to hold a band together. It was a dump. Charlie felt even worse about it than I did, I think. I saw a clip of Mick's show, and he had Keith look-alike guitar players, stepping in tandem, doing Guitar Hero moves. When it was on the road, I was asked what I thought, and I said it was sad that a high percentage of his show was Rolling Stone songs. I said if you're going to do something on your own, do stuff off the 2 albums you did. Don't pretend you're a solo artist and have 2 chicks prancing around doing tumbling dice. The Rolling Stones spent a lot of time building up integrity, as much as you can get in the music industry, and the way Mick handled his solo career jeopardized all that, and it severely pissed me off. Mick had misjudged something by 100 miles. He took it for granted that any bunch of good musicians would be as compatible with him as the Rolling Stones, but he didn't sound like himself. He had great players, but it's kind of like the World Cup. England's not Chelsea or Arsenal, it's a different game, and you've got to work with a different team. Now you've hired the best bands around, and you've got to form a relationship with them, which is not Mick's forte. He could certainly strut around and have the star on his dressing room door and treat the band like hirelings, but you can't get good music that way. After that, I decided, fuck it. I want a band. I was determined to make music in Mick's absence. I wrote a lot of songs. I began to sing in a new way on songs like Sleep Tonight. It was a deeper sound, one I'd never had before, and it worked well for the kind of ballads I had started writing. So I called in guys I'd always wanted to work with, and I knew the man to start with. You could almost say a collaboration had begun between me and Steve Jordan even back in Paris, during the making of Dirty Work. Steve encouraged me. He heard something in my voice that he thought could make records. If I had a melody I was working on, I'd get in to sing it, and I thrive on collaboration. I need a reaction to think anything I've done is any good. So back in New York, we started to hang, and we wrote a lot of songs together. Then with his buddy and collaborator Charlie Drayton, mainly a bass player, but also another superbly gifted drummer, we started to jam at Woody's house. Then Steve and I hung in Jamaica for a while, and he became my buddy. And Steve and I found, hey, we can write too. He's the only one. It's either going to be Jagger Richards or Jordan Richards. Steve will tell how we came together. Steve Jordan. Keith and I were very close during those times when we were writing, before we put together a band, when there was just the two of us. We went into a studio called Studio 900, which was right around the corner from where I lived and up the street from where he lived in New York. And we would go in there and hunker down. The first time we went in there, we played 12 hours straight. Keith didn't even go out and take a piss. It was unbelievable. It was just sheer love of music that bound us. But it was clearly liberating for him. He had so many ideas he wanted to get out. And certainly he was upset, or at least, when it came to writing, wearing his heart on his sleeve. Much of the music was very specific. It was about his old partner. You Don't Move Me was a classic of its kind, which ended up on the first solo album, Talk Is Cheap. All I had was the title, You Don't Move Me Anymore, and I had no idea which way to shift it. I could be a guy talking to a chick or a chick talking to a guy, but then, when I got the first verse, I realized where my mind was going. I suddenly had a focus, and it was Mick, trying to be gracious at the same time, but my version of graciousness. What makes you so greedy makes you so seedy. Steve and I thought we ought to make a record, and started to put together the core of the X-Pensive Winos, so named later on when I noticed a bottle of Chateau Lafite introduced as light refreshment in the studio. Well, nothing was too good for this amazing band of brothers. Steve asked me who I wanted to play with, and first up, on guitar, I said, Waddy Wachtel. And Steve said, you took the words, brother. I had known Waddy since the 70s, and I'd always wanted to play with him, one of the most tasteful, simpatico players I know. And he's completely musical. Understanding of it, empathetic, nothing ever needing to be explained. He's also got the most uncanny ultrasonic ear, still tuned high after years of bandstands. He was playing with Linda Ronstadt, and he was playing with Stevie Nicks, chick bands. But I knew my man wanted to rock. So I called him and said simply, I'm putting a band together, and you're in it. Steve agreed that Charlie Drayton should be the bass player. And I think it was just a general consensus that Ivan Neville, from Aaron Neville's family from New Orleans, should be the piano player. There was no audition process whatsoever. The Winos were put together very slyly. Almost everybody in that band can play anything. They can switch instruments, they can virtually all sing. Steve can sing, Ivan's a fantastic singer. This core band, from the first few bars we ever played, took off like a rocket. I've always been incredibly lucky with guys I've played with. And there's no way you can stand in front of the Winos without getting off. It's a surefire high. It was so hot you could hardly believe it. It brought me back to life. I felt as if I'd just gotten out of jail. As engineer, we had Don Smith, who Steve had picked out. He had cut his teeth at Stax in Memphis, and worked with Don Nix, who wrote Going Down. He also worked with Johnny Taylor, one of my earliest heroes. He'd hung out in the juke joints of Memphis with Furry Lewis. He loved his music. Waddy describes our journey and bears flattering witness to my improvement as a singer from the early thwarted promise of the Dartford boy soprano. Waddy Wachtel. We went up to Canada and did the whole first record, Talk Is Cheap, there. I think the second track we cut was Take It So Hard, which is a magnificent composition. And I just thought, I get to play on this? Let's go. And we played it a few times. I guess you could call it rehearsing. And there's one take that is just a great pass. It's just ridiculously good. It was the second tune of the night, and it was this killer fucking take of our strongest tune. I went back to the house going, we've conquered Everest already? These other mountains we can climb easily if we've got the big one down. And Keith didn't want to believe it. He was going, I don't want these guys thinking that they're good. He made us do a retake. I don't know why. The take was shouting, hey dude, I'm the take. I think Keith just did it to make sure people stayed in focus. But it never sounded as good as that first take. When you've got it, you've got it. When we were putting the sequence of the album together, I insisted Big Enough should be the first song. Because the first time you hear Keith sing on that first line is amazing. His voice sounds so beautiful. He delivers it effortlessly. I said, people, when they hear this, they're not going to believe it's fucking Keith Richards singing. And then we'll hit him with Take It So Hard. In fact, on Talk Is Cheap, it's not just our band. We looked high and low. We went down to Memphis and recruited Willie Mitchell and put the Memphis horns on Make No Mistake. Willie Mitchell. He engineered, arranged, produced, and wrote all the Al Green stuff, either with Al Green or with Al Jackson or both. So we went down to the studio where he did all Al Green's records, and we had him do a horn arrangement. We tried for everybody we wanted, and we got most of them. We had Maceo Parker playing, we had Mick Taylor, William Bootsy Collins, Joey Stompanato, Chuck Lavelle, Johnny Johnson, Bernie Worrell, Stanley Buckwheat Durrell, Bobby Keys, Sarah Dash. And we had Baby Floyd singing with us on tour. Great singer, great voice, one of the best. Baby Floyd used to do Pain in My Heart on our tour and do the whole Otis bit, getting down on his knees. On the last night of the Winos tour, we shackled him by his ankle to the microphone stand because we thought he was a little overdoing it. How do you shackle him without him knowing it? It's done very carefully. I'd never really written with anybody on a long-term basis except Mick, and I wasn't really writing much with Mick anymore. We were writing our own songs, and I didn't realize until I worked with Steve Jordan how much I'd missed that, and how important it was to collaborate. When the band was assembled in the studio, I often composed the songs there, just standing up and vowling, hollering, whatever it took, a process that was unfamiliar to Waddy at first. Waddy Wachtel. It was very funny. Keith's concept of writing was this. Set up some mics. Huh? Okay. He goes, okay, let's go sing it. Go sing what? And he goes, go sing it. What are you talking about? Go sing what? We don't have anything. And he goes, yeah, right. Let's go make something up. And this is it. This is the routine. So Steve and I are standing up there with him, and every so often he'd go, what the fuck? That feels good. Trying to come up with lines. Throw everything at the wall, see if it sticks. And that was basically the routine. It was amazing. And we got some lines out of it, too. I did start writing as well as singing songs differently. For one thing, I wasn't writing for Mick. Songs that he'd have to deliver on stage. But mostly, I was learning to sing. First off, I put the songs in a lower key, which allowed me to get my voice down from the high-pitched songs like Happy. The melodies, too, were different from the Stones' melodies. And I was learning to sing into the microphone, rather than waving in and out while I played air guitar, which I used to do while I sang on stage. Don Smith rigged the mics and compressors so that I heard it very loud in the headphones, which meant I couldn't sing loud and scream, which used to be the way I'd do it. I got writing quieter songs, ballads, love songs, songs from the heart. We went on tour. Suddenly I was the front man. Okay, we're going to do this. It made me far more sympathetic to some of Mick's more loony things. When you have to sing every goddamn song, you have to develop your lungs. You're doing an hour-odd show every day, not only singing but prancing around and playing guitar. And that brought my voice on. Some people hate it, some people love it. It's a voice with character. Pavarotti it ain't. But then, I don't like Pavarotti's voice. When you sing lead in a band, it's an exhausting business. Just the breathing involved. Singing song after song is enough to knock most people on their ass. It's an incredible amount of oxygen you're going through. So we would do shows and we'd come off stage and I'd go to bed. Sometimes, of course, we'd be up till the next show. But a lot of times, it would be, forget it. We had the time of our lives, touring with the Winos. We had standing ovations at almost every show. We did small theaters, sellouts. We broke even. The caliber of musicianship across the stage was astonishing. Fabulous playing every night. The music flowing like crazy. We were flying. It was really magic. In the end, neither Mick nor I sold a lot of records from our solo albums. Because they want the Rolling Bleeding Stones, right? At least I got 2 great rock and roll records out of it, and credibility. But Mick went out there trying to be a pop star on his own. He got out there and hung his flag and had to pull it down. I'm not gloating about what happened, but it didn't surprise me. In the long run, he had to come back to the Stones to re-identify himself. for redemption. So here come the millstones, brother, to save you from drowning. I was not going to put the first feeler out. I was over it. I was not interested in being with the Stones under these conditions. By then I had a very good record under my belt, and I was enjoying myself. I would have done another Winos record right then. There was a phone call. There was some shuttle diplomacy. The meeting that followed wasn't easy to organize. Blood had been spilt. Neutral territory had to be found. Mick wouldn't come to Jamaica, where I was. This is now early January in 1989. I wouldn't go to Mystique. Barbados was the choice. Eddie Grant's Blue Wave Studios were down the road. The first thing we did was to say, this has got to stop. I'm not using the Daily Mirror as my mouthpiece. They're loving this. They're eating us alive. There was a little sparring, but then we started laughing about the things we'd called each other in the press. That was probably the healing moment. I called you a what? We hit it off. Mick and I may not be friends. Too much wear and tear for that. But we're the closest of brothers. And that can't be severed. How can you describe a relationship that goes that far back? Best friends are best friends, but brothers fight. I felt a real sense of betrayal. Mick knows how I feel, although he may not have realized my feelings went so deep. But it's the past I'm writing about. This stuff happened a long time ago. I can say these things. They come from the heart. At the same time, nobody else can say anything against Mick that I can hear. I'll slit their throat. Whatever has happened, Mick and I have a relationship that still works. How else, after almost 50 years, could we still be contemplating, at the time of writing this, going out on the road again together? Even if our dressing rooms do have to be a mile distant for practical reasons. He can't stand my sounds, and I can't listen to him practicing scales for an hour. We love what we do. When we meet up again, whatever antagonisms have been whipped up in the meantime, we drop them and start talking about the future. We always come up with something when we're alone together. There's an electromagnetic spark between us. There always has been. That's what we look forward to, and that's what helps turn folks on. That's what happened at that meeting in Barbados. It was the beginning of the detent of the 80s. I let water go under the bridge. I may be unforgiving, but I can't work a grudge that long. As long as we got something going, everything else becomes peripheral. We're a band. We know each other. We'd better refigure this. Refigure our relationship with each other, because the Stones are bigger than any of us when it comes down to the nitty-gritty. Can you and I get together and make some good music? That's our thing. The key, as ever, was to have no one else there. There is a marked difference between me and Mick alone, and me and Mick when there's somebody else. Anybody else in the room. It could just be the housemaid, the chef, anybody. It becomes totally different. When we're alone, we talk about what's happening. Oh, the old lady's kicked me out of the house. A phrase will come up and we start working on that phrase. It very quickly falls into piano, guitar, songs, and the magic returns. I pull things out of him, he pulls things out of me. He can do things in a way that you wouldn't think of. You wouldn't plan. They just happen. Pretty soon everything was forgotten. Less than 2 weeks after that first meeting, we were recording our first album in 5 years, Steel Wheels, at Air Studios in Montserrat, with Chris Kimsey back as co-producer. And the Steel Wheels tour, the biggest circus yet, was planned to start in August 1989. Having nearly dissolved the Stones forever, Mick and I were now faced with a further 20 years on the road. I knew that this was about starting over again. Either this thing was going to break and all the wheels would fall off, or we'd survive. Everybody else had swallowed the pill and got over it. We wouldn't have been able to start it up otherwise. So it was kind of amnesia of the immediate past, although the bruises still showed. We prepared with care. We rehearsed for 2 solid months. It was a massive new operation. The set, designed by Mark Fisher, was the biggest stage ever constructed. 2 stages would leapfrog each other along the route. The trucks carrying a movable village with spaces for everything from rehearsal rooms to the pool table where Ronnie and I warmed up before shows. No longer a pirate nation on the road. This was the changeover in both personality and style, from Bill Graham to Michael Cole, who'd been a promoter for us in Canada. This time I realized how big a spectacle I was involved in. Huge, enormous, a new kind of deal. The Stones only started to make money through touring in the 80s. The tour of 81-82 was the start of the big stadium venues and broke box office records for rock shows. Bill Graham was the promoter. He was the king of rock concerts at the time, a big backer of the counterculture, of unknown artists and good causes, as well as bands like the Grateful Dead and Jefferson Airplane. But that last tour was a rather dodgy period. A lot of bits were going missing. The mathematics weren't adding up. To put it more simply, We needed to get control of our shows again. Rupert Lowenstein had reordered the finances so that basically we didn't get cheated out of 80% of the takings, which was nice. On a $50 ticket up till then, we'd get $3. He'd set up sponsorship and clawed back merchandising deals. He cleaned out the scams and fiddles, or most of them. He made us viable. I loved Bill dearly. He was a wonderful guy. But his head was beginning to turn. He was getting too big for his boots, as they all do when they've been doing it for too long. Separate from Bill, his business partners were stealing money from us and openly bragging about it. One of them telling how he bought a house with it. The inside machinations are nothing to do with me. Eventually I'm going to end up on stage playing. That's why I pay other people. The whole point is that I can only do what I do if I have the space to do it in. That's why you work with people like Bill Graham or Michael Cole or whoever. They take this weight off your shoulders. But you're going to get a good cut of it. All I've got to do is have somebody on my staff like Rupert or Jane who makes sure, at the end of the day, that the right shekels end up in the right pot. There was a big meeting on one of the islands when we threw in our lot with Michael Cole, and he then did all our tours up to a bigger bang in 2006. Mick does have a talent for discovering good people, but they can get discarded or left lying about. Mick finds them, Keith keeps them, is the motto in our troupe, and it's borne out by the facts. There were two people particularly that Mick had picked up for his solo stuff, and without knowing it, he actually put me in contact with some of the best. Guys I wouldn't let go of again or ever. Pierre de Beauport, who came to Barbados as Mick's sole assistant when Mick and I met up again, was one. He had taken a summer job out of college to learn to make records in New York, and Mick brought him along on his solo tour. Pierre can not only mend anything from tennis rackets to fishing nets, he's a genius at guitars and amplifiers. When I came to Barbados, all I'd brought with me was one old Fender Tweed amp, which was barely working and sounded terrible. Pierre, of course, as a rookie working for Mick, had been warned never to cross the Cold War battle lines, as if it was North and South Korea, when all it was East and West Berlin. One day, Pierre, cutting through all that, got hold of the Tweedy, stripped it, reassembled it, and made it work perfectly. He got a hug from me. It wasn't very long before I knew that he's the man, because also, and he hid it for a long time, he can play guitar like a motherfucker. He can play this shit better than I can. We fell in through our total infatuation with, and obsessive love of, the guitar. After that, he was backstage for me, handing me the guitars. He's the guitar curator and trainer. But we're a team music-wise, too, to the point where now, if I think I've got a good song, I'll play it to Pierre before I'll play it to anybody else. All these guitars Pierre presides over have nicknames and personalities. He knows their different sounds and properties. Most of the people who made them in 54, 55, 56 are dead and gone. If they were 40 or 50 years old then, they would now be well over 100. But you can still read the names of the checkers, the ones who gave them the seal of approval inside the guitars. So the guitars get their nicknames from their checkers. On Satisfaction, I play a lot of Malcolm, a Telecaster. While on Jumpin' Jack Flash, I play Dwight, another Telecaster. Macabre is a real all-rounder. Macabre's got a lot of highs. Malcolm's got more bottom on it. And Dwight's an in-betweener. I take my hat off to Pierre and the rest of his back line crew. On stage, things go wrong suddenly. They have to be prepared for a guitar with a broken string to come back for a restring and have one ready that's going to sound similar and fling it over the guy's neck in 10 seconds. In the old days, fuck it. If you broke your guitar, you just walked off and let everybody else carry on until you'd sorted it yourself. With all this film and video, everything is under scrutiny. Ronnie's a string breaker. Mick is actually the worst. When he plays guitar, he thrashes the thing with his pick. The second new arrival was Bernard Fowler, singer with the band ever since, along with Lisa Fisher and Blondie Chaplin, who came a few years later. Bernard, too, was working with Mick on his solo stuff. Bernard has since sung on my solo records and on every song I've written since he arrived on the scene. The first thing I said to Bernard when he was doing some backup vocals in the studio was, "You know, I didn't want to like you." "Why not?" "You're one of his guys." Bernard cracked up and the ice was broken. I felt I stole him in a way from Mick. But I wanted to get out of this embattled idea anyway, and we sing good together. So all that shit went out of the way. I smuggled Bobby Keys back into the band in 1989 for the Steel Wheels tour, but it wasn't easy. He'd been out for 10 years or so, apart from some one-night gigs. It took me that long to get him back in. And when I did, I didn't tell anyone at first. We were rehearsing for the new tour at the Nassau Coliseum. We were getting to the dress rehearsals, and I wasn't too happy with the horns. So I rang Bobby and said, "Get on a plane and hide yourself when you get here." So we're going to play Brown Sugar, and Bobby was in. But Mick didn't know he was there. I just told Bobby, when we play Brown Sugar, come in on the solo. So it was solo time, and Mick looked round at me and said, "What the fuck?" I just said, "See what I mean?" And when it was over, Mick looked at me like, well, you can't argue with that. I mean, baby, that is rock and roll. But it took me years to grease Bobby back into the band. As I said, some of my friends can really fuck up, but so can I, and so can Mick, so can anybody. If you can't fuck up, where's your halo? My life is full of broken halos. Mick didn't speak one word to Bobby for the whole tour, but he stayed. I added one more member to the Richards gang in the person of Steve Crotty, one of those people who just find me, who become instant friends. Steve comes from Preston, Lancashire. His dad was a butcher and a rough man, which is why Steve left home at 15 for a life of pretty rough adventure. I met Steve in Antigua, where he ran a famous restaurant, a big hangout for musicians and yachtsmen called Pizzas in Paradise. Anyone recording at George Martin's Air Studios in Montserrat would come back to Antigua. So Steve knew many people in the business. We used to stay at Nelson's Dockyard, which was not far from his restaurant. I struck up immediately with Steve, recognizing a kindred spirit, a jailbird, of course. My mates go to the most distinguished jails. In Steve's case, he'd recently been released from the prison outside Sydney, Australia, in Botany Bay, where Captain Cook landed. He was there sentenced to hard labor for 8 years, of which he did 3.5, locked up 23 hours a day. Part of the reason Steve survived its brutalities untouched was that it was known he had kept his mouth shut and taken the rap for 2 friends who got away. That's the kind of bloke he is. For such a sweet-natured man, hard though he is, Steve's taken a lot of beatings. One day, Spanish sailors cracked out of their heads came into his bar at 3 a.m., and he told them he was closing. They nearly killed him. He was in a coma for some days, suffered aneurysms, lost 9 teeth, couldn't see for 2 weeks. Why had they beat him so badly? The last bit of dialogue exchanged was Steve saying, "Come back later today and I'll buy you a drink." He turns to the bar and hears, "I fuck your mother." So Steve says, "Well, somebody did. What do you want me to do? Call you daddy?" He suffered for that. When Steve had recovered, I asked him to come and look after my place in Jamaica, where he is today as sheriff of the Caribbean Conference. While this book was being written, a guy came armed with a pistol to rob my house there. Steve floored him with an electric guitar. The guy's elbow hit the floor, and his gun went off. The bullet went in an inch from Steve's willy, missed all the major arteries, and went out. What you call a clean shot. The guy that broke in was shot dead by the police. There was one time the blade was called for while we were rehearsing in Montserrat. We were recording a song called Mixed Emotions. One of our engineers was there and witnessed it, and he had better tell it. I don't include it just to brag about how accurate I am with a throwing knife, although it's lucky I made my mark on this occasion, but to show the kind of thing that triggers the red mist. In this case, someone coming into the studio who didn't play an instrument, who knew fuck all about what I was doing, and tried to tell me how to improve the track. Yap, 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 as this eyewitness remembered. Some bigwig figure in the music business, invited by Mick, came to Montserrat to discuss some contract to do with touring. He obviously fancied himself for his producing abilities, because we're standing in the studio area playing back Mixed Emotions, which was going to be the first single, and Keith is standing there with his guitar on, and Mick's standing there, and we're listening to it. The song finishes, and the guy says, "Keith, great song, man, but I tell you, I think if you arranged it a little bit differently, it would be so much better." So Keith went to his doctor's bag and pulled out a knife and threw it, and it landed right between the bloke's legs. Boing! It was really like William Tell. It was great. Keith says, "Listen, sonny, I was writing songs before you were a glint on your father's dick. Don't you tell me how to write songs." And he walked out. And then Mick had to smooth it over, but it was fantastic. I'll never forget. The Great Steel Wheels tour was all set to go when I got a visit from Rupert Lowenstein, not from Mick, who should have come himself, to say that Mick would not do the tour if Jane Rose was on it. Jane Rose was, and still is, as I write, my manager. Last heard of heroically sticking by me during my last cleanup in the days after the Toronto bust in 1977, and all through the months, years, of the court cases in Canada that followed. She is an unseen presence in much of the narrative since then. We were in the summer of 1989, 10 years after those events, and Jane had certainly become a thorn in Mick's side, though he put the thorn there himself. Jane had worked jointly for Mick and me for what now seems like an impossibly long time, from that Toronto period up to 1983, though for a while her working for me was unofficial. She was delegated by Mick to stick by me and help me out. In 1983, Mick decided he wanted to get rid of her and dismissed her from the Rolling Stones. He didn't tell me. And when I found out, I wouldn't have it. Not me, pal. I'm not going to throw off Jane Rose. I believed in her. She stayed with me in Toronto. She went through all this stuff with me, and also she'd been acting as my manager. I rehired her that same day. Jane immediately became a force to be reckoned with. When Mick had refused to tour in 1986, Jane started setting up projects for me. First an ABC television special with Jerry Lee Lewis, then Jumpin' Jack Flash with Aretha Franklin, then a record deal with Virgin, which had newly arrived in the United States, to make the Winos record. It was me and Jane was driven. So now Mick wanted to insist that she couldn't come on the tour. It was the same old problem. Someone getting too close to me, making it difficult to control me. And now someone who kept thwarting Mick's plans for controlling the whole shebang. Jane is tenacious. She's my bulldog. She just will not let go. And she usually wins it. In this case, she was fighting simply to have me consulted on important stuff, which Mick was always avoiding. So she flew directly in the face of Mick's desire to command. Worse for her in this situation. And she's had a doubly hard task because of it. She's a chick. But Jane did some major things for me, from the Winos deal to my appearance in Pirates of the Caribbean, which she pulled off by sheer tenacity. After she'd done the deal with Virgin for me, Rupert asked her if she thought the Stones might switch to the label, and in 1991, we signed an enormous deal with them. Jane can be annoying at times, bless her heart, and she's inflicted bruises. Often people bump into her expecting her to give way and find a rock in their path. I have a tiger in disguise here, and a devoted one. When Mick gave his ultimatum to ban her back in the mid-'80s, he had been incensed by my slipping Bobby Keys back into the lineup, defying his ban on Bobby, used as he was to running everything. Maybe this was his way of getting back at me, but my response to his ultimatum was predictable. If you won't tour with Jane Rose, no tour. So the tour went ahead with Jane on it, and in some ways, I don't think Mick got over it, but he chose his ground badly. There are comic sides to all this, one of which was Mick's pathological inability to consult me before executing his great ideas. Mick always thought he needed more and more props and effects, piling on the gimmicks. The inflatable cock was great, but because a couple of things worked, every tour we started, I'd have to send acts home. I think you're better off without any props, or the minimum. Many times, I cut down the prop projects on these tours. He wanted stilt walkers. Luckily, at dress rehearsals it was raining, and all the stilt walkers fell over. I had to fire 35 dancers who were going to appear for about 30 seconds on honky-tonk women. Sight unseen, I sent them all home. Sorry, girls, go hoof it somewhere else. That was $100,000 down the sink. Mick had got used to the fait accompli in the 70s, believing I wouldn't notice his decisions. I almost always did, even then, especially when it came to music. My weary faxes would go like this. Mick, how is it that the Stones tracks are being mixed and about to be issued without a by your leave? I find this odd, to say the least. Terrible mixes anyway. If you don't know that by now, this is thrown at me as a fait accompli. How could you be so clumsy? Who chose the tracks? Who chose the mixing? Why do you imagine that it's your decision? Will you never realize that you cannot piss around with me? It wasn't Mick any more than the rest of us who conceived these mega tours. Steel Wheels, Voodoo Lounge, Bridges to Babylon, 40 Licks, A Bigger Bang. These great traveling shows that kept us on the road for many months at a time from 1989 to 2006. It was basically public demand that expanded them to this size. People say, why do you keep doing this? How much money do you need? Well, everyone likes making money, but we just wanted to do shows. And we're working in an unknown medium. You felt drawn to it like a moth to a flame because it was there and they wanted it. And what can you say? That must be right. You've asked for it. You got it. I prefer theaters. But where are you going to put everybody? We never realized just what the scale of this thing would become. How did it get so big when we're not doing anything much different than what we did in 1963 in the Crawdaddy Club? Our usual set is 2/3 standard Stones numbers, the classics. The only thing that's different is the audiences have grown, and the show's gotten longer. All any top act would do is 20 minutes when we started. The Everly Brothers did maybe half an hour. When you're talking about a tour, you're talking cold-blooded arithmetic. It's how many bums on seats. How much does it cost to put the show on? It's an equation. You could say that Michael Cole was the one who expanded things to this scale, but he did it by judging the demand. After 8 years without a tour and taking a risk, we hadn't known for sure whether the demand was still that high, though it was clear Cole had got it right when tickets went on sale that first day in Philadelphia and could have sold out 3 times. Touring was the only way to survive. Record royalties barely paid overheads. You couldn't tour behind a record like the old days. Mega tours were, in the end, the bread and butter of keeping this machinery running. We couldn't have done it on a smaller scale and been sure to do more than break even. The Stones were a rarity in this market, in that the show that filled the stadium was still based on the music, nothing else. You're not going to see dance routines or get a tape playing. You'll just hear the Stones and see them. There were aspects of these tours that would have been unthinkable in the 70s. There were shocked murmurings that we'd become a corporate enterprise and an advertising medium through all the sponsorship deals. But this, too, was part of the bread and butter, the equation. How do you finance a tour? And as long as it's a fair deal to the audience and to yourselves, that's the way they figure it out. There were the corporate meet-and-greet sessions, where people came in and shake our hands and get their pictures taken. That were part of our contract. In actual fact, it's fun. They're just loads of pissed people lined up going, "Hey, how you doing, baby? Oh, I love you. Hey, brother." It's pressing the flesh. These people work for these companies that sponsor us. It's also part of the build-up. Oh, we're actually starting to do the work. Finish the snooker game, meet-and-greet time, and in a way, it's reassuring. It means it's 2 hours before we go on. So you know where you are. Everybody likes a bit of routine, especially when you're in a new city every day. Our biggest problem with the huge stadiums and sets, the open-air venues, was the sound. How do you convert a stadium into a club? A perfect rock and roll theater would be a really large garage made of brick with a bar at the end. There is no such thing as a rock and roll venue. There's not one in the world that's made to play this kind of music as an ideal form. You work and wedge yourself into spots that are made to do other things. What we love is a controlled environment. There are some theaters like the Astoria, really good ballrooms like Roseland in New York, the Paradiso in Amsterdam. There's a good Chicago joint called the Checkerboard. There's an optimum size and space. But when you're playing outdoors on those big stages, you never quite know what's in store for you. There's another guy that joins the band on outdoor stages. God. Either he's benign, or he can come at you with wind from the wrong direction and the sound is swept out of the park. And somebody is getting the best stone sound in the world, but they're 2 miles away and they don't want it. Luckily, I have the magic stick. Before the shows start, we come into a sound check, and I traditionally have one of my rods in my hand and make some Kabbalistic signs in the sky and on the floor of the stage. Okay, the weather's going to be cool. It's a fetish, but if I come to an open-air gig without a stick, they think I'm ill. The weather usually comes around by showtime. Some of our best gigs have been in the worst conditions that you'd want to play in. In Bangalore, our first gig in India, their monsoon actually came down in the middle of the opening song and pissed down throughout the show. You couldn't see the fretboard for rain splashing and squirting all over the place. Monsoon in Bangalore. That's what we still call it. It was a famous show. But it was a great show. Sleet, snow, rain, or anything, the audience always stays there. If you stay there with them, under the worst conditions in the world, they'll stay there and rock and forget about the weather. The worst ones are when there's a cold snap. That's really hard to work when the fingers are freezing. There are very few of them. We try and avoid them. And Pierre will have guys backstage to give us little heat bags to put on for a few minutes until the next song starts, just to keep our fingers from freezing. There's a scar I have from burning my finger to the bone while playing the very first number one night. It was my fault. I told everybody, stand back. There's a big pyro to start with, and then I forgot. I went out there, the fireworks were going off, and a lump of white phosphorus settled on my finger. And it's steaming and burning. And I know I can't touch it. If I touch it, I'm going to spread it. I'm playing Start Me Up, and I just got to let my finger burn through to the bone. I'm watching my white bone for the next 2 hours. I remember a show in Italy where I really knew that I was losing it. It was in Milan in the 70s, and I could barely stand. I couldn't breathe. The air was totally dead. It was hot, and I started to feel myself going. Mick was just about holding himself up. Charlie always has some shade. But I was out in the pollution of Milan, the heat and the chemicals there and the brutal sun. There have been a couple of shows like that. Sometimes I've woken up with a temperature of 103. But I'm going to go on. I can handle it. I'll probably sweat it out on stage. And most times I do. I've had terrible fevers going on, and I'm totally cured at the end of the show, just because of the nature of the job. Sometimes I should have canceled the show and stayed in bed. But I think if I can totter up there, I will. And with a bit of sweating, I'll pull through. There are occasions when I've actually been sick on stage. How many times I've turned around behind the amplifiers and chucked up, you wouldn't believe. Mick pukes behind the stage. Ronnie pukes behind the stage, too. Sometimes it's the conditions, not enough air, too much heat. Throwing up is not such a big deal. It's in order to make you better. Where's Mick gone? He's chucking up backstage. Well, me next. When you play these big stadiums, you're hoping that when you first hit it, it fills the room and doesn't come out like a bat whisper. Something that you played yesterday in a little rehearsal room sounded fantastic. And you take it out on the big stage and it sounds like 3 mice caught in a trap. In the Bigger Bang tour, we had Dave Natal, the best live sound man I've ever worked with. But even with skill like that, in a big stadium, you can never test the sound until it's filled up with bodies. So you never know what it will be like on the first night. And when Mick gets away from the band walking down some ramp, you can never trust that what he's hearing out there is the same as what we're hearing. It might be off just a fraction of a second, but the beat's gone. And now he's singing the song Japanese style unless we put a break on it for a second. And that is the real art. You need cats that are so together, they know how to turn the whole beat around, so that he'll end up in the right place. The band has changed from off-beat to on-beat and back twice in order to do that, but the audience wouldn't know it. I'll wait for Charlie to look at Mick to readjust to his body talk, not to the sound, because that's echoing, and you can't trust it. Charlie will just do a little stutter, and watch where Mick's going to come down, and bang, and I'm in. You feel this need to run down these ramps, and it's not doing anything for the music, but you can't play very well on the run. And then you get there, and you got to run back, and you think, why am I doing this? What we've learned is that it doesn't matter how big the stadium is. If you focus the band all around one spot, you can pretend it's small. With the TV screens now, the audience can see 4 or 5 guys really tight together. That's a far more powerful image than us dispersed all over the place running around. The more we do it, the more we realize it's the screen they're watching. I'm like a matchstick. I'm only 5'10", and I can't get any bigger any way you look at it. When you go on the road, on these grueling tours, you become a machine. Your whole routine is geared to the gig. From the moment you wake up, you're preparing for the show. Your whole mind's on it all day, even if you think you know what you're going to do. Afterwards, you have a few hours free if you want, if you're not knackered. Once I start a tour, it takes me 2 or 3 shows to find my line, to get to the groove I'm in. Then I can work it forever. Mick and I have different ways of approaching it. Mick has a lot more physically to do than I do, except that I'm carrying 5 or 6 pounds of guitar. So it's a different concentration of energy. He does a lot of training. All I do to train and preserve energy is keep breathing. The grind is the traveling, the hotel food, whatever. It's a hard drill sometimes, but once I hit the stage, all of that miraculously goes away. The grind is never the stage performance. I can play the same song again and again, year after year. When Jumpin' Jack Flash comes up again, it's never a repetition. Always a variation. Always. I would never play a song again once I thought it was dead. We couldn't just churn it out. The real release is getting on stage. Once we're up there doing it, it's sheer fun and joy. Some long-distance stamina, of course, is needed. And the only way I can sustain the impetus over the long tours we do is by feeding off the energy that we get back from the audience. That's my fuel. All I've got is this burning energy, especially when I've got a guitar in my hands. I get an incredible raging glee when they get out of their seats. Yeah, come on, let it go. Give me some energy, and I'll give you back double. It's almost like some enormous dynamo or generator. It's indescribable. I start to rely on it. I use their energy to keep myself going. If the place was empty, I wouldn't be able to do it. Mick does about 10 miles. I do about 5 miles with a guitar around my neck every show. We couldn't do that without their energy. We just wouldn't even dream of it. And they make us want to give our best. We'll go for things that we don't have to. It happens every night we go on. One minute we're just hanging with the guys and, oh, what's the first song? And oh, let's have another joint. And suddenly we're up there. It's not that it's a surprise, because that's the whole reason to be there. But my whole physical being goes up a couple of notches. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones. I've heard that for 40-odd years. But the minute I'm out there and hit that first note, whatever it is, it's like I was driving a Datsun, and suddenly it's a Ferrari. At that first chord I play, I can hear the way Charlie's going to hit into it, and the way Daryl's going to play into that. It's like sitting on top of a rocket. 4 years went by between Steel Wheels and Voodoo Lounge, which kicked off in 1994. It gave me and everyone else time for other music, for solo records and guest spots, tribute albums and idol worship of various kinds. Eventually, I played with almost all the survivors among my childhood heroes, like James Burton, the Everlys, the Crickets, Merle Haggard, John Lee Hooker, and George Jones, with whom I recorded Say It's Not You. The award I was proudest of was when Mick and I were inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame in 1993, because it was signed by Sammy Cahn on his deathbed. It took me years to appreciate just how great was the art of Tin Pan Alley writing. I used to dismiss it, or it went straight through me. But when I became a songwriter, I could appreciate the construction and the skill of those guys. I held Hoagy Carmichael in the same high esteem, and I will never forget him calling me 6 months before he died. Patti and I were in Barbados, hiding away for a couple of weeks, and one evening the housekeeper comes in. "Mr. Keith, there's Mr. Michael on the phone." So immediately I think it's Mick. Then she said, "I think it was Carmichael." I said, "Carmichael? I don't know any Carmichael." And then this sort of frisson went through me. I said, "Ask him his first name." And she comes back and says, "Hoagy." And I'm looking at Patti. It's like being summoned by the gods. Such a weird feeling. Hoagy Carmichael's calling me? Somebody's putting me on. So I get to the phone, and there it is. It's Hoagy Carmichael. He'd heard a version I'd done of the song The Nearness of You, which I'd given to our lawyer, Peter Parcher. Peter liked my record and the piano playing, and he'd sent it to Hoagy. My treatment of it is barrel house. It really flips the song on its back, deliberately so. I can't play piano well, and I was improvising to say the least, just sort of making do. And here's Carmichael on the phone, and he says, "Hey man, when I heard that version, shit, that's the way I was hearing it when I was writing it." I had always thought Carmichael was so right-wing. I doubted whether he'd ever approve of me or of me doing his song, so I couldn't believe it when he rang and said he liked the way I'd done it. And to hear this from, whoa, I've died and gone to heaven, right? In one sweet slice. He said, "You in Barbados? You ought to go to the bar and get some corn and oil. That is a drink made of dark blackstrap rum and falernum, the sweet syrup made of sugar cane. I drank nothing else for 2 weeks. Corn and oil." At the tail end of the Steel Wheels tour, we liberated Prague, or so it felt. One in Stalin's eye. We played a concert there soon after the revolution that ended the communist regime. "Tanks roll out, stones roll in" was the headline. It was a great coup by Václav Havel, the politician who had taken Czechoslovakia through a bloodless coup only months earlier, a brilliant move. Tanks were going out, and now we're going to have the Stones. We were glad to be a part of it. Havel is perhaps the only head of state who has made, or would imagine making, a speech about the role that rock music played in political events leading to a revolution in the Eastern Bloc of Europe. He is the one politician I'm proud to have met. Lovely guy. He had a huge brass telescope in the palace once he was president, and it was focused on the prison cell where he did 6 years. And every day, I look through there to try and figure things out. We lit the state palace for him. They couldn't afford to do it. So we asked Patrick Woodruff, our lighting guru, to relight the huge castle. Patrick set him up. Taj Mahal'd him. We gave Václav this little white remote control with a tongue on it. He walked around lighting up the palace, and suddenly statues came alive. He was like a kid pushing buttons and going, "Whoa!" It's not often you get to hang with presidents like that and say, "Jesus, I like the cat." In any band, you're learning how to play together all the time. You always feel that you're getting tighter and better. It's like a close family. If one person leaves, it's a bereavement. When Bill Wyman left in 1991, I got extremely stroppy. I really did have a go at him. I wasn't very nice. He said he didn't like to fly anymore. He had been driving to every gig because he developed a fear of flying. That's not an excuse. Get out of here. I couldn't believe it. I'd been in some of the most ramshackle aircraft in the world with that guy, and he'd never batted an eyelid. But I guess it's something that one can develop. Or maybe he did a computer analysis. He was very into that. Bill had one of the first. It satisfied that meticulous mind of his, I suppose. He probably got something out of the computer, like the odds against you after flying so many miles. I don't know why he's so worried about dying. It's not a matter of avoiding it. It's where and how. But then what did he do? Having freed himself by luck and talent from the constraints of society, that 1 in 10 million chance, he goes back into it, into the retail trade, putting his energy into opening up a pub. Why would you leave the best band in the fucking world to open a fish and chip shop called Sticky Fingers? Taking one of our titles with him. It seems to be doing well. Not so Ronnie's similarly inexplicable foray into the catering trade. Always a nightmare of keeping people's fingers out of the till. Josephine's dream was to have a spa. They opened it. It was a disaster. It fell apart and went down in a blaze of insolvency proceedings. We didn't tell the world that Bill had left until 1993, when we found a replacement, which took a while. And thank God, we found a guy totally sympathetic. In the end, we didn't have to look far. Darryl Jones is very closely related to the Winos, great friends with Charlie Drayton and Steve Jordan. So he was on the periphery. Darryl, in my estimation, is a giant, beautiful, an all-around man. And of course, Darryl's playing 5 years with Miles Davis certainly didn't hurt Charlie Watts, who schooled himself on the great jazz drummers. And Darryl melted into the band real quick. I do enjoy playing with Darryl. He's always provoking me. We have tremendous fun on stage. You want to go there? Fine. Let's go a little further. We know Charlie's got it nailed. Let's fuck around. Let's sling some hash. And Darryl's never let me down. Despite their dispersal, the X-Pensive Winos left trails of smoke in the popular culture with their hot licks, like the appearance on the Sopranos soundtrack with Make No Mistake, along with the Stones through and through. We were ready for a comeback, and we convened in New York to stage it. A slightly more ragged gang than the fresh-faced musicians who had first obeyed the call to arms 5 years earlier. Wine had long ago given way to Jack Daniels as the favored band beverage. When we went to Canada to make the first record, we were out in the country, in the woods, and we drank every bottle of Jack Daniels in a 50-mile radius. This was towards the end of the first week. We'd cleaned out all the stores. We had to send out to Montreal to buy some more. Now, when we gathered for our second act, the Jack flowed again, and other stuff too. And it got a little disjointed, and it began to take what seemed a long time, to the point where I, Keith Richards, ordered a ban on Jack Daniels at the sessions. That was my official moment of switchover from Jack to vodka, and the band did lighten things up. 2, maybe 3 members of the band gave up drinking after that, and haven't taken a drop since. Before I put them on short rations, we had to listen to a sudden outburst of wrath from Doris at what she saw through the studio glass as our dilatory approach to our work. She was in New York visiting and came by the studio. Don Smith showed her in. Don died while I was writing this book, and he's much lamented. He had recalled Doris's visit like this. Don Smith. Keith and the guys are out in the studio to record background vocals, and they're just blabbering away instead for about 20 minutes or so. Doris asks me what's all this about and then asks how she could talk to them. I show her the talkback button, and she presses it and starts screaming. You boys stop messing around out there and get to work. This studio is costing money, and you're standing out there talking about nothing, and nobody understands a thing you're saying anyway. So get to bloody work. I've flown all the way from bloody England. I don't have all night to sit around listening to you yapping about nothing. In fact, it was much longer and stronger. She actually scared them for a tiny minute, and they all laughed. But they got to work fast. So thanks to Doris, we renewed our labors, and it became a punishing regimen, which Waddy will describe. Waddy Wachtel. We started first at 7 at night, and we'd go for 12 hours at least. Then, as it went on, we'd go, let's go in at 8. Let's go in at 9. Let's go in at 11. So all of a sudden, and I swear to God this is how it wound up, finally we'd go into work at 1 in the morning, 3 in the morning. We're in the car one morning, and Keith's sitting there with his drink and his shades on. It's bright sun. And he goes, hey, wait a minute. What time is it? And we said, it's 8 in the morning. And he said, turn around. I'm not going to work at 8 in the morning. He'd completely turned his day around. We were there for weeks trying to finish this record. We were in New York. It was during the summer. I never saw the sun once. We'd come out in the morning. It would be gray. I'd get back to my room, sleep all day, get up at night, and go back to the studio. To give an idea of how long it took us, I was a total chain smoker, and I had this little mini Bic lighter. Jane Rose had said we had a month and a half until we were supposed to be finished, and I said to Keith, well, and I was lighting a cigarette, you know, these lighters, they last about a month and a half. So when this pink lighter's empty, we should be done. He goes, all right, man, cool. We'll watch the lighter. So a month and a half is gone. I buy another pink lighter, and I don't say anything. And now it's almost 2 months. Every time he has a cigarette, I'm making sure I'm lighting it with the pink lighter. And he's looking. We still have time, you know? So 3 lighters later, my wife Annie comes to New York to visit. I say, honey, I've got an assignment for you. I want you to go out and find every little pink Bic lighter you can, because we're heading into mix mode. Finally, we're mixing the last song, Demon, and it came out really nice. And for the last 3 or 4 days, I went with a pocket full of pink lighters, at least a dozen of them stuffed in my pocket. We finally finished Demon, and Keith comes in the room and he's really happy and he goes, I'll have a cigarette. And I go, oh, let me light that for you. And I reached in and I brought all these lighters out. And he's, you motherfucker, I knew something was going on. Even just getting to those sessions could be an ordeal. There was a little misunderstanding in a bar in New York when I was having a drink with Don on the way to the studio. It's happened to me so often that some fucker tries to wind me up because of who I am. And this time, it was the sheer dumb stupidity that pissed me off. Don was a witness. Don Smith. I used to meet Keith down at the apartment and we'd walk to work and we'd stop at this bar and have a drink. And this DJ who was in the bar, as soon as we came in, a few minutes later, he started playing Stones songs. And after the second one, Keith walked up and politely said, could you not do that? We're just having a drink on the way to work. So the guy puts on another one, and another one. Keith walks up, jumps across, grabs the guy, and already has him on the ground with his knee on him. We're like, hey, Keith, we should go, yeah? Okay. We did another riotous winos tour, including to Argentina, where we were greeted with a pandemonium not seen since the early 60s. The Stones had never been there, so we walked into full-scale Beatlemania, frozen in time and released for our arrival. We played the first gig in a stadium with 40,000 people, and the noise, the energy was unbelievable. I convinced the Stones that this was definitely a market where there's lots of people who really liked us. I took Bert, and we lived in Buenos Aires in this great hotel, one of my favorites in the world, the Mansion, in a fine suite of rooms with lovely proportions. Bert would wake up and chuckle every morning. He'd be hearing, ole, 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 Richards, Richards. This was the first time his family name had been beaten out on a drum to wake him up for breakfast. He said, I thought they were chanting for me. Mick and I had mostly learned to live with our disagreements, but diplomacy was still required to drag us together in 1994. Barbados again was the place to see whether we could get on well enough to make another album. It went well, as it usually did when we were alone. I only brought Pierre, now working with me. We lived in a compound on a lemongrass plantation, and I acquired a companion who gave his name to the album and to the tour that followed, Voodoo Lounge. A storm had come in, one of those tropical downpours, and I was doing a quick rush to get some cigarettes. Suddenly I heard a sound and thought it was one of those huge toads that inhabit Barbados, which make cat-like sounds. I looked, and at the other end of the sewer pipe on the walkway was a sodden little kitten. Bit my hand. I knew there were loads of cats down there. Oh, you come down from the pipe where your mother lives? So I shoved him back in, and I turned around and he shot back up. He was not welcome, in other words. I tried it again. I said, come on, you know your own kid. And he shot back out again. And he was looking at me, this little runt. And I said, fuck it, all right, come on. Put him in my pocket and I rushed home. By now I'm drowning like a rat. I peer at the door in this sodden floor-length leopard bathrobe, an Obi man under a fire hose, holding a small cat. Pierre, we've got a slight side trip. It was pretty clear that if we didn't take care of him, he'd be dead by morning. So Pierre and I tried the basic thing, got a saucer of milk, shoved his head in it, and he went for it. So we have a strong one here. All we gotta do is keep him going. All we've gotta do is grow him up. We called him Voodoo because we were in Barbados, and his survival was against the odds. Voodoo, luck, and charm. And always this little cat followed me everywhere. So the cat became Voodoo, and the terrace became Voodoo's lounge. I put up signs around the perimeter, and the cat was always on my shoulder or nearby. I had to protect him from all the tomcats around there for weeks. The tomcats, they wanted his ass. They didn't want another tom on the scene. I'm throwing rocks at these toms, and they're all gathered like some lynch mob. Give me that little fucker. Voodoo ended up at my house in Connecticut. We weren't going to be parted after that. He disappeared only in 2007. He was a wild cat. We all decamped to Ronnie's house in Ireland in County Kildare to start work on Voodoo Lounge. And all went well, and then one day we found out that Jerry Lee Lewis was down the road, hiding from the IRS or something. It's only an hour or two away, so we asked him, "Do you want to come up and play?" But apparently from Jerry's point of view at the time, or the way it got to him, he was going to make a Jerry Lee Lewis album with the Stones backing him. But we were just saying, come up and play. It was just like a jam. We're pretty loose. Got the studio set up, let's rock and roll. So we did a lot of stuff, a lot of great stuff, too. And it's all there on tape somewhere. Then we're listening to playbacks later on, and Jerry's going, "Hey, the drummer's a bit slow there. He's starting to pick the band apart. Hey, that guitar is..." And I looked at him and I said, "Jerry, we just did a playback, you know what I mean? We ain't cutting. We were just playing." A red mist was falling. And I said, "If you want to tear my band apart, your name's Lewis, right? You're from Wales." I said, "My name's Richards. We're both Welsh. So I'll look into your little baby blue eyes, and you look into these two black motherfuckers. And if you want to take it outside, let's deal with it. Don't fucking chop my band up." And I left. I just stormed off and actually wrote "Sparks Will Fly" out of it, watching the bonfire outside. Our longtime crew chief, Chutch McGee, said Jerry just turned around and said, "Well, it usually works." But the stuff we did with him that night was amazing. And it was a real honor for me to play in that sort of situation, where we'd say, "Jerry, what you got?" "Okay, let's do House of Blue Lights." Brilliant. That's where Jerry and I met, on the level that guys like us have to meet. And since then, he's been a brother. The new meat in the sandwich between Mick and me was Don Was, who became our producer. He was too clever to get eaten. Don possessed a mix of finely honed diplomatic skills and musical insight. Not swayable, certainly not by fashion. And if something ain't happening, he'll say, "I don't think this is happening," which very few people do. They just sort of let us carry on not happening. Or in a polite way, they say, "Let's leave this one alone for now. Let's go into something else and come back." With all these skills, Don brilliantly survived the next 4 albums, including this one, Voodoo Lounge. He's held high in the business as a gifted producer. He's worked with a long list of the best musicians, but mainly he's a musician, which makes it a lot easier. On top of that, he was personally hardened in psychological band warfare, of which Mick and I are some of the oldest practitioners. Don had a band called Was Not Was, and he started with a guy he'd grown up with. They'd never had an argument until they became successful, and they went for 6 years without speaking to each other, until it collapsed in a storm of acrimony. Sound familiar? With Don, too, the band and the friendship survived. His understanding of the DNA code in all bands is that sooner or later the two principals will turn on each other, because one of them will be driven crazy by the knowledge that to be at their best, they need to perform with the other person, and therefore, they need that other person to be successful, or even to be heard. It makes you hate that person. Well, it didn't in my case, because I wanted us to depend on each other and carry on. Let Don describe what things had come to when we were mixing in L.A. Don Was. When we did Voodoo Lounge, Keith and Mick would exchange pleasantries about a football match for maybe 30 seconds, and then go to opposite corners of the room. And then they'd play. But the degree of interaction with each other was part of a group thing. Throughout the making of that whole record, I assumed that they were calling each other at 5 in the morning to talk about what was going to happen the next day and all of that. And it was only when they got to the end that I found out they never talked to each other. The only time either of them called the other guy was, Mick told me, when Keith hit a speed dial wrong at the Sunset Marquee, and Mick was staying at a rented house in the hills, and he called Mick and asked for more ice. He thought it was room service. Nevertheless, Don was rocked off balance very early on by a sudden and apparently terminal row that erupted in the studio. Windmill Lane in Dublin, between Mick and me, out of the blue, despite our apparent peace terms. It came from sheer, non-existent communication, the building up of festering rages. It was the culmination of a lot of things, but mostly, I think, the control freak business that I found so wearing to digest and deal with. Ronnie and I had come back into the studio, and Mick was playing some imitation riffs on a brand new Telecaster. It was one of his songs called I Go Wild, and he was strumming sitting down. "I'm told," I said, "there's only 2 guitar players in this band, and you're not one of them." I probably threw it out as a joke, but it didn't connect to the funny bone for Mick. He took it the wrong way, and then it got deeper. I just laid into him, and once again, according to eyewitness accounts, we hammered each other about everything from Anita to contracts to betrayals. It was pretty wild, hurling one-liners at each other. What about this? Well, what about that? And everyone else ran. The assistants and Ronnie and Daryl and Charlie and everyone, all scuttled into the control room. I don't know if they were listening on a microphone or not, but several people heard the slanging match. Don was, electing himself arbitrator, tried to do a shuttle diplomacy act, because we'd both gone to other ends of the building. But you're both saying the same thing, one of those. Old trick. Don told me he genuinely believed that if one more word was uttered, everybody was going to get on planes and the show would be over forever. What he underestimated was that we'd been conducting this slanging match for 30 years. In the end, after maybe an hour and a half, we hugged and carried on. It was Mick who had originally got hold of Don Was. Mick had always wanted to work with Don because Don is a groove producer. It's groove, dancehall music. And when we'd finished with Voodoo Lounge, Mick said he wouldn't work with Don again because he'd hired him to be a groove producer, and Don wanted to make Exile on Main Street, and Mick wanted to make Prince, the Black Album or something. Mick, again, wanted what he heard in the club last night. Mick's biggest fear at the time, as he kept on telling the press, was to be pigeonholed, as he put it, to Exile on Main Street. But Don was more interested in protecting the legacy of what was good about the Stones. He didn't want to do anything that was below the standard of that stuff from the late 60s and early 70s era. Why did Mick fear Exile? It was too good, that's why. Whenever I heard, "Oh, we don't want to go back and recreate Exile on Main Street," I thought, I wish you fucking could, pal. So when it came to Bridges to Babylon, a tour and a record later in 1997, Mick wanted to make sure we made cutting-edge music of the moment. Don was still on board as producer despite Mick's frustrations, because he was so good and worked so well with both of us. But this time Mick had what seemed at first like not a bad idea, to get different producers to work under Don on different tracks. But when I got to LA to go to work, I found that he'd just hired who he wanted, without asking. He'd hired a team of all these people who had won Grammys and were all cutting edge. The only problem was, none of it worked. I did try to accommodate one of these arrivals. If they asked for a retake, I did one, however good the take was, and another, until I realized they weren't getting it. They didn't know what they wanted, and that was it. Then Mick realized his mistake and said, "Get me out of here." It wasn't promising to discover that one of these producers had looped Charlie Watts. Just put him on a drum machine on a loop. Well, that didn't sound like the Stones. Ronnie Wood, lying on the couch, was heard to moan, "All that's left is the ghost of Charlie's left foot." Mick went through 3 or 4 producers. There was no consistency in what he wanted to do. So with all these producers and musicians, including a total of 8 bass players, it got out of hand. We actually ended up, for the first time, almost making separate records, mine and Mick's. Everybody was playing on the record except the Stones half the time. At one point, when things were really strained between me and Mick, collaboration consisted of Don Was sitting and hammering out lyrics with Mick. Don's like my lawyer representing me, and he's reading out all the scribbles of my improvised lyrics that were taken down by some Canadian girl while I was blabbering into a mic, and he's using these notes as input when they're looking for a rhyme or whatever line. A long way from Andrew Oldham's kitchen. A collaboration without us actually being together. Mick had hired everybody he wanted to work with, and I wanted Rob Fraboni as well. No one knew who was doing what, and Rob has this annoying habit of turning round to guys and saying, "Well, of course you know that if that goes through the M35 microphone, it's absolutely useless." And in fact, they don't know this. Nevertheless, I still very much like Bridges to Babylon. There's some interesting stuff on it. I still like Thief in the Night, You Don't Have to Mean It, and Flip the Switch. Rob Fraboni had introduced me to Blondie, real name Terrence Chaplin, when we were mixing Wingless Angels in Connecticut, and Blondie came along to do some extra work in the studio. He's from Durban. His father is Harry Chaplin, who was a top banjo player in South Africa, and used to work the blue train from Joburg to Cape Town. Together with Ricky Fattar, the drummer who works a lot with Bonnie Raitt, and Ricky's brother, Blondie had a band called the Flames. They were the biggest band in South Africa, in spite of the fact that Blondie was classified as colored with the rest of his band, though he passed as white in other respects. Such was apartheid. When they came to the U.S., they were taken up by the Beach Boys and moved to L.A. Blondie became Brian Wilson's stand-in and sang the vocal on the Beach Boys hit Sail On Sailor, and Ricky became the drummer. Fraboni produced the album Holland for the Beach Boys, and so another musical family tree spread some branches. Blondie began to hang, at my request, around the Bridges to Babylon rehearsal period, and we've been close ever since. The songs I was developing were very much based on the work I was doing with Blondie and Bernard. Their background vocals were part of the composing process. Now he works with me all the time. One of the best hearts I've known. It's often in the songs and their composition that a parallel narrative takes place. The story beside the story. So here are a few that have tales attached. Flip the Switch was a song on Bridges to Babylon that I wrote almost as a joke, but that as soon as I'd written it, turned out to have a chilling prescience. I got my money, my ticket, all that shit. I even got myself a little shaving kit. What would it take to bury me? I can't wait. I can't wait to see. I've got a toothbrush, mouthwash, all that shit. I'm looking down in the filthy pit. I had the turkey and the stuffing too. I even saved a little bit for you. Pick me up, baby, I'm ready to go. Yeah, take me up, baby, I'm ready to blow. Switch me up, baby, if you're ready to go, baby. I've got nowhere to go. Baby, I'm ready to go. Chill me, freeze me, to my bones. Ah, flip the switch. 90 miles away in San Diego, just after I finished this song, maybe 3 days later, a mass suicide took place of 39 members of a UFO cult called Heaven's Gate, who decided that the Earth was about to be destroyed, and they'd better link up with the incoming UFO that was following the fatal comet. The boarding card was phenobarbital, applesauce, and vodka, administered in relays. Then lie down in your uniform and await transport. These guys were actually doing it. And I had no idea until I woke up the next day and heard that these people had topped themselves, all laid out neatly, waiting to go to this new planet. It was, to say the least, a bizarre situation, of which I don't relish a repeat. The cult leader looked like something out of E.T., and his name was Marshall Applewhite. I wrote jauntily, "Lethal injection is a luxury. I want to give it to the whole jury. I'm just dying for one more squeeze." There's a brothel near Ocho Rios where my house is in Jamaica, called Shades, run by a bouncer I used to know from the Tottenham Court Road. It looks like a classic house of ill repute with balconies and archways and a dance floor with a cage and poles and large supplies of local beauties. All silhouettes and mirrors and blowjobs on the floor. I went down there one night and hired a room. I needed to get out of my house. I was having a beef with the Wingless Angels, who weren't playing properly, and the electricity had gone. So I left them alone to sort the shit out. Took Larry Sessler and Roy and went down to Shades. I wanted to work on a song, so I asked the proprietor to bring me 2 of his best chicks. I didn't want anything to do with them, just have a place to hang and be comfortable. "I'll give you my best," he said. So I installed myself in one of his rooms, with the fake mahogany bed, one plastic light against the wall, broom cupboard, red bed cover, a table, a chair, a red, green, and gold couch, low red lighting. I had my guitar, bottle of vodka, and some slosh. And I told the girls to imagine we were there forever, together. And how would they decorate the place? Leopard skin, Jurassic Park? What did they say to the Canadians who came? "Oh, they're all over in 2 seconds," they said. "You say anything, say you love them. Don't have to mean it." Then the chicks slept, breathing quietly in little bikinis. This was not the normal gig for them, and they were tired. If I couldn't think of a lyric, I would wake them up and we'd talk more. I'd ask them questions. "What do you think of it so far?" "Okay, you go back to sleep now." So I wrote "You Don't Have to Mean It" that night at Shades. You don't have to mean it. You just got to say it anyway. I just need to hear those words for me. You don't have to say too much. Babe, I wouldn't even touch you anyway. I just want to hear you say to me, "Sweet lies, baby, baby, dripping from your lips, sweet sighs. Say to me, come on and play. Play with me, baby." Love has sold more songs than you've had hot dinners. That's Tin Pan Alley for you. Though it depends if people know what love is. It's such a common subject. Can you come up with a new twist, a new expression of it? If you work at it, it's contrived. It can only come from the heart. And then other people will say to you, "Is it about her? Is it about me?" Yeah, there's a little bit about you. The second bit of the last verse. Mostly it's about imaginary loves. A compilation of women you've known. You offer me all your love and sympathy, sweet affection, baby, it's killing me. 'Cause baby, baby, can't you see? How could I stop once I start, baby? How can I stop? We were in Ocean Way Studios in Los Angeles. Don was the producer and he's on keyboard. He put a lot of hints and helps in on it. As the song developed, it became more and more complex. And then, how the hell do we get out of here? And we had Wayne Shorter, who Don had brought in, maybe the greatest living jazz composer, let alone sax player, on the planet, who had grown up playing in Art Blakey's and Miles Davis's bands. Don has a great connection with musicians of all stripes, shapes, sizes, and colors. He's produced most of them, almost all the good ones. And also, L.A.'s been his hometown for many years. Wayne Shorter, a jazz man, said he was going to get ribbed for coming down and playing what they call duty music. Instead, he took off into this wonderful solo. I thought I'd come in and play duty music, he said, and I'm wailing my ass off. Because for that last bit on the song, I said, feel free. Go any way you want, take it. And he was fantastic. And Charlie Watts, who was the best jazz drummer of the goddamn century, was playing with him. It was a brilliant session. How Can I Stop is a real song from the heart. Perhaps everyone's getting old. What's different from those earlier songs is how it exposes feelings. Wears them on the sleeve. I always thought that's what songs are really about. You're not supposed to be singing songs about hiding things. And when my voice got better and stronger, I was able to communicate that raw feeling. And so I wrote more tender songs. Love songs, if you like. I couldn't have written like that 15 years ago. Composing a song like that in front of a mic is like holding on to a friend in a way. You lead me, brother. I'll follow behind and we'll sort the bits out later. It's like you've been taken for a blind ride. I might have a riff, an idea, a chord sequence, but I've got no idea what to sing over it. I'm not agonizing for days with poems and shit. And what I find fascinating about it is that when you're up there on the microphone and say, okay, let's go, something comes out that you wouldn't have dreamt of. Then within a millisecond, you've got to come up with something else that adds to what you've just said. It's kind of jousting with yourself. And suddenly, you've got something going, and there's a framework to work with. You're going to screw up a lot of times doing it that way. You just got to put it on the mic and see how far it can go before you run out of steam. Thief in the Night had a dramatic, deadline-busting journey to the mastering studio. I got the title from the Bible, which I read quite often. Some very good phrases in there. It's a song about several women and actually starts when I was a teenager. I knew where she lived, and I knew where her boyfriend lived. And I would stand outside a semi-detached house in Dartford. Basically, the story goes on from there. Then it was about Ronnie Spector. Then it was about Patti, and it was also about Anita. I know where your place is, and it's not with him. Like a thief in the night, I'm going to steal what's mine. Mick put a vocal on the song, but he couldn't feel it, he couldn't get it, and the track sounded terrible. Rob couldn't mix it with his vocals, so we tried to fix it one night with Blondie and Bernard, barely able to stand from fatigue, snatching sleep in turns. We came back and found the tape had been sabotaged in the meantime. All kinds of skullduggery went on. Eventually, Rob and I had to steal the 2-inch master tapes of the half mixes of Thief in the Night from Ocean Way Studios in L.A., where we'd recorded it, and then fly them to the East Coast, where I had now returned homewards to Connecticut. Pierre found a studio on the North Shore of Long Island, where we remixed it to my liking for 2 days and 2 nights, with my vocal. Sometime during one of those nights, Bill Burroughs died. So in homage to his work, I sent angry Burroughsian cut-ups to Don Was, the producer in the middle. You rat, this is going to be finished my way, nobody else's way, with screaming headline cuttings and headless torsos. Batten down the hatches, we're going to war. I just had a beef with Don. I loved the man, and we got over it right away, but I was sending him terrible messages. When you're coming to the end of a record, anybody who gets in the way of what you want to do is the Antichrist. This was near to the deadline, so the quickest way to get the tapes back to L.A. was to take them by speedboat from Port Jefferson, Long Island, to Westport, the nearest harbor to my house on the Connecticut coast. We did this at midnight, under a very nice moon roaring across the Long Island Sound, successfully avoiding the lobster pots with a swerve here and a shout there. Next day, Rob got them to New York, and they were flown back to L.A. to the mastering studio to be inserted into the album. Exceptionally, for a Stones song, Pierre de Beauport got a writing credit on the track, along with me and Mick. The big problem now was that it was looking as if I was going to be singing 3 songs on the album, which was unheard of, and to Mick, unacceptable. Don Was. I firmly believed in Keith's right to have a third vocal on the record, but Mick was having none of it. I'm sure Keith is totally unaware of all that it took to get Thief in the Night on that record, because it was a total standoff between these 2 guys. Neither one was backing down, and we were going to miss the release date, and the tour was going to start without a new album out there. And the night before the deadline, I had a dream. And I called Mick up and I said, I know your point about him singing 3 songs, but if 2 are at the end of the record, and they were together as a medley, if there wasn't a lot of space between the two songs, then they would be seen as one big Keith thing at the end of the record. And for the people you're concerned about, who don't love Keith songs, they could just stop after your last vocal. And for those people who love Keith stuff, it would be one last Keith. So view it not as a third song, but as a medley. And we'll leave a space before it begins. And we'll leave very little space between the two songs. And he went with that. And I'm sure Keith has no idea, or Jane. No one knows what happened. So that gave Mick an out, basically, because it was a standoff. And so those two became one song. However, the song that it got paired up with is How Can I Stop, which is one of the best Rolling Stones songs ever. It's amazing. Keith absolutely at his best, and Wayne Shorter. What an odd pairing to have Wayne Shorter just blowing. It turns into Coltrane at the end. It turns into a Love Supreme at the end. There was something about it. There were like 10 people playing at once, and it was a magical session. There were no overdubs to that thing. It just came out like that. And the other thing was, that night when we cut it, Charlie was leaving. It was the end. It was the last track we cut for that album. They were tearing down the instruments the next day, and Charlie had a car waiting out in the alley. And so he does this big flourish at the end. That's the last take, and it's like a grand hurrah. And the way everyone was feeling at the end of that record, I didn't think they'd ever make another. And so I saw How Can I Stop as the coda. I thought it was the last thing they were ever going to cut. And what a great way to end it. How can I stop once I've started? Well, you just stop.
20-odd years after I began playing with local Rastafarian musicians, I went back to Jamaica with Patti for Thanksgiving in 1995 and invited Rob Fraboni and his wife to come and stay with us. Rob had originally met this crew in 1973, when I first knew them. Fraboni's holiday was cancelled on day one because it turned out that at this moment all of the surviving members were present and available, which was rare. There'd been a lot of casualties and ups and downs and busts, but this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to record them. Fraboni somehow had bits of recording equipment available, courtesy of the Jamaican Minister of Culture, and promptly offered to record the setup. This was a gift from the gods. A gift because Rob Fraboni is a genius when you want to record things outside the usual frame. His knowledge and his ability to record in the most unusual places are breathtaking. He worked as a producer on The Last Waltz. He remastered all of the Bob Marley stuff. He's one of the best sound engineers you could meet. He lives around the corner from me in Connecticut, and we've done a lot of recording together in my studio there, of which I'll write more later. Like all geniuses, it can be a pain in the ass, but it goes with the badge. I christened the group the Wingless Angels that year from a doodle I'd made, which is on the album cover. A figure like a flying rasta, which I'd left lying around. Somebody asked me, what's that? And just off the top of my head, I said, well, that's a Wingless Angel. There was one new addition to this group in the person of Maureen Fremantle, a very strong voice, and the rare presence in rasta lore of a female singer. This is how we came together, and she tells it. One night, Keith was at Loxie and Mango Tree Bar in Steeltown, and I was passing that night. So Loxie says, Sister Maureen, come in, and I come in and have a drink. And I go in and I meet this guy. Keith hugged me and say, this sister look a real sister, and then we start to have a drink. I was having rum and milk, and then it was like, I don't know, the power of Jah. I just start to sing. Yes, just start to sing. And Keith say, this lady have to come by me. And it never turned back from then. I just start to sing, and I was reading, and I start to sing love, peace, joy, happiness, and it burst into one thing. It was something else. Fraboni had a microphone in the garden, and at the beginning of the recording you hear the crickets and the frogs and the ocean beyond the veranda. There are no windows in this house, just wooden shutters. You can hear people playing dominoes in the back. It has a very powerful feeling, and feel is everything. We took the tapes back to the US and began to figure out how to keep the intrinsic core. That's when I met Blondie Chaplin, who came along to the sessions with George Rosselli, who became Bob Dylan's drummer. George is from New Orleans, and there are many different races in there. He's Italian, black, Creole, the whole lot. What's startling is the blue eyes. Because with those blue eyes, he can get away with anything, including crossing the tracks. I wanted to bring the Angels into a more global mood, and guys from everywhere began to show up at the Connecticut overdubbing sessions. The incredible fiddler, Frankie Gavin, who founded De Danann, the Irish folk group, came in with his great Irish humour, and a certain feel began to emerge. This was obviously not a record of great commercial appeal, but it had to be done, and I'm still very proud of it. So much so that there is another one on the way as I'm writing this. Very soon after exile, so much technology came in that even the smartest engineer in the world didn't really know what was going on. How come I could get a great drum sound back in Denmark Street with one microphone, and now with 15 microphones I get a drum sound that's like something shitting on a tin roof? Everybody got carried away with the technology, and slowly they're swimming back. In classical music, they're recording everything they re-recorded digitally in the 80s and 90s, because it just doesn't come up to scratch. I always felt there was actually fighting technology, that it was no help at all, and that's why it would take so long to do things. Fraboni has been through all of that notion that if you didn't have 15 microphones and a drum kit, you didn't know what you were doing. Then the bass player would be battened off, so they were all in their own little pigeonholes and cubicles, and you're playing this enormous room and not using any of it. This idea of separation is the total antithesis of rock and roll, which is a bunch of guys in a room making a sound and just capturing it. It's the sound they make together, not separated. This mythical bullshit about stereo and high-tech and Dolby is just totally against the whole grain of what music should be. Nobody had the balls to dismantle it. And I started to think, what was it that turned me on to doing this? It was these guys that made records in one room with 3 microphones. They weren't recording every little snitch of the drums or the bass. They were recording the room. You can't get these indefinable things by stripping it apart. The enthusiasm, the spirit, the soul, whatever you want to call it. Where's the microphone for that? The records could have been a lot better in the 80s if we'd cottoned onto that earlier and not been led by the nose by technology. In Connecticut, Rob Fraboni created a studio, my room called L, because it was L-shaped, in the basement of my house. I had a year off during 2000 and 2001, and I worked with Fraboni to build it up. We put a microphone facing the wall, not pointed at instruments or an amplifier. We tried to record what was coming off of the ceiling and off of the walls, rather than dissecting every instrument. You don't, in fact, need a studio, you need a room. It's just where to put the microphones. We got a great 8-track recorder, made by Stevens, which is one of the most smoothest, most incredible recording machines in the world. And it looks like the monolith in Kubrick's 2001. The only track I've put out from L so far is You Win Again on the Hank Williams tribute album, Timeless, which got a Grammy. Lou Pallow was one of Les Paul's second guitar players for years, maybe centuries, played guitar on it. Lou is known as the man of a million chords, an incredible guitar player. He lives in New Jersey. What's your address, Lou? Moneymaker Road, he says. It doesn't live up to its name. George Rosselli plays drums. We had the makings of a house band, and anyone that was around could come and play. Hubert Sumlin would come by. He's Howling Wolf's guitar player. Of his music, Fraboni later made a very good record called About Them Shoes. Great title. On September 11th, 2001, we were cut short in the middle of recording with my old flame Ronnie Spector, a song called Love Affair. You can get into a bubble if you just work with the Stones. Even with the Winos it can happen. I find it very important to work outside of those areas. It was inspiring to work with Norah Jones, with Jack White, with Toots Hibbert. He and I have done 2 or 3 versions of Pressure Drop together. If you don't play with other people, you can get trapped in your own cage. And then if you're still sitting on the perch, you might get blown away. Tom Waits was an early collaborator back in the 80s. I didn't realize until later that he'd never written with anyone else before, except his wife Kathleen. He's a one-off, lovely guy and one of the most original writers. In the back of my mind, I always thought it would be really interesting to work with him. Let's start with a bit of flattery from Tom Waits. It's a beautiful review.
We were doing Rain Dogs. I was living in New York at the time, and someone asked if there was anybody I wanted to play on the record. And I said, how about Keith Richards? I was just kidding around. It was like saying Count Basie or Duke Ellington, you know? I was on Island Records at the time, and Chris Blackwell knew Keith from Jamaica. So somebody got on the phone, and I said, no, but it was too late. Sure enough, we got a message. The wait is over. Let's do it. So he came to RCA, a huge studio with high ceilings, with Alan Rogan, who was his guitar valet, and about 150 guitars. Everybody loves music. What you really want is for music to love you. And that's the way I saw it was with Keith. It takes a certain amount of respect for the process. You're not writing it, it's writing you. You're its flute, or its trumpet. You're its strings. That's real obvious around Keith. He's like a frying pan made from one piece of metal. You can heat it up really high, and it won't crack. Just changes color. You have your own preconceived ideas about people that you already know from their records. But the real experience, ideally, hopefully, is better. Well, that certainly was the case with Keith. We kind of circled each other like a couple of hyenas. Looked at the ground, laughed, and then we just put something on. Put some water in the swimming pool. He has impeccable instincts, like a predator. He played on 3 songs on that record. Union Square, we sang on Blind Love together, and on Big Black Maria, he played a great rhythm part. Really lifted the record up for me. I didn't care how it sold at all. As far as I was concerned, it had already sold. Then a few years later, we hooked up in California. We got together every day at this little place called Brown Sound, one of those funky old rehearsal places with no windows and carpet on the wall. Smells like diesel. We started writing. You have to get relaxed enough around someone to be able to throw out any kind of twisted idea that might test your mind, that comfort zone. I remember, on my way to the studio, I taped a Sunday gospel brunch Baptist preacher coming right out of the radio. And the title of that sermon was The Carpenter's Tools. It was all about the carpenter's tools, how he went into his bag and pulled out all these tools. We laughed about that for a long time. And then Keith played me a copy he had of Jesus Loves Me, sung by Aaron Neville, something he'd sung in a rehearsal, just a cappella. So he likes diamonds in the rough. He likes Zulu music, pygmy music, the arcane, obscure, and impossible to categorize music. We wrote a whole bunch of songs. One was called Motel Girl, and another was Good Dogwood. And that's where we wrote That Feel. And I put that on Bone Machine. One of my favorite things that he did is Wingless Angels. That completely slayed me, because the first thing you hear is the crickets, and you realize you're outside, and his contribution to capturing the sounds on that record just feels a lot like Keith. Maybe more like Keith than I had contact with when we got together. He's like a common laborer in a lot of ways. He's like a swabby, like a sailor. I found some things they say about music that seem to apply to Keith. You know, in the old days, they said that the sound of the guitar could cure gout and epilepsy, sciatica, and migraines. I think that nowadays there seems to be a deficit of wonder. And Keith seems to still wonder about this stuff. He will stop and hold his guitar up and just stare at it for a while. Just be rather mystified by it. Like all the great things in the world, women and religion and the sky, you wonder about it, and you don't stop wondering about it.
In 1980, Bobby Keys, Patti, Jane and I paid a visit to the remaining crickets in Nashville. Must have been something special because we hired a Learjet to get there. We went to see Jerry Allison, alias Jivin' Ivan, the cricket's drummer, the one who actually married Peggy Sue, though it didn't last long, at his place he calls White Trash Ranch, just outside of Nashville, in Dixon, Tennessee. There was Joe B. Mauldin, bass player with Buddy. Don Everly was around on that trip, and to play with him, sitting around, these are the cats I was listening to on the goddamn radio 20-odd years ago. Their work had always fascinated me, and just to be in the house was an honor. There was another wonderful expedition to record a duet with George Jones at the Bradley Barnes sessions. Say It's Not You, a song that Graham Parsons had turned me on to. George was a great guy to work with, especially when he had the hairdo going. Incredible singer. There's a quote from Frank Sinatra which says, "Second best singer in this country is George Jones." Who's the first, Frank? We were waiting and waiting for George for a couple of hours, I think. By then, I'm behind the bar making drinks, not remembering that George is supposed to be on the wagon and not knowing why he was so late. I've been late many times, and so no big deal. And when he turns up, the pompadour hairdo is perfect. It's such a fascinating thing, you can't take your eyes off it. And a 50-mile-an-hour wind, it would still have been perfect. I found out later that he'd been driving around because he was a bit nervous about working with me.
He'd been doing some reading up and was uncertain of meeting me.
On the country end, Willie Nelson and I are close, and Merle Haggard too. I've done 3 or 4 TV shows with Merle and Willie, and Willie's fantastic. He has a guy with a turned-over frisbee, rolling, a beautiful weedhead is Willie. I mean, straight out of bed. At least I wait 10 minutes in the morning. And what a songwriter. He's one of the best, from Texas too. Willie and I just get along. I know that he's very concerned about the agriculture of America and the small farmer. Most of the stuff I've done with him has been in that cause. The conglomerates are taking over. That's what he's fighting, and he's putting up a damn good fight. Willie's a true art, unfazed, unswerving, and true to his cause no matter what. I slowly realized I grew up listening to his music because he was a songwriter, way before he started performing. Crazy, funny how time slips away. I've always been slightly in awe in a way to be asked by people like that I've already been on my knees before. Hey, you want to play with me? Are you kidding? A case in point was a session at Levon Helm's place in Woodstock in '96 to play on All the King's Men with Scotty Moore, who's Elvis's guitar player, and DJ Fontana, Elvis's drummer, on all those early Sun recordings. Now, this is serious stuff, you know. The Stones are one thing, but to hold your own with guys that turned you on is another. These cats are not necessarily very forgiving of other musicians. They expect the best, and they're going to have to get it. You really can't go in there and flake. Bands that work behind George Jones and Jerry Lee Lewis, these cats are top hands. You have to be on your mark. I love that. I don't work often in the country area. But that's been the other side of it to me. There's been blues and there's been country music. And let's face it, those are the 2 vital ingredients of rock and roll. Another great singer and a girl after my own heart, as well as my bride in a rock and roll marriage, is Etta James. She'd been making records from the early 50s when she was a doo-wop singer. She's expanded into every range since then. She has one of those voices that when you heard it on the radio, or you saw an Etta James record in the store, you bought it, she sold you. And on June 14th, I think, 1978, we played together. She was on a bill with the Stones at the Capitol Theatre, Passaic, New Jersey. Now, Etta had been a junkie, so we found a certain reciprocation almost immediately. At the time, she was clean, I think, but it doesn't really matter. It takes one look in the eye for one to know another. Incredibly strong. Etta with a voice that take you to hell, take you to heaven. And we hung in a dressing room, and like all ex-junkies, we talked about junk. And why did we do this? The usual soul-searching. This culminated in a backstage wedding, which in showbiz terms is like you get married, but you're not really married. You exchange vows and stuff on the top of the backstage stairs. She gave me a ring, and I gave her a ring, and actually that's where I decided her name's Etta Richards. She'll know what I mean. When Theodora and Alexandra were born, Patti and I were living in an apartment on 4th Street, and it seemed to us that 4th Street was not the place to bring up children. So we headed for Connecticut and started to build a house. The geology is not unlike Central Park. Great flat slabs and boulders of grey slate and granite emerging from the earth, all enclosed by lush woodland. We had to blast tons of rock to build the foundation, hence my name for the house, Camelot Cost a Lot. We didn't move in until '91. Now this house sits alongside a nature preserve. There's an old Indian burial ground, a happy hunting ground for the Iroquois, and the woods have a primeval serenity about them that would suit their ancestral spirits. I have a key that unlocks a gate from the garden to the forest, and we go for walks there and roam about. There's a very deep lake in these woods with a waterfall coming down. I was there one day with Georgie Rosselli when we were working together, around 2001, I guess, and you're not supposed to go fishing there. So we're like Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn, and we're trying to catch these incredible fish. They're called Oscars. They're big and very tasty. George is an expert fisherman, and he said they're not supposed to be anywhere north of Georgia. So I said, let's put in another hook. And suddenly I'm getting this incredible tug on the line, and this enormous snapping turtle, as big as an ox. It's green, he's slimy, and he's come lumbering out with my fish in its mouth. It was like confronting a dinosaur. The look of horror on my face and George's I wish I'd had on camera. This guy's about ready to pop and snap. His neck can come out 3 or 4 feet. He's enormous. He must be about 300 years old. George and I reverted to cavemen. My God, this motherfucker's serious. I dropped the rod, picked up the rock, and cracked him on the shell with it. God damn it, it's you or me, pal. They're vicious. They can bite your foot off. And he went back down. Creatures that lurk in the deep, immense and old. They're truly frightening, you know, to chill your bones. He's probably been down there so long, the last time he came up, he was meeting the Iroquois. Aside from poaching, which I haven't done since then, I lead a gent's life. I listen to Mozart, read many, many books. I'm a voracious reader. I'll read anything, and if I don't like it, I'll toss it. If it comes to fiction, I know George MacDonald Fraser, you know, the Flashmans, Patrick O'Brien. I fell in love with his writing straight away, at first with Master and Commander. It wasn't primarily the Nelson and Napoleonic period, more the human relationships. He just happened to have that backdrop. And of course, having characters isolated in the middle of the goddamn sea gives more scope. Just great characterizations, which I still cherish. It's about friendship and camaraderie. You know, Jack Aubrey and Stephen Maturin always reminded me a bit of Mick and me. History, in particular the British Navy during that period, is my subject. The Army weren't up to much. It was the Navy and the guys that got roped into it against their will, the press gang. And it makes this machine work. So you had to weld this bunch of unwilling people into a functioning team, which reminds me of the Rolling Stones. I've always got some historical work on the go.
I suppose the Nelson era and World War II are near the top of my list, but I do Ancient Romans too, and a certain amount of British colonial stuff, the Great Game and all of that.
I have a great library, furnished with these works, with dark wooden shelves reaching to the ceiling. This is where I hole up, and where one day I came to grief. Nobody believes that I was looking for a book on anatomy by Leonardo da Vinci. It's a big book, and the big books are way up on the top shelves. I got a ladder and I went up there. There are these little pins that hold these shelves up, and heavy, heavy volumes up there. As I touched the shelf, a pin fell out and every fucking volume came down on my face. Boom, I hit the desk with my head and I went out. Woke up I don't know how much time later, maybe half an hour, and it's hurting. It's an ouch. I'm surrounded by huge tomes. I would have laughed at the irony, except I couldn't because it hurt too much. Talk about you wanted to find out about anatomy. I crawled up the stairs, gasping for air. I just thought, I'll get up to the old lady and see what's what in the morning. The morning was even worse. Patti asked, what's the matter? Oh, I just fell over, I'm okay. I was still gasping. It took me 3 days to say to Patti, darling, I've got to have this checked out. And I wasn't okay. I'd punctured a lung. A European tour, set to open in Berlin in May 1998, was delayed a month. One of the only times I've held up a tour. A year later, I did the same to the other side. We just arrived in St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands, and I'd put on some sun oil. Gaily, I leapt up on some earthenware pot to look over the fence, and the oil did me in. I slipped, crack, bang. The wife had some Percodan, so I just took a load of painkillers. I didn't know that I'd fractured 3 ribs on one side and perforated the other lung until a month later, when I had to do a medical for the tour. You got to be checked out, do all the tests on the treadmill and all that crap. And then the X-ray you. Oh, by the way, you fractured 3 ribs and perforated a lung on the right side. But it's all healed now, so it doesn't matter. When I'm at home, I cook for myself, usually bangers and mash, with some variations on the mash, but not much, or some other basic English nosh. I have quite solitary eating habits at odd hours, born out of mealtimes on the road being the opposite of everyone else's. I only eat when I feel like it, which is almost unheard of in our culture. You don't want to eat before you go on stage, and then when you get off, you've got to give it an hour or two before the adrenaline subsides, which is usually around 3 in the morning. You got to hit it when you're hungry. We've been trained from babyhood to 3 square meals a day. the full factory industrial revolution idea of how you're supposed to eat. But before then it was never like that. You'd have a little bit often, every hour or so. But when they had to regulate us all, okay, meal times, that's where school's all about. Forget the geography and history and mathematics. They're teaching you how to work in a factory. When the hula goes, you eat. For office work, or even if you're being trained to be a prime minister, it's the same thing. It's very bad for you to stuff all that crap in at once. Better have a bit here, a mouthful there. Every few hours, a bite or two. Human body can deal with it better than shoving a whole load of crap down your gob in an hour. I've been cooking bangers all my life, and I only just found out from this lady on TV that you have to put bangers in a cold pan. No preheating. Preheating agitates them. That's why they're called bangers. Very slowly, start them off cold, and then just be prepared to have a drink and wait. And it works. It doesn't shrivel them up. They're plump. It's just a matter of patience. Cooking is a matter of patience. When I was cooking goat's head soup, I did it very slowly. My granddad Gus made the best egg and chips you'd ever believe in this world. I'm still trying to get up to the mark on that. And shepherd's pie, which is an ongoing art. Nobody's actually made the quintessential, absolute shepherd's pie. They all come out different. My way has evolved over the years. The basic thing is just grate ground meat and throw in some peas, some carrots. But the trick I was taught by, bless his soul, he's gone now, Big Joe Seabrook, who was my minder, is before you spread the spuds on the top, you chop up some more onions. Because the onions you've used to cook with the meat have been reduced. And he was damn right, if you just give it that extra je ne sais quoi. Just a tip, folks. Tony King, who has worked with the Stones, and with Mick, and on and off as a publicist since we began in the 60s, records the last occasion when somebody ate my shepherd's pie without asking.
In Toronto, on the Steel Wheels tour, there was a shepherd's pie delivered to the lounge, and the security guys all tucked into it. And Keith arrived, and he realized that someone had broken the crust ahead of him. He demanded to know the names of all the people who had eaten the shepherd's pie. So Joe Wood's running around going, "Did you eat the shepherd's pie?" And everyone's denying all knowledge, except the security people, of course, who'd had loads of it and couldn't deny it. I denied all knowledge too, even though I'd had a piece. Keith said, "I'm not going on stage until another one is produced." So they had to send out for another shepherd's pie to be cooked and delivered. I had to say to Mick, "Your show is running late because Keith doesn't want to go on stage until he gets a shepherd's pie." Mick said, "You can't be serious." And I said, "I think I can on this occasion." There was a scene in the backstage area where on the walkie-talkies somebody actually said, "The shepherd's pie is in the building," and it got carried through the lounge and dropped into Keith's dressing room, with some HB sauce, naturally. And he just stuck a knife in it and didn't bother eating any of it and went on stage. Just wanted to cut the crust. Ever since then, he's always had his own delivered to his dressing room so he doesn't have to worry.
It's now famous, my rule on the road. Nobody touches the shepherd's pie until I've been in there. Don't bust my crust, baby. It's written in the contract. If you come into Keith Richards' room and he's got a shepherd's pie on the warmer, bubbling away, if it's still pristine, the only one that can bust that crust is me. Greedy motherfuckers, they come in and just scoop up anything. I put that sort of shit about just for fun, quite honestly, because I very rarely eat before I go on stage. It's the worst thing you can do, at least for me. Barely digested food in your stomach, and you've got to head out there and do start me up and another 2 hours to go. I just want it there in case I realize I haven't eaten that day and I might need a bit of fuel. It's just my particular metabolism. I've just got to have enough fuel. When daughter Angela married Dominic, her Dartford fiancé, in '98, we had a big party at Redlands, a great celebration. Dominic had come to Toronto to ask my permission to marry Angela, and I kept him guessing for 2 weeks, poor bastard. I knew what he wanted, but he didn't know I knew he was going to ask, and he'd never get up an opportunity. I had always created diversion, or he couldn't get it up to make his case. And after that, I was going on tour. Each morning, even after Dominic had been up past dawn, Angela would say, "Have you asked him yet?" And he'd say, "No." Finally, one dawn, when the time was running out, I said, for fuck's sake, of course you can marry her, and threw him a skull bracelet to remember the moment. Down at Redlands, we put up the marquees and over the garden and the paddocks, and they looked so good I kept them up for a week afterwards. It was the widest mixture of people you could bring together. All of Angie's friends from Dartford, the hometown, you know, the tour people, crew, people we hadn't seen for years. Good steel band kicking it off, and Bobby Keys, who Angie's known all her life, played Angie as she walked down the aisle, and Lisa and Blondie sang, and Chuck played piano. Bernard Fowler read the confirmation, a little shocked that he wasn't asked to sing, but Angie said she loved his speaking voice. Blondie sang her The Nearness of You. We all got up, Ronnie, Bernard, Lisa, Blondie and me, and we all played and we all sang. Then there was the incident of the spring onions. The spring onions that were supposed to be topping the mash to go with the bangers I was making for myself. Except someone swipes them from under my nose. There were many witnesses to what happened, including Kate Moss, who would give an account of the manhunt that followed.
Food of the kind he likes is one of the few comforts Keith has, whereas everything else is all over the shop. Because the hours are erratic, he makes his own food a lot of the time. That's what he was doing the night of Angela's wedding. It was about 3 in the morning. Everyone was partying. It was a beautiful evening. Everyone was outside drinking, dancing. It was a big wedding, still going strong. And Patti and I were in the kitchen, and Keith was making his sausages and mash. And he had his spring onions. The sausages were on, the potatoes were boiling. I was standing by the Argar talking to Patti, and he turned round and said, "Where have my spring onions gone?" And we were like, "What?" He said, "I just had them. They were just there. Where have they gone?" Oh, God, we thought, he's out of it. But he was so indignant, we started going through the dustbins. He was saying they were definitely here, so we're looking everywhere, under the tables. I'm sure they were there. And he was getting really angry. And we said, "Maybe you didn't put them there. Maybe you put them somewhere else." "No, I fucking put them there." And everyone thought he was going mad. And a friend of Marlon's walked through the door and went, "Keith, what's the matter?" And Keith said, "I'm looking for my fucking spring onions." And he was almost deranged, going through rubbish. And I looked up, and it was like those accident scenes in slow motion. You think, no, don't do it. This guy had the spring onions behind his ears. I mean, why would you do that? To get attention, obviously, but the wrong kind of attention. And Keith looked up and saw them too. Explosion. In Redlands, he's got those sabres over the fireplace. He grabbed them both and went running off into the night, chasing this kid. Oh, my God, he's going to kill him. Patti was really worried. We all went running after him. "Keith, Keith," and he came back and he was raging. The guy spent most of the night in the bushes. He came back to the party later with a balaclava on so that Keith wouldn't recognize him.
It's strange, given my vocation, but I've had dogs since around 64. There was Syphilis. He was a big wolfhound I had before Marlon was born. And there was Ratbag, the dog I smuggled in from America. He was in my pocket. He kept his trap shut. I gave him to my mum, and he lived with her for many, many years. I'm away for months, yet the time you spend with pups binds you forever. I now have several packs, all unknown to one another due to the size of the oceans, though I sense that they scent the others on my clothes. In rough times, I know I can count on canines. When the dogs and I are alone, I talk endlessly. They're great listeners. I'd probably die for one. At home in Connecticut, we have an assembly of dogs. One old golden Labrador, called Pumpkin, who comes swimming with me in the sea, and 2 young French bulldogs. Alexandra picked one up as a puppy and called her Etta, in honor of Etta James. Patti fell in love with her, so we bought her sister, who had been left behind in a cage in the pet shop, and we called her Sugar, for Sugar on the Floor, one of Etta James' great records. Then there's the famous dog, famous in the Stones' back line, called Raz, short for Rasputin. A little mutt of extraordinary charisma and charm, and I've known a few. His history's murky, after all he's Russian. It seems that along with 3 or 4 other hundred strays, he was working the garbage cans of Dynamo Stadium in Moscow when we were touring there in '98. Russia had gone into a severe economic downslide and dogs were being dumped all over town. It was a dog's life. Somehow, while our crew was setting up the stage, he made himself noticed by the riggers and others. They took him in, and he became a kind of mascot in a very short time. From the crew, he worked his way into the kitchen, and from there to the wardrobe and makeup departments. From his daily fights for food, he wasn't looking his best, and I know the feeling, yet he touched hard hearts. When the Stones arrived for a sound check, I got a pull from Chrissy Kingston, who works in the wardrobe department. She was gushing about this amazing mongrel. The crew had seen him take some kickings and beatings, and still coming back. They admired his relentless balls and took him in. "You really must see him," said Chrissy. "I was doing the first gig in Russia, and dogs were not on my agenda. But I knew Chrissy. Something about her intensity, her urgency, the little tears welling in the eyes, checked me. We're all pros, and I felt that I should take her seriously. Chrissy don't throw you curved balls." Theo and Alex were there, and the infallible, "Oh, Dad, do see him, please," melted even this dog's heart. I smelled a setup, but I had no defense against it. "Okay, bring him in." Within seconds, Chrissy returned with the mangiest jet-black terrier I've ever set eyes on. A cloud of fleas was surrounding him. He sat down in front of me and fixed me with a stare. I stared back. He didn't flinch. I said, "Leave him with me. Let's see what we can do." Within minutes, a deputation of the crew came in to Camp X-Ray, which is my room. Big guys, all beards and tattoos, with moist eyes, thanking me. "He's a hell of a mutt, Keith. Thanks, man. He got to us all." I had no idea what I would do with him, but at least the show could go on. The mutt seemed to sense victory and licked my fingers. I was sold. Patti looked at me with love and despair. I shrugged. There was an immense operation to get him shut, some papers and visa and the rest. But finally he flew into the States, a lucky dog. He lives now as Tsar of Connecticut, where he coexists with Pumpkin and the cat Toaster and the 2 bulldogs.
I once had a minor bird, and it wasn't a pleasant experience. When I put music on, it would start yelling at me. It was like living with an ancient, fractious aunt. The fucker was never grateful for anything. Only animal I ever gave away. Maybe it got too stoned. There were a lot of guys smoking weed.
To me, it was like living with Mick in the room in a cage, always pursing its beak.
I have a poor record with caged birds. I actually disposed of Ronnie's pet parakeet. I thought it was a toy alarm clock that had gone wrong. It was hanging in a cage at the end of his house, and the fucking thing just sat there and didn't react to anything, except to make this repetitive squawk. So I got rid of it. Too late, I realized my mistake. Thank Christ for that was Ronnie's reaction. He hated that bird. I think the truth is that Ronnie's not a real animal lover, despite being surrounded by them. He's a horse fancier, you know. In Ireland, he has stables, 4 or 5 colts there, but you say, "Let's go for a ride, Ron," and he won't go near them. He likes them from a distance, especially when the horse he's bet on is crossing the finishing line first. So why is he living with all this shit and dung and 3-legged fillies? He says it's a gypsy thing, Romany, you know. In Argentina once, Bobby Keys and I were going for a ride, and we roped Ronnie in for a third. Nice quarter horses. If you haven't ridden for a while, it does hurt your ass, without a doubt. And we went round the Pampas, and Ronnie's hanging on for fucking dear life. "But you own horses, Ronnie. I thought you loved them." Bobby and I are cracking up. Here comes Geronimo. Let's kick it up a bit. Connecticut is where Theo and Alex were brought up, leading as normal a life as possible, going to the local high school. Patti has many relations within striking distance. There's my niece-in-law, Malena, who's married to Joe Serena. We've made wine in their garage, ending up in that scene where you're all in the tub with your socks off, pounding away on these grapes, going, "This is going to be the vintage." It's fun to do. I've done it in France once or twice, and there's something about squishing grapes between your toes. We even went occasionally on normal holidays. There's a fully equipped and battle-hardened Winnebago parked near my Virgin tennis court to prove it. The Hansen family are very big on family reunions, and they're also very big on camping. And they pick somewhere ludicrous like Oklahoma. I've only done it 2 or 3 times, but you just drive out of New York and go to Oklahoma. On one of these trips, thank God I went along, or they'd have drowned or had no fire. There was an incredible flash flood, and we nearly got washed away. All the usual things, in other words, that happens on camping trips. I was never recognized because I was drenched. And my Boy Scout training came in very, very handy. Cut the wood, get those tent pegs in. I'm a great fire builder. I'm not an arsonist. I'm a pyromaniac.
Entry in my notebook, 2006.
I'm married to a most beautiful woman. Elegant, graceful, and as down to earth as you can get. Smart, practical, caring, thoughtful, and very hot horizontal consideration. I presume that a lot of luck is involved. I must say that her practicality and logic confound me, because she makes sense out of my discursive way of life, which sometimes goes against my nomadic traits. Applying logic goes against my grain, but how I appreciate it. I bow as gracefully as I can. There was a memorable weekend safari with the children in South Africa, when I nearly got my hand bitten off by a crocodile. Close call for early retirement. We were there only for 2 or 3 days in the middle of the Voodoo Lounge tour, and we took along Bernard Fowler and Lisa Fisher. We were in a safari park where all of the employees were white former prison guards, and obviously most of their prisoners had been black. You could see it on the barman's face when Bernard or Lisa ordered a double shot of Glenfiddich. It was hardly welcoming. Mandela had been released 5 years earlier. Lisa and Bernard went out to seek this moment and do the roots thing, you know, and came back really pissed off. What they got was blacks not welcome. Nothing seemed to have changed from the old apartheid attitudes. One morning, we'd been up all night and I'd been asleep about an hour and I really wasn't ready for it, but they scooped me up and put me in the back of this open safari truck. I wasn't in the best of moods to start with, jolting around in the back. And it wasn't, oh my God, it's Africa. It was just scrub and bush. Suddenly we came to a halt on a little side turn. Why are we stopping now? There are some rocks and a cave mouth. At that very moment, out comes my image of Mrs. God, a warthog. It's got a mud pack all over its face and it stands there snorting steam right in front of me. This is all I need now, these tusks, and it just looks at me with its little red eyes. Ugliest creature I'd ever seen, especially that time of day. That was my first encounter with African wildlife, Mrs. God, the one you don't want to meet. Excuse me, could I see God, please? Could I come back tomorrow? Talk about coming home and getting the rolling pin. I started to see the curlers and one of those old housecoats, steaming with energy and venom at the same time, which is wonderful to watch, but not when you've slept for an hour and have a terrible hangover. So now we're jolting down the track again, and a very nice cat, a black guy called Richard, is perched on the back of the Land Rover, spotting things. And there's this huge pile of something. Richard says, "Hey, watch this." He chops off the top of this pile, and out flies a white dove. It was elephant crap. There are these white birds that follow elephants and eat the seeds that they haven't digested. Their feathers are covered in oil, so they're not actually covered in crap. And they can breathe under that pile for hours and hours. In fact, they eat their way out. But it was pristine, like the dove of peace, totally immaculate as it flapped away. Next we go round this bend, and there's an elephant, big bull, right across the road. And he's busily tearing down 2 trees, about 30 feet tall. He's rattling them up together, and we stop. And he sort of gives us one look, like, I'm busy. And he carries on ripping out these trees. Then one of my daughters says, "Oh, Daddy, he's got 5 legs." And I said 6, including the trunk. His cock was on the ground, 11 foot long. Humbled. I was humbled. I mean, this guy was loaded. In fact, on the way back, Richard said, "Look at that track there." And there were these huge elephant tracks, and a line down the middle, which was his cock trailing on the ground. We saw some cheetahs. How do we know they're around? Because there's an antelope in the goddamn tree dangling there. A cheetah had dragged it and stashed it up there, next to water buffaloes, 3,000 of them in a marsh. Now, these things are amazing. One of them decides to have a shit, and before it hits the ground, another's come up behind it and caught it and eaten it. They're drinking their own pee, and then to cap it all, let alone the flies, suddenly in front of us is a female giving birth. And all of the bulls having a bash at the placenta. What more can we stand? We get out of there, and on the way back, the stupid driver stops beside this puddle, pulls out a stick and goes, "Hey, look at this." And he pokes the puddle. And I'm just sort of hanging around the back. I've got my hand dangling over the edge. I feel this hot breath, and I hear the snap, and the jaws of this croc must have missed me by a goddamn inch. I almost killed the guy. Crocodile breath. You don't want to feel it. We did bump into some hippos, which I loved. But in one day, how many of God's creatures am I going to bump into before I get some sleep? I can't really say it was fabulous. It's a retrospective pleasure. What riled me up was the way the whites were treating Bernard and Lisa. It just soured me for the whole visit. Maybe I should have read the signs of Mick putting on civic chains when he ushered in the millennium by opening the Mick Jagger Centre at his old school, Dartford Grammar. I'd heard rumours, which turned out to be unfounded, that a Keith Richards wing had been opened without my permission at Dartford Tech. I was preparing to go by helicopter and Daub expelled on the roof. It wasn't too long after Mick's ribbon cutting that he called me to say, "I've got to tell you this now. Tony Blair is insisting that I accept a knighthood." "You can turn down anything you like, pal," was my reply. I left it at that. It was incomprehensible for Mick to do it. He'd blown his credibility. I rang Charlie. What's all this shit about a knighthood? He said, "You know he's always wanted one." I said, "No, I didn't know. It had never occurred to me. Had I misread, my friend? The Mick that I grew up with. Here's a guy who said, 'Shovel your little honours up your arse. Thank you very much, but no thanks.' It's a demeaning thing to do. It's called the honours list. But we've been honoured enough. The public has honoured us. You're going to accept an honour from a system that tried to put you in jail for nothing? I mean, if you forgive them for that." Mick's class consciousness had become more and more evident as we went along, but I never knew he'd fallen for this shit. It may have been another attack of LVS. Instead of the Queen, there seemed to be a muddle about the dates, and Mick got Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, to tap him on the shoulder, which I think makes him a cur instead of a sir. At least, unlike some others newly knighted, he doesn't insist on being called Sir Mick, but we do chuckle about it behind his back. As for me, it won't be Lord Richards. I'll be fucking King Richard IV with the IV pronounced IV.
Despite that, or maybe because of its relaxing effect on Mick, the following year, 2004, was the best year I spent with him in God knows how long. He became a lot looser. I don't know why. Maybe it's just growing up and realizing this is really what you've got. I think a lot of it was to do with what happened with Charlie. I'd gone to Mick's house in France in 2004 to start writing together for a new record, first in 8 years, which would become a bigger bang. So Mick and I were sitting together the second day I got there, with acoustic guitars, just trying to start some songs. And Mick said, "Dear me," he said, "Charlie's got cancer." There was a pregnant pause, what do we do? It was as big as a shock to me as any, because he was saying, "Do we put this on hold and wait for Charlie and see what happens?" And I thought for a minute and said, "No, let's start. We're starting to write songs. We don't need Charlie right now." And Charlie would be very, very pissed off if we stopped, just because he was incapacitated for the moment. It wouldn't be good for Charlie, and shit, we got some songs to write. Let's write a few, send Charlie the tape so he can have a listen to where we're at. And that's the way we did it. Mick's chateau is very nice. The Loire 3 miles away, with beautiful vineyards above it and caves beneath it, which were made to store the wine at 45 degrees, year in, year out. A real Captain Haddock chateau, very Hergé. We were tight together, got some good stuff working. There was less moodiness. When you've got a sense of really wanting to work together, rather than, okay, how do we pin this, it's totally different. I mean, shit, if you're working with a guy for 40-odd years, it's not all going to be plain sailing, is it? You've got to go through the bullshit, just like a marriage. My retreat away from Jamaica became Parrot Cay. It's in the Turks and Caicos Islands. It's north of Haiti. It's got nothing on Jamaica, but Jamaica had become unpopular with the family because of a number of scares and incidents. The peace of Parrot Cay, by contrast, is never disturbed, least of all by parrots. I've never seen a parrot anywhere near Parrot Cay. And the name has obviously changed from Pirate Cay by nervous investors. So here's my children, my grandchildren come and go, and I spend long periods. I listen to US radio stations that specialize in genre music. I suppose 50s rock will be on 24 hours a day until I feel it's time for some bluegrass, which is pretty damn good. or your pick of hip-hop and alternative and retro rock, whatever. I draw the line at arena rock. It reminds me too much of what I do. I wrote in the notebook, after being here a month or so, a strange cycle becomes apparent. For weeks, squadrons of dragonflies do a show worthy of Farnborough, then vanish. Within a few days, however, flocks of small orange butterflies begin to pollinate the flowers. There seems to be some scheme to this. I live here with several species, 2 dogs, 1 cat. Roy and Kyoko, his Japanese lady. On reverse, Kyoko and Roy, her East End diamond. Then there's Ika, the beautiful but untouchable butleress. Bless her, Balinese. Mr. Timothy, a sweet black local man who does the garden and from whom I purchase his wife's basketry and palm weaving. Then innumerable geckos, all sizes. A few rats. Toaster the cat works for a living. He does big moths. Then the Javanese and Balinese barmen were wicked. Local sailors had some local colour. But manana, I go back to the fridge. I have to pack again. Wish me luck. This was written at the beginning of January 2006, after a break in the bigger Bang tour for Christmas. I was packing to go back on the road to play the first Super Bowl in February, and then one of the biggest rock and roll concerts ever staged in Rio. More than 1 million people 2 weeks later. A busy start to the year. Exactly a year earlier, while I was walking along this beach, climbing rocks, along the shore came Paul McCartney. Just before he played the Super Bowl that year. It was certainly the strangest place for us to meet after all the years. But certainly the best was we both had time to talk. Maybe the first time since those earliest days when they were flogging songs and before we were writing them. He just turned up, said he'd found out where I lived from my neighbour, Bruce Willis. He said, "Oh, I just came down, I hope it's okay, sorry I didn't ring." Since I don't answer the phone anyway, it was the only way he could do it. I sensed with Paul that he was really looking for some time off. That beach is long. And of course these things come in hindsight. There was something wrong there already. His breakup with Heather Mills, who was with him on that trip, was not long coming. Paul started to turn up every day when his kid was sleeping. I'd never known Paul that well. John and I had known each other quite well, and George and Ringo. But Paul and I had never spent much time together. We were real pleased to see each other. We fell straight in, talking about the past, talking about songwriting. We talked about strangely simple things, as the difference between Beatles and Stones, and that the Beatles were a vocal band because they could all sing the lead vocal, and we were more of a musician's band. We only had one front man. He told me that because he was left-handed, he and John could play the guitars like mirrors opposite each other, watching each other's hands. So we started playing like that. We even started composing a song together, a McCartney-Richards number whose lyrics were pinned on the wall for many weeks. And I dared him to play Please Please Me at the Super Bowl, but he said they needed weeks of warning on that. I remember a hilarious takeoff of Roy Orbison singing it, so we started doing that. We got into discussions about inflatable dog kennels designed like the dogs inside them, spotted ones for Dalmatians, so on. Then we went off on one about a special project we were going to develop. It was sun-dried celebrity turds, purified with rainwater. We'd get celebrities to donate them, coat them with shellac, and get a major artist to decorate them. Hey, Elton would do it. He's a great guy. George Michael, he'd go for it. And what about Madonna? So we just had a good laugh. We had a good time together. Now, a year later, we headed, 2 weeks after playing the Super Bowl, to Copacabana Beach for a free concert paid for by the Brazilian government. They even built a bridge over the Copacabana Road that went right down to the stage on the beach from our hotel, just for us to get there. When I looked at the video of that show, I realized I was concentrating like a motherfucker. I mean, grim. What had to be right was the sound, pal. Didn't matter about the rest. I'd turned into a bit of a nursemaid, just making sure everything was going right. And understandably so, because we were playing to 1 million people, and half of them were around another bay. So I was wondering if it was projecting that far, or if it ended up in a muddle, somewhere in the middle. We could only see a quarter of the audience. They had screens set up for 2 miles. That might have been the triumphant exit, apart from a couple of shows in Japan, to a long career of swinging the hash. Because soon after that I fell off my branch. The 4 of us had flown to Fiji. and we were staying on a private island. We'd gone for a picnic on a beach. Ronnie and I went for a swim while Josephine and Paddy were organising lunch. There was a hammock, and I think Ronnie had the hammock. He got in quick. We were just drying off after a swim, and there was this tree. Forget about palm trees. This was some gnarled, low tree that was basically a horizontal branch. It was obvious that people had sat there before because the bark was all worn away, and it was about, I guess, 7 feet up. So I'm just sitting there on the branch waiting for lunch and drying off. And they said, lunch is ready. There was another branch in front of me, and I thought, I'll just grab hold of that and drop gently to the ground. But I forgot. My hands were still wet, and there was sand and everything on them. And as I grabbed this branch, the grip didn't take. And so I landed, hard on the heels, and my head went back. And I hit the trunk of the tree, hard. And that was it. It didn't bother me at the time. Are you all right, darling? Yeah, fine. Oh, don't do that again. 2 days later, I was still feeling fine. We went out on this boat. The water's like a mirror. Until we got out into the sea a little, and these huge Pacific swells started coming in. Josephine was at the front, and she said, oh, look at this. So I went up to the bow, and swell came in, and I fell back down just onto the seat, and suddenly something went. A blinding headache came on. We got to turn around now, I said. Still, I thought that was that. But this headache got worse and worse. I never have headaches. And if I do, it's an aspirin and it's gone. I'm not a headache man. I've always felt sorry for people like Charlie who have migraines. I can't imagine what they're like, but this was probably pretty close. I found out later I was lucky that that second jolt had happened, because the first one had cracked my skull, and that could have gone on for months and months before being discovered, or before killing me. It could have kept on bleeding under the skull, but the second blow made it obvious. That night I took a couple of aspirins for the headache, which is the wrong thing to do because aspirin thinned the blood. The things you learn when you're killing yourself. And apparently in my sleep I'd had 2 seizures. I don't remember them. I thought I had a bad choking cough and woke up to Patti saying, "Are you all right, darling?" And, "Yeah, I'm fine." And then I had another one, and that's when I saw Patti running around the room going, "Oh my God," making calls. Now she's in a panic, but a controlled one. She still operated. Fortunately for me, the same thing had happened to the island's owner a few months before, and he recognized the symptoms. And before I knew it, I was on this plane to Fiji, the main island. In Fiji, they checked me out and said, "He's got to go to New Zealand." The worst flight I've ever had in my life was this flight from Fiji to Auckland. They strapped me in, basically a straitjacket on a stretcher, and put me on this plane. I couldn't move, man, and it was a 4-hour flight. I mean, forget the head, I can't move, and I'm going, "Shit, can't you give me something?" "Well, we could have before we took off." I said, "Why didn't you?" I was cursing like a motherfucker. "Give me painkiller, for Christ's sake." "We can't do it in the air," they said. 4 hours of this claptrap finally got me to the hospital in New Zealand, where Andrew Law, neurosurgeon, was waiting for me. Luckily, he was a fan of mine. Andrew didn't tell me until later that when he was growing up, he had had a picture of me at the foot of his bed. After that, I was in his hands, and I don't really remember much about that night. They put me on the morphine, and I woke up after that feeling all right. I was there for maybe 10 days. Very nice hospital, very nice nurses. I had this lovely night nurse from Zambia. She was great. So for about a week, Dr. Law gave me tests every day, and I said, "Well, what happened now?" And he said, "You're stabilized. You can fly to your doctor in New York or London or wherever." There was just this presumption that I'd want the pick of the world's medical attention. I don't want to fly, Andrew. By now I got to know him pretty well. "I ain't flying." "Yeah, but you've got to have the operation." I said, "I'll tell you what, you're going to do it, and you're going to do it now." He said, "You sure about that?" I said, "Absolutely." I wanted to suck those words back into my mouth. Did I really say that? I'm inviting someone to cut my head open. But yes, I knew it was the right thing to do. I knew he was one of the best. I'd had him well checked out. I didn't want to go to somebody I didn't know. So Dr. Law came back in a few hours with his anaesthetist, Nigel, a Scotsman. And I thought my really smart move was to say, Nigel, I'm really hard to put out. Nobody's been able to put me out yet. He said, watch this. Within 10 seconds, I'm bye-bye, gone. 2.5 hours later, I wake up feeling great. And I said, well, when are you going to start? And Laura said to me, it's all done, mate. He'd opened up the skull, sucked out the blood clots, and put the bone back on like a little hat, with 6 titanium pins to connect the hat to its skull. Well, I was fine, except that when I came out of it, I found myself attached to all these tubes. I've got one down the end of my dick, one coming out of here, one out of there. I said, what the fuck is all this shit? What's this for? Laura says to me, that's the morphine drip. Okay, we'll keep that one. I wasn't complaining. And actually, I've never had a headache since. Andrew Law did a wonderful job. I was in there for about another week, and they brought me a little extra morphine. They were really nice and very cool. In the end, they wanted you to be comfortable. That's what I found. I seldom asked for the drugs, but when I did, it was okay, here you go. The guy next to me had a very similar injury. He'd done his on a motorcycle without a helmet, and he was moaning and groaning, and the nurses stayed with him for hours talking him down. Very calm voices. Meanwhile, I was pretty much healed, and I was thinking, I know the feeling, pal. And then a month in a wee Victorian boarding house in Auckland. All the family came out, bless their hearts, and I had messages from Jerry Lee, from Willie Nelson too. Jerry Lee sent me a signed 45 of Great Balls of Fire, first pressing. Goes on the wall. Bill Clinton sent me a note, get well soon, dear friend. The opening line of my letter from Tony Blair was, Dear Keith, you've always been one of my heroes. I'm thinking, God, England's in the hands of somebody who I'm a hero of. It's frightening. I even got one from the mayor of Toronto. It gave me an interesting preview of my obituaries, the general flavour of what's to come. Jay Leno says, why can't we make planes like we make Keith? And Robin Williams said, you can bruise him, you can't break him. I got a few good lines out of knocking myself on the head, added to all the other knocks. What was amazing to me was what the press dreamed of. Because it's Fiji, it must be a palm tree I fell out of, and I had to be 40 feet off the ground going for a coconut. Here's how Dr. Law remembers it all.
I got a call Thursday, April 30th, 3 a.m. They rang me from Fiji, where I do work for a private hospital, saying they had someone with an intracranial hemorrhage, and it was quite a prominent person. Could I cope with that? And they said it's Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones. I remember having his poster on my wall when I was at university, so I was always a Rolling Stones fan and Keith Richards fan. All I knew was that he was conscious, that the scan showed an acute cerebral hematoma, and his history with regards to the fall from the tree and the episode in the boat. So I knew he would need to be under neurosurgery care, but at that stage I didn't know whether he would need surgery. That means you've got pressure from one side of the brain pushing the midline across to the other side. That first night I got lots of phone calls from neurosurgeons around the world, from New York and LA, people who wanted to be involved. Oh, just wanted to check. I've spoken to such and such a person, and you've got to be sure you do this and that and this and that. And the next morning I said, look, Keith, I can't cope with this. I'm being woken up in the middle of the night by people trying to tell me how to do a job that I do every day. And he said, you talk to me first, and you can tell everyone else to get fucked. Those were the actual words. And that took all the weight off me. It was easy then, because we could make the decisions together, and that's exactly what we did. Each day we talked about how he was, and I made it very clear what the signs would be for when we'd have to operate. In some people with acute subdurals, the blood clot will dissolve over about 10 days, and you can remove it through little holes rather than a big window. And that was what we were trying to do, because he was well. We were trying to manage him conservatively, or with the simplest operation. But the scan showed a decent-sized blood clot with some shift in the midline of his brain on that first scan. I didn't do anything. I just waited. And then Saturday night, after he'd been here a week, I went for dinner with him, and he was just not looking good. The next morning he rang me saying, I've got a headache. I said, we'll arrange a scan on Monday. And by Monday morning he was much worse, very headachy, starting to slur his words, starting to have some weakness. And the repeat scan showed that the clot had got bigger again, and there was quite significantly more midline shift. So it was an easy decision, and he wouldn't have survived if he hadn't had it removed. He was really quite sick by the time he went to theatre, I think we operated about 6 or 7 o'clock that night, 8th of May. And it was quite a big clot, about 1.5 centimeters thick at least, maybe 2, like thick jelly, and we removed it. There was an artery that was bleeding. I just corked that artery, washed it up, and put it back together. And then he woke up straight afterwards and said, "God, that's better." He quickly had relief of pressure and felt much better after surgery, immediately on the operating table. In Milan, the first concert he did after the surgery, he was nervous, and I was nervous. Language was what worried me most, both receptive and expressive language. Some people say the right temporal lobe plays more on musical ability, but it's the dominant hemisphere of your brain, the eloquent part of your brain. The left side in a right-handed person. We were all worried. He might not remember how to do it. He could have a fit on stage. We were all very tense that night, everyone. Keith didn't let on, but he came off the stage euphoric because he'd proved he could do it.
They said, "You won't be able to work for 6 months." I said 6 weeks. Within 6 weeks, I was back on stage. But it was what I needed to do. I was ready to go. Either you become a hypochondriac and listen to other people, or you make up your own mind. If I felt that I couldn't make it, I'd be the first one to say so. They say, "What do you know? You're not a doctor." And I say, "I'm telling you I'm all right." When Charlie Watts miraculously appeared back on the scene within a couple of months after his cancer treatment, looking more perfect than ever, and sat down behind the drums and said, "No, it goes like this," there was a huge sigh of relief across the room. Until I got to Milan and played that first gig, they were also holding their breath. I know that because they're friends of mine. They're thinking he might be all right, but can he deliver? The audience are waving inflatable palm trees, bless their hearts. They're wonderful, my crowd. A bit of a smirk and an in-joke. I fall out of a tree, they give me one. I put on a drug called dilantin, which thickens the blood, which is why I have not taken a bump since, because cocaine thins the blood, aspirin too. Andrew told me about that in New Zealand. Whatever you do, no more bump. And I said, okay. Actually, I've done so much bloody blow in my life, I don't miss it an inch. I think it gave me up. By July, I was back on tour. In September, I played my debutante role as a cameo actor, playing Captain Teague in Pirates of the Caribbean 3. Johnny Depp's father, as it were. A project that started off with Depp asking me if I minded his using me as a model for his original performance. All I taught him was how to walk around a corner when you're drunk, never moving your back away from the wall. The rest was his. I never felt I had to act with Johnny. We were pretty confident with each other, and just looked each other straight in the eyes. In the first shot they gave me, 2 of these guys having a conference around a huge table. All the candles, some guys saying something, and I walk out of a doorway and shoot the motherfucker dead. That's my opening. The code is the law. Still, they made me feel very welcome. I had a great time. And I got famous for being 2 takes Richards. And later that year, Martin Scorsese shot a documentary based on 2 nights of the Stones at the Beacon in New York, which became the film Shine a Light. And we were rocking. So now I can rest on my laurels, huh? I've stirred up enough crap in my time, and I'll live with it and see how somebody else deals with it. But then there's that word retiring. I can't retire till I croak. There's carping about us being old men. The fact is, I've always said, if we were black and our name was Count Basie or Duke Ellington, everybody would be going, yeah, yeah, yeah. White rock and rollers apparently are not supposed to do this at our age, but I'm not here just to make records and money. I'm here to say something and to touch other people. Sometimes in a cry of desperation. Do you know this feeling? In 2007, Doris began to sink from a long illness. Bert had died in 2002, but his memory was revived a few weeks before Doris died in a big press story generated by a journalist reporting that I claimed to have snorted some of my father's ashes, along with a line of bomb. There were headlines, there were editorials, there were op-eds on cannibalism. There was some of the old flavor of street of shame indignation at the Stones. John Humphreys on primetime radio was heard to ask, "Do you think Keith Richards has gone too far this time?" What do you mean this time? There are also articles saying that this is a perfectly normal thing. It goes back to ancient times, the ingestion of your ancestors. So there are 2 schools of thought. Old pro that I am, I said it was taken out of context. No denying, no admitting. The truth of the matter, I read my memo to Jane Rose, when the story threatened to get out of hand, is that after having Dad's ashes in a black box for 6 years, because I really couldn't bring myself to scatter him to the winds, I finally planted a sturdy English oak to spread him around, and as I took the lid off the box, a fine spray of his ashes blew out onto the table. I couldn't just brush him off, so I wiped my finger over it and snorted the residue. Ashes to ashes, father to son. He's now growing oak trees and will love me for it. While Doris lay dying, the Dartford Council was naming the streets in a new estate close to our old home in Spilman Road. Sympathy Street, Dandelion Road, Ruby Tuesday Drive, all that in a lifetime. The street's named for us, only a few years after we were being shoved up against the wall. Maybe the council changed their mind after Dad's ashes, I haven't checked. In the hospital, my mum was very cheeky with the doctors, but she was getting weaker. Angela said, "We know what's happening, the girl's going. We all know that. It's just a matter of what day, really." So Angela said, "Take up a guitar, play to her." Good idea, I hadn't really thought about it. You get a bit confused when your mother's dying. So our last night together, I took the guitar up there, and I sat on the foot of her bed, and she's lying there, and I said, "How you doing, Ma?" And she says, "This morphine's not bad, is it?" She asked me where I was staying, and I said, "Claridge's." She said, "We are going up in the world, aren't we?" She was drifting in and out of this opiate state. So I played a few licks for her of Malaguena, and other stuff she knew, that I knew, that I'd been playing since I was a kid. So she drifted off to sleep, and the next morning, my assistant Sherry, who looks after my mother with love and devotion, went to see her, like she did every morning. And she said, "Did you hear Keith playing for you last night?" And Doris said, "Yeah, he was a bit out of tune." And that's my mother for you. But I have to defer to Doris. She had unerring pitch and a beautiful sense of music, which she got from her parents, Emma and Gus, who first taught me Malaguena. Doris gave me my first review. I remember her coming home from work. I was on the top of the stairs playing Malaguena. She went through to the kitchen, did something with pots and pans, and began to hum along with me. Suddenly she came to the foot of the stairs. "Is that you? I thought it was the radio." 2 bars of Malaguena and you're in.
Thank you for the listening. If you want to support us, please subscribe to our channel of relaxing music. Link in the description below this video.